Hachette Audio presents Separate and Unequal, the Kerner Commission and the Unraveling of American Liberalism. Written by Stephen M. Gillon. Read by Ryan Vincent Anderson. To Van Tuy, Louise Borges. Introduction. On July 27, 1967, President Lyndon Johnson stood before a national television audience to announce the creation of the National Advisory Commission on Civil Disorders, NACCD. The speech followed deadly and destructive riots in Newark and Detroit, which marked the culmination of 4 consecutive summers of racial unrest in American cities. The violence in the summer of 1967 marked an important moment in the evolution of the civil rights movement from peaceful protests in the South and the nonviolent rhetoric of Martin Luther King Jr. to violent confrontations in the North and the angry voices of black nationalists such as Stokely Carmichael. The shift shattered the coalition that had just a few years earlier won passage of 2 monumental civil rights laws, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, and it created a deep and bitter divide between black and white. The Newark and Detroit riots came at a difficult time in the Johnson presidency. LBJ had dominated Washington during his first years in office. In 1964, after winning election in a massive landslide, he had pushed Congress to pass an ambitious set of social programs as part of his Great Society agenda. Now, however, he found himself trapped, bogged down in a costly and increasingly unpopular war in Vietnam that threatened to tear apart the Democratic Party. Liberals who had cheered his Great Society legislation now split into rival factions of hawks and doves over the war. While Cold War liberals pushed Johnson to wage a more aggressive war, a small but vocal group of critics attacked LBJ from the left, charging that the war squandered resources that should be spent at home. At the same time, a generation gap eroded support of his administration, as many young people, especially those attending elite private colleges and large state universities, vigorously protested the war and rejected Johnson's establishment liberalism. While fighting off challenges from the left, LBJ was also facing a potent backlash from Republicans and many conservatives who opposed the expansion of federal power under his administration. Most of all, the right tapped into white suburbanites' growing fear of racial unrest. For many white Americans, urban riots appeared to be part of a crime epidemic that swept the nation in the 1960s. Their fears were justified. Property crime, burglary, larceny, and auto theft soared 73% between 1960 and 1967. The rate of violent crime, murder, robbery, rape, and aggravated assault doubled. Between 1965 and 1969, the crime rate in America increased by double digits every year. Despite the attention focused on cities, the crime rate grew fastest in rural areas and small towns. A re-energized Republican Party pounced on the divided Democrats. After being declared dead following Barry Goldwater's humiliating defeat in the 1964 presidential election, Republicans clawed back to relevance by attacking their opponents as soft on crime while winning over many moderates with appeals for law and order. The GOP made major gains in the 1966 midterm elections, narrowing Democrats' control over Congress and limiting LBJ's policy options. The following year, when Johnson asked Congress for a tax increase to fund his Great Society programs, conservative Democrats and Republicans insisted that the administration reduce expenses before it would consider such a measure. Then came the long, hot summer of 1967, when riots ripped through more than 100 cities. Nearly every week came new violent images of angry confrontations between police and protesters. along with widespread looting and arson that culminated with bloody confrontations in Newark and Detroit. By the end of July, with dozens of dead and whole city blocks burned to the ground, LBJ understood that he needed to assert presidential power and reassure the nation. But what could he do? Creating a presidential commission seemed like the ideal option. It allowed him to demonstrate leadership without committing his administration to a specific course of action. He planned to kick the issue of urban violence down the road in hopes that by the time his commission issued its report, the crisis would have already passed. It was a strategy many post-war American presidents used to handle vexing political issues. Between 1945 and 1955, there was an average of 1.5 presidential commissions appointed every year. Johnson would appoint 20 such commissions during his tenure as president. As the burdens on the presidency increased in post-war America, commissions became a convenient way for presidents to fill the gap between what they could deliver and what was expected of them. The popularity of presidential commissions also reflected the post-war fascination with experts and the belief that social scientists could offer objective solutions to complicated social problems. Johnson filled the 11-member commission that he announced that evening with mainstream bipartisan figures. For chairman, he selected Illinois Democratic Governor Otto Kerner. Although Kerner would not play a major role, his name would become synonymous with the commission and its work. New York's liberal Republican Mayor John Lindsay served as vice chairman. There were 2 African Americans, 2 Republican, and 2 Democratic members of Congress, representatives from both business and labor, and 1 woman. There were no radicals or young people, and there was no spokesman for the black nationalist movement. Johnson assumed that his mainstream commission would produce a mainstream report that would endorse the broad outlines of his existing domestic agenda and insulate him from attacks both from the right and from the left. The new commission, however, failed to follow the White House script. Determined to assert their independence, commissioners hired a team of investigators, visited riot-torn areas, and held hearings with activists and public officials. Their final report, released in March 1968, used stark language to conclude that the riots occurred because white society had denied opportunity to African Americans living in poor urban areas. The report offered dire warnings that only aggressive federal action could prevent future unrest. It proposed a long list of specific recommendations, including the construction of 6 million new housing units, greater federal spending on education, and more generous welfare payments to those in need. The report stopped short of what many activists and some liberals might have liked, though. At the same time, the cost of funding the report's proposals was far more than President Lyndon Johnson could afford to spend while fighting a billion-dollar war in Vietnam. Most observers focused on 2 lines in the summary of the report. Borrowing language from the landmark Supreme Court decision in Brown v. Board of Education of Topeka, 1954, which declared that separate educational facilities are inherently unequal, the Kerner Commission concluded, "Our nation is moving toward 2 societies, one black and one white, separate and unequal." It also placed blame for urban ills on white racism. The report asserted, "What white Americans have never fully understood, but what the Negro can never forget, is that white society is deeply implicated in the ghetto," adding, "White institutions created it, white institutions maintain it, and white society condones it." In many ways, it was remarkable that this group of establishment figures would point an accusatory finger at white racism. Before joining the commission, most members had only an abstract awareness of the conditions in poor urban areas. They were shocked by what they witnessed in their trips to riot-ravaged neighborhoods and by the willful neglect exhibited by white officials and public institutions. They saw firsthand that African Americans attended poorly funded schools and lacked access to jobs and even to decent sanitation. At the same time, the Commission's field teams, sent to conduct intensive research in the riot cities, sent back damning reports that underscored the wretched conditions in many areas and documented a history of discrimination and white indifference to black concerns. As a result, a broad consensus emerged among the commissioners that they needed to use the report to educate the public and to do so by using provocative language that would shake white America from its indifference. Had the report been written a few years earlier, LBJ might have embraced it and its recommendations. But the Commission's independence and ambition came at an inconvenient time for the White House. LBJ's coalition was crumbling, the federal budget was tighter, and the president faced stiff opposition for his party's nomination. Fearing that he had created what domestic policy advisor Joseph Califano called a Frankenstein monster, Johnson soured on his commission within weeks of announcing its creation and worked behind the scenes to sabotage its investigation. Privately, he had promised to fund most of the commission's work with a December supplemental spending request to Congress. He reneged on the pledge, hoping that cutting the commission's financial lifeline would force it out of business before it could issue a final report. But the gambit failed. In the end, a resentful and angry LBJ refused to accept a copy of the final report and, in a fit of childish pique, he did not even sign customary letters thanking the commissioners for their service. The tensions between the commission and the president were dramatic, but the commissioners and their staff were also deeply divided, despite the unanimous report they eventually produced. The debates on the commission exposed the fault lines that were emerging in American society. Generational and ideological differences split the young field team members, many of whom had been radicalized by their service in the Peace Corps or their time spent in the civil rights movement in the South, from the mainstream liberals, who dominated the senior positions on the commission. Deep ideological conflicts among the commissioners themselves reflected the larger public debate over race and riots. The commissioners could not agree on what caused the riots or on what solutions they should offer for preventing future violence. Largely because of John Lindsay's efforts, the final document managed to speak with one voice and to push liberalism to its limits. At just the time that the administration was trimming its sails, the Commission issued a report that held LBJ accountable for the bold goals he had set in the early days of his administration. Although the final report was unanimous, the commissioners had failed to reach consensus on many of their specific recommendations. In fact, the Commission serves as a microcosm of the unraveling of post-war American liberalism. LBJ had chosen the commissioners because they each represented a constituency that made up his broad coalition. Their work on the commission, however, pushed members in very different directions and exposed the fragile nature of LBJ's consensus. Lindsay and Oklahoma Senator Fred Harris would become increasingly skeptical that the nation could solve problems of race and poverty without fundamental changes that went beyond conventional politics. Within a few years, they would redefine themselves as nonpartisan populists, campaigning against a corrupt political system. Although he lost many of the votes on the commission, businessman Charles Tex Thornton's advocacy of law and order and his professed fears of a white backlash anticipated the conservative revival building on the horizon of American politics. The Kerner Report represented the last gasp of 1960s liberalism, the last full-throated declaration that the federal government should play a leading role in solving deeply embedded problems such as racism and poverty. A Democratic Congress would continue to pass progressive legislation for the next decade, but none of it came close to the ambition and scope of the Kerner Commission recommendations. Nevertheless, the Kerner Commission's legacy is enduring, and its haunting prediction about America becoming two societies, separate and unequal, is as relevant today as it was 5 decades ago. Certainly, there is no denying that the nation achieved significant progress on some fronts since the Commission released its report in 1968. There is now a thriving middle class. African Americans are better represented in the professions, and a majority of Americans twice elected an African American president. The influx of new immigrants since the passage of the Immigration and Naturalization Act of 1965 has also made conversations about race in America more complicated. While the Kerner Commission discussed race solely in terms of black and white, today any meaningful dialogue must include other groups, most notably Hispanics and Asians. Tragically, however, much has remained the same. Those living in the poorest neighborhoods in large cities continue to be segregated from mainstream life and to face many of the same obvious signs of white neglect, even as they confront problems of drugs and gangs that are more acute than they were in the 1960s. Growing inequality, a massive shift of wealth to the rich, and the decline of high-paying manufacturing jobs in urban areas have compounded the misery. Viewed in this context, the riots in Ferguson, Missouri that followed the shooting death of Michael Brown in 2014, along with the disorder that followed the 2015 death of Freddie Gray, who died of a spinal cord injury while in the custody of Baltimore police, have reignited the debate about race and unrest in America. Surprisingly, the arguments about the causes of such unrest and the solutions have changed little in the past 50 years. Much as they did in the 1960s, liberals blame systemic discrimination in employment, housing, and education, along with racial profiling and aggressive policing in black neighborhoods, for creating the conditions that led to the riots. Similarly, much as they did decades ago, conservative pundits argue that the riots were the result of a breakdown of law and order and an outgrowth of permissive and misguided liberals who had convinced blacks that they were victims of an oppressive society and therefore not responsible for their actions. Given this stalemate and our deeply polarized politics, it seems unlikely that the nation's political leadership will muster the will to even acknowledge the role of white racism in creating the conditions that caused the riots. Any realistic plan for using federal power to address racial injustice seems even more far-fetched. But in the unlikely event that the window of reform opens in the near future, the Kerner Commission's findings will provide the nation with a useful guide to the depth and persistence of white racism. Its recommendations will offer a possible roadmap for change, and its history will provide a cautionary tale about the limits of American liberalism. Prologue. It looks like Berlin in 1945. On the evening of July 12, 1967, police in Newark, New Jersey, pulled over John Smith, a 40-year-old African-American taxi driver. According to the police, Smith became belligerent and abusive when they asked for his driver's license, and at one point, he punched one of the officers. They took him to the 4th Precinct station house, where they dragged the 150-pound prisoner from the car and carried him through the front door, placed him in a cell, and charged him with assault and battery, resisting arrest, and loud and abusive language. Smith, however, challenged every aspect of the police account. "There was no resistance on my part," he later told investigators. "That was a cover story by the police. They caved in my ribs, busted a hernia, and put a hole in my head." There is no dispute, however, about what happened next. The 4th Precinct sat across the street from the red brick Hayes Homes, a public housing complex. Because it was a hot, muggy night, many residents were sitting outside, and a few watched as the police dragged Smith into the station. Some cab drivers used their VHF radio band to spread rumors that white cops had just killed a black driver. An agitated crowd of 200, many of them teenagers, gathered outside the precinct and started taunting the police, tossing homemade Molotov cocktails and setting a car on fire. The crowd at the station soon dispersed, but looters ran through the streets, smashing windows and pulling fire alarms. By 3 a.m, after pleas from local civil rights leaders, the streets of Newark fell silent. The following afternoon, the city's Democratic mayor, Hugh Adonisio, dismissed the isolated incidents and assured residents the city was open for business. The violence, however, was far from over. The next day, leaflets circulated around central Newark. "Stop police brutality. Come out and join us at a mass rally tonight, 7:30 p.m., 4th Precinct." The flyers attracted hundreds of protesters who, ignoring calls for peaceful protest, began roaming along Springfield Avenue, the city's central business district, once again breaking windows, looting stores, and setting fires. Early on the morning of July 14, the mayor called New Jersey Governor Richard J. Hughes, requesting that he declare Newark a disaster area and order the state police and the New Jersey National Guard to restore order. Within hours, state troopers, along with heavily armed National Guardsmen, seized control of the city, turning Newark into an armed camp. The Guardsmen, 98% of whom were white, arrived in full combat gear, carrying loaded rifles. Unprepared for urban violence, nervous Guardsmen and state police often fired indiscriminately at crowds and at apartment buildings where they suspected snipers were hiding. In most cases, they were shooting at shadows and at innocent bystanders. Down in the Springfield Avenue area, it was so bad, Police Director Dominic Spina recalled, that in my opinion, Guardsmen were firing upon police and police were firing back at them. In some cases, the black-owned stores that had been spared by the looters were riddled with bullets of the police and soldiers. On the 4th day of rioting, Governor Hughes summoned Tom Hayden, a founding member of the Students for a Democratic Society who had been organizing in Newark for 3 years. Hayden told the governor that if he did not withdraw the National Guard, the troops are going to massacre more people and you're going to go down in history as one of the biggest killers of all time. Apparently, Hughes heeded the advice. He withdrew the National Guard a few hours later. By the time the Guardsmen left Newark on Monday, July 17, 23 people were dead, including 6 women and 2 children, and more than 1,000 were injured. Just as the flames abated in Newark, racial tension in other cities exploded. 5 more New Jersey cities, Plainfield, Elizabeth, New Brunswick, Jersey City, and Englewood, began to stir. In Cairo, Illinois, firebombs lit up the night sky. In Minneapolis, 600 Guardsmen were needed to impose order after 2 nights of rock throwing. Similar, though smaller, incidents occurred in 2 Iowa cities, Des Moines and Cedar Rapids. Other cities, West Fresno, California, Durham, North Carolina, Erie, Pennsylvania, and Nyack, New York, all witnessed unrest that required police action. But the most violent outbreak was yet to come. On July 23rd, a week after the Newark riots ended, Detroit erupted after police raided 5 blind pigs, a term used to describe illegal after-hours clubs. One of the most popular blind pigs in the city was on the 2nd floor of a printing company on the corner of 12th Street and Claremont, behind a sign that read, "The United Civic League for Community Action." At 3:45 on the morning of July 23rd, a black plainclothes officer entered the club. He purchased a beer for 50 cents. Having caught the club selling alcohol illegally, he signaled to a group of fellow officers, who burst through the door. Police had expected to find 24 patrons. Instead, they found 82. The police herded the customers out on the street below. Even at 4 in the morning, however, 12th Street was bustling, and a crowd of 50 people was standing on the sidewalk in front of the printing company. After the police left the scene, large crowds continued to mill around the neighborhood. Someone threw a rock through a store window, and then hundreds of others joined in, tossing rocks and looting stores. The police returned, but did nothing to stop the rioting. As word spread that the police were allowing looting, more people poured into the streets. With daybreak, thousands of people from all parts of the surrounding community joined in. The scene had a carnival atmosphere with women, children, and older residents indulging in merchandise from local stores. Television coverage of the Detroit riot frightened the nation. Since Sunday morning, mobs of angry Negroes have paralyzed the city, spreading fire and destruction through large areas, reported David Brinkley, the popular anchor of NBC's Huntley-Brinkley Report. The turmoil has forced business to a standstill. Chrysler and General Motors suspended production of new cars. A local correspondent on the scene spoke of the smoke that filled the air and the fires still burning in a 12-mile area of the nation's fifth-largest city. Michigan Republican Governor George Romney spoke directly to the camera, complaining about uncontrollable arson, looting, and the threat to human life by snipers in the city. Between 8 and noon, the crowd swelled to 8 or 9,000, many of them angered by rumors that the police had bayoneted a black man and left him to die. Just after 4, Governor Romney authorized deployment of the National Guard. Just as in Newark, however, the National Guard's presence inflamed the situation. According to Newsweek, the Guardsmen were a ragged, jittery, hair-trigger lot, ill-trained in riot control. It quoted one soldier as saying, "I'm going to shoot anything that moves and is black." In one instance, a flash from a window, which turned out to be the lighting of a cigarette, brought a .50 caliber machine gun burst from a National Guard tank that killed a 4-year-old child. Reluctantly, President Johnson sent battle-hardened combat troops equipped with tanks, machine guns, and helicopters to enforce the peace. By the time it ended, 43 people had been killed, and more than 2,000 buildings burned to the ground. "It looks like Berlin in 1945, noted an observer. Newsweek called the riots a symbol of a domestic crisis grown graver than any since the Civil War. Detroit, it wrote, was an American tragedy. Detroit's outbreak was followed by a spat of eruptions in neighboring Michigan cities, Grand Rapids, Kalamazoo, Flint, Muskegon, West Michigan City, and Pontiac. By the end of July, nearly 70 cities had experienced racial disorders, 40 in the final week of the month alone. As Time noted, in the summer of 1967, it can happen anywhere and sometimes seems to be happening everywhere. Detroit effectively served as an exclamation mark on 3 consecutive summers of racial discontent in American cities. In 1964, riots in the Harlem and the Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhoods of New York erupted during 5 days in July. The Harlem riot left 1 dead, 118 injured, 465 arrested, and millions of dollars in property damage. A few days later, a riot broke out in Rochester, New York, forcing Governor Nelson Rockefeller to mobilize 1,000 National Guardsmen. On August 28, riots erupted in Philadelphia when police arrested an African-American woman who was blocking traffic in a busy intersection. For 3 days, the rioting continued, leaving 2 dead, 339 injured, and 308 arrested. The following year, 1965, the first major riot of the decade exploded in the Watts section of Los Angeles. If a single event can be picked to mark the dividing line of the 60s, Life later editorialized, it was Watts. The unrest began on the evening of August 11, when a white police officer stopped a car driven by a 21-year-old black man. When the man resisted arrest, a crowd gathered, forcing police to summon reinforcements. Within an hour, 1,000 residents of the predominantly black suburb were on the street, hurling rocks and bottles at the cops and shouting, "Burn, baby, burn." For 4 nights, marauding mobs burned buildings, while 500 policemen and 5,000 National Guardsmen struggled to contain the fury. Before the rioting ended, 34 were dead, nearly 4,000 were arrested, and property damage had reached $45 million. It took 14,000 National Guardsmen and several thousand local police 6 days to stop the arson, looting, and sniping. The violence continued the following year, when 38 disorders destroyed ghetto neighborhoods in cities from San Francisco to Providence, Rhode Island, during the summer of 1966. In all, the unrest resulted in 7 deaths, 400 injuries, and $5 million in property damage. Images of young black men looting stores while shouting "Burn, baby, burn" sent shockwaves through white society. None of the individual riots matched the intensity of the Watts riot, but combined they made 1966 the most violent year yet. Why were the nation's cities exploding? The riots of the 1960s were different from those that had occurred earlier in the century. During World War I era, race riots in East St. Louis 1917 and Chicago 1919, whites had invaded African American neighborhoods and assaulted residents. In 1921, a white mob in Tulsa, Oklahoma, destroyed a square mile of a black neighborhood. World War II witnessed more than a dozen such race riots. In Detroit, a clash between white and black youths in June 1943 ended with 34 dead, 25 of them African Americans. A disturbance in Harlem 3 months earlier, however, anticipated features of the 1960s riots. The violence there commenced after a white police officer tried to arrest an African American woman. The situation escalated and resulted in gangs of black youth roaming the streets, looting stores, and attacking white-owned businesses. In most cases, the official investigations of these earlier riots had blamed criminals and riffraff, refused to criticize the police for often using excessive force, and downplayed evidence that racism, discrimination, and the unequal treatment of African Americans lay at the heart of the riots. The commission investigating the 1919 Chicago riot blamed the disturbances on gangs of hoodlums. The official governor's report on the 1943 Detroit riot placed responsibility on black leaders for instigating the violence and on the black news media for spreading false rumors. While these reports dominated the headlines, separate investigations by black groups went largely unnoticed. For instance, Thurgood Marshall, chief counsel of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, launched his own study of the Detroit riot, which concluded, "Much of the blood spilled in the Detroit riot is on the hands of the Detroit Police Department." The same pattern held true for the initial official investigations of the 1960s disturbances. Many Americans took comfort in the findings of the McCone Commission, established by California Governor Pat Brown and headed by former Central Intelligence Agency, CIA Director John McCone, which studied the causes of the Watts riot. It had concluded that the riot was a senseless act of violence whipped up by a handful of alienated blacks. American society and its institutions were sound, the commission concluded. The violence was the result of a small group of agitators and was not representative of black opinion in America. Amid the disorders in Newark and Detroit in 1967, most political leaders and police officials continued to explain the riots as irrational acts promoted by a few rabble-rousers. Much of the media coverage similarly highlighted the extent of the violence and the hostility of those who took to the streets. One NBC correspondent asked Isaac Wright, a 27-year-old African-American, why he participated in the Newark riot. "In the country of America, they don't want a black man to have nothing," he said, conveying the intense anger and hostility of many poor urban blacks. When asked what he hoped to accomplish by rioting, he responded, "Try and knock the hell out of any white man I see. Tear up his car, tear up his clothes, anything I could find that would destroy him and get him out of this area." The police and local officials in 1967 pinned responsibility specifically on two prominent black nationalists, H. Rap Brown and Stokely Carmichael. The two men seemed to be everywhere, extorting crowds to violence. Their role lent credence to the idea, widely believed, although unsupported by evidence, that there existed a well-organized conspiracy to foment revolution in American cities. Carmichael, a 27-year-old West Indian who attended Howard University, captured the anger of many urban blacks when he coined the phrase Black Power after becoming the chairman of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, in 1966. Perpetually dressed in a camouflage jacket and dark sunglasses, he dismissed integration as a subterfuge for the maintenance of white supremacy. In April 1967, Carmichael traveled to Nashville, where he urged students at the all-black Fisk University to take over the administration. The next day, a group of black militants seemed to take his advice, pelting police with rocks and pellet guns. In June, he repeated his familiar refrain, urging black churchgoers in Atlanta to fight back against the hunky establishment. Hours later, a group of teens looted a local shopping mall. To some, the incident suggested that Carmichael had the power to provoke violence with his words or his presence. Shortly after the riot in Newark, Carmichael traveled to Cuba, where he told a gathering of Marxist-Leninists from throughout the Western Hemisphere that the duty of every revolutionary is to make revolution. His remarks made front-page headlines across America. Another SNCC member, Hubert Gerald Brown, known as Rap because of his ability to communicate with disenfranchised African Americans, dismissed whites as honkies and police as pigs. In July, while Detroit was still burning, Brown stood on top of a car in Cambridge, Maryland, encouraging a crowd of 300 African Americans to take their violence to the streets. "Look what the brothers did in Plainfield," he said, referring to the brutal murder of a white police officer. "They stomped a cop to death. Good. He's dead. They stomped him to death. They threw a shopping basket on his head and took his pistol and shot and then cut him." Amid cheers, he concluded, "Harlem exploded. Dayton exploded. Cincinnati exploded. It's time for Cambridge to explode." 4 hours later, the business district in Cambridge was in flames. Governor Spiro Agnew blamed Brown for the violence. The citizens of Cambridge, he told newsmen, had been victimized by this man Brown who came in from out of town intent on sowing trouble. Police issued a warrant for his arrest. Brown fled to Alexandria, Virginia, where he was arrested and charged with inciting people to riot and commit arson. As he left the jail on bail, he condemned Lyndon Johnson, calling him a wild mad dog and outlaw from Texas. Later he held a press conference, telling supporters that violence is necessary. Violence is a part of American culture. It is as American as cherry pie. Americans taught the black people to be violent. We will use that violence to rid ourselves of oppression if necessary. We will be free by any means necessary. He told his supporters that if they gave him a gun, he might just shoot Lady Bird. The riots of the mid-1960s and the emergence of a new generation of African American leaders, including Brown and Carmichael, marked an important shift in the black civil rights struggle. Since the Montgomery bus boycott in 1954, the modern civil rights movement had focused on confronting a Southern political and legal system that systematically prevented African Americans from exercising rights that most Americans of all races considered essential: the right to vote, the right of access to public facilities, and equal educational opportunity. This de jure discrimination was written into law and enforced by the state. The collision of an intransigent white power structure with the nonviolent strategy of civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr. created a sharp moral contrast between the black struggle for rights and the harsh reality of an oppressive, dominant Southern society. King's policy of nonviolence failed to gain traction in the North, where blacks suffered from less formal but no less pernicious de facto discrimination. Although not officially sanctioned by law, overt discrimination in hiring, housing, and education produced the same result. In 1960, nearly half of all black families in the United States lived below the poverty line of $3,000 for a family of 4. Median black family income was only 55% of white income, and the unemployment rate stood at twice the rate for whites. While European immigrants to northern cities benefited from high-paying union jobs, African Americans were excluded from training programs and rejected for high-paying positions in the construction industry. Blacks also faced discrimination in housing, which often confined them to living in the poorest areas of a city. For more than a century, civil rights leaders had debated whether the best way to improve the lives of African Americans was by altering white attitudes or by overhauling American institutions. At the turn of the 20th century, W.E.B. Du Bois had called upon African Americans to forge a sense of class solidarity with poor whites to produce a redistribution of wealth and power in America. More recently, Bayard Rustin had argued that American capitalism itself needed to be changed. Many middle-class black reformers, especially those connected with churches, focused instead on changing white attitudes. Martin Luther King's campaign for civil rights in the South in the 1950s and early 1960s used this approach. By 1967, however, King had grown frustrated by the intense white resistance and slow progress in the North, and had moved closer to the positions of Du Bois and Rustin. The 1960s also witnessed the re-emergence of another powerful tradition, black nationalism. In the 1920s, Marcus Garvey had promoted what he called the spirit of race, pride, and love, telling Africans to put aside their differences and embrace their shared history. "We have a beautiful history," he declared, "and we shall create another one in the future." He established the Negro Factories Corporation, which operated grocery stores, restaurants, and a clothing factory. By the early 1960s, Malcolm X, a leader of the black Muslims, had emerged as the most forceful and charismatic spokesman of black nationalism. Dismissing the aspirations of white civil rights leaders, he said that black nationalists did not want to integrate into this corrupt society, but to separate from it to a land of our own, where we can reform ourselves, lift up our moral standards, and try to be godly. In February 1965, Malcolm X was gunned down at a Harlem rally. After Malcolm X's death, many black nationalists rallied around Carmichael's plea for black power. Those who embraced the new message were frustrated by the slow pace of change and dissatisfied with liberal pleas for moderation, and they were willing to employ more militant rhetoric and tactics to achieve their goals. According to historian Thomas J. Sugru, black power was not a coherent ideology, but instead a series of impulses. One of these was a rejection of gradualism. Many African Americans had also grown weary of pursuing the integration and assimilation of black citizens into mainstream white society. They rejected established civil rights organizations for having lost touch with the concerns of everyday African Americans. Many saw the struggle for civil rights at home as part of a larger international anti-colonial movement in Asia and Africa. For that reason, they drew connections between America spending billions of dollars to fight an unnecessary war in Vietnam while refusing to confront systemic racism at home. Finally, adherents of black power drew on popular post-war social psychology that stressed the importance of self-esteem and racial pride. The rhetoric of black power agitators like Carmichael and Brown, and the spasm of violence that engulfed many cities in the middle years of the 1960s, caused widespread fear. Most of white America had never been comfortable with African American appeals for racial justice. But now whites grew more openly hostile. During the 1940s and 1950s, for example, urban whites in cities such as Detroit had split their ballots. they voted for pro-civil rights candidates for president, but in local elections that directly impacted their communities, they consistently rejected any effort to end residential segregation. In 1963, a Newsweek survey found that 55% of whites objected to having a black family living next door to them. 90% would object to having their daughters date a black man. "I don't like to touch them. It just makes me squeamish," said one Northerner. In 1964, voters in California, who elected Lyndon Johnson in a landslide, also passed, by a 2-to-1 margin, a referendum, Proposition 14, that repealed the state's new Fair Housing Act. "The essence of freedom is the right to discriminate," observed a leader of the repeal movement. By 1967, the upsurge in urban violence hardened the attitudes of many white Americans. That spring, even before the unrest in Newark and Detroit, 82% of white Americans had an unfavorable opinion of civil rights demonstrations. For many whites, the riots altered the image of African Americans from victims to aggressors. The riot cost them the moral high ground. As sociologist and Labor Department official Daniel Patrick Moynihan said, at just the time that the federal government was making progress and demonstrating the need for integration, rioters were giving whites an excuse for saying, "Those monkeys, those savages, all Negroes are rioters. To hell with them." Georgia Governor Lester Maddox was more direct, declaring, "You can't say please to a bunch of savages, rapists, and murderers." A poll taken during the Newark riot exposed the deep racial divide in America. A majority of blacks and whites supported LBJ's Great Society federal programs that helped the unemployed and improved conditions in urban areas. They sharply disagreed, however, on the causes of the riots. Blacks identified a lack of progress in housing, jobs, and education, along with police brutality. Whites disagreed. Only one white American in 100 thought blacks were being treated badly. 75% thought that Negroes are treated the same as whites. Whites blamed the violence on outside agitators and on Negroes demanding too much. A clear majority of whites, 70%, did not think there was any danger of rioting in their cities in the next 6 months. Many people, black and white, spoke about the possibility of a bloody race war in America. One newspaper speculated that the summer of 1967 may be the point in time when the American Negro finally lost all hope in the white man. Others expected that a white backlash to the unrest could produce open warfare on the streets of most American cities. New Jersey Senator Clifford Case warned that the riots could split the nation for all time into 2 warring camps. How should the nation respond to this danger? In every national emergency, the Washington Post observed at the end of July 1967, the country's attention automatically swings to Washington. The public, however, would soon discover that the federal government was divided over the causes of the riots and split on how to respond. Chapter 1. What do they want? Having ascended to the presidency by the whim of an assassin's bullet, Lyndon Johnson was determined to make his mark on the office. After winning the election in 1964 in a massive electoral landslide against Republican Barry Goldwater, LBJ pushed Congress to pass the most ambitious reform agenda since the days of Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal. By the time of the Newark and Detroit riots in 1967, however, Johnson and his administration were under siege. Largely because of the Vietnam War, the most liberal president in modern times found himself under assault by the left wing of his own party. At the same time, a resurgent Republican Party joined forces with conservative Democrats to block funding for much of the president's domestic agenda. With his legislative options limited and his political influence diminished, Johnson decided the best course for dealing with the riots was to set up a presidential commission to look into the causes of the unrest and to offer possible solutions. On November 26, 1963, 4 days after John F. Kennedy was gunned down while riding in an open motorcade in Dallas, LBJ had stood before a hushed and solemn joint session of Congress and committed himself to fulfilling the slain president's agenda. "We would be untrue to the trust he reposed in us," he said in his distinctive Texas drawl, "if we did not remain true to the tasks he relinquished when God summoned him." Always the political tactician, Johnson realized that Kennedy's death provided him with a powerful symbol to build political support for an expansive liberal agenda. "Everything I had ever learned in the history books taught me that martyrs have to die for causes," he later reflected. John Kennedy had died, but his cause was not really clear. That was my job. I had to take the dead man's program and turn it into a martyr's cause. The martyr's cause that LBJ created consisted of an ambitious set of new federal programs to aid the poor and to expand the rights of African Americans. In 1964, he outlined his utopian vision for America's future in a 20-minute commencement address at the University of Michigan. "Americans," he told an appreciative audience of 80,000 who interrupted him for applause 29 times, had conquered a continent and achieved unprecedented prosperity. Now it was time for the nation to address the problems of poverty and racial injustice. The challenge for the future, he charged, was to move not only toward the rich society and the powerful society, but upward to the great society. In this great society, people would be more concerned with the quality of their goals than with the quantity of their goods. As part of his Great Society, LBJ launched an unconditional war on poverty. The Economic Opportunity Act of 1964 authorized almost $1 billion for a wide range of anti-poverty programs, including Head Start for preschoolers and the Job Corps for inner-city youth. The law also authorized creation of the Office of Economic Opportunity, OEO, to coordinate the anti-poverty battle. And attacking poverty was only the beginning. That November, he won a landslide victory over Arizona Senator Barry Goldwater, attracting votes from all areas of the country, from labor and business, young and old, black and white, and from across the political spectrum. Johnson now had a mandate to support an ambitious agenda and the congressional majorities to pass it. His massive victory, however, would prove both a benefit and a burden. It allowed him to push through Congress nearly 200 major pieces of legislation addressing a wide range of social needs: medical insurance for the elderly, education funding for the young, immigration reform, consumer protection, aid for mass transit, urban development, and slum clearance. The legislation rolled through the House and Senate in such profusion and so methodically, according to one White House official, that you seemed part of some vast, overpowering machinery oiled to purr. Yet the magnitude of his victory convinced LBJ that he could dramatically expand government spending without raising taxes, that he could help the poor while retaining the loyalty of business interests, and that he could fight both poverty at home and communism abroad. The president was convinced that he had constructed an enduring consensus and that the deep divisions that had characterized American politics since World War II were fading in the wake of unprecedented prosperity. He would soon learn, however, that deep cracks existed beneath his superficial consensus and that his ambitious agenda rested on the back of a fragile coalition. No issues threatened his coalition more than civil rights. Improving the conditions of African Americans was at the core of Johnson's vision of a great society. His predecessor had been a reluctant convert to the civil rights cause. By the summer of 1963, however, sit-in demonstrations, freedom riders, and recalcitrant Southern politicians had pushed Kennedy to embrace race equality. On June 11, JFK told the nation that civil rights was a moral issue, one that was, he said, as old as the scriptures and as clear as the American Constitution. 8 days after his speech, Kennedy asked Congress for laws to support voting rights, to aid school districts that were desegregating, to ban segregation of public facilities, and to empower the Attorney General to initiate proceedings against segregated schools. But Kennedy's legislation was stalled in Congress when he traveled to Dallas in November 1963. Unlike Kennedy, LBJ knew how to get legislation through Congress. After his election to the Senate in 1948, Johnson had impressed powerful Democrats with his energy and ambition. As minority leader and then as majority leader, he became a master of parliamentary maneuver and a skillful behind-the-scenes negotiator. A tall, physically imposing man, Johnson was not afraid to twist arms to bend recalcitrant senators to his will. His technique became known as the Johnson treatment. He moved in close, his face a scant millimeter from his target, his eyes widening and narrowing, his eyebrows rising and falling. Vice President Hubert Humphrey once described an encounter with Johnson as an almost hypnotic experience. I came out of that session covered with blood, sweat, tears, spit, and sperm. A few days after Kennedy's funeral, Johnson called Martin Luther King Jr. and told him, "I'm going to try to be all of your hopes." At the same time, he informed Congress that he would not accept any compromise. "I'm not going to cavil and I'm not going to compromise," he told Georgia Democrat and close friend Senator Richard Russell. "I'm going to pass the Civil Rights Bill just as it is, Dick, and if you get in my way, I'm going to run you down." The president was true to his word. He stood firm against entrenched conservative opposition, most of it from the leadership of his own party, and applied enough pressure to get a strong civil rights bill through Congress. On July 2nd, President Johnson signed the measure into law. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 was the most far-reaching law of its kind since Reconstruction. The Congressional Quarterly called it the most sweeping civil rights measure to clear either house of Congress in the 20th century. LBJ did not stop there. In March 1965, 60 state policemen brutally assaulted a group of peaceful African Americans as they marched over the Edmund Pettus Bridge on their way from Selma, Alabama, to the state capital, Montgomery. White spectators cheered the police on, while Sheriff Jim Clark bellowed, "Get those goddamn niggers!" The vicious confrontation, seen on the evening news on all the networks, horrified the nation and pushed the administration into action. A few days later, Johnson went before Congress to make his case for a powerful new voting rights bill. Selma, he told the hushed chambers, marked a turning point in American history equal to Lexington and Concord. Because it is not just Negroes, but really all of us who must overcome the crippling legacy of bigotry and injustice. And, he concluded, we shall overcome. Martin Luther King Jr. called Johnson's speech one of the most eloquent, unequivocal, and passionate pleas for human rights ever made by a president of the United States. In June, LBJ told an audience at Howard University that the problems facing African Americans developed from centuries of oppression and persecution and flowed from the long years of segregation and discrimination. He declared that freedom alone was not enough, arguing that the next phase of the civil rights movement must bring about true equality in all areas of American life. You do not take a person who, for years, has been hobbled by chains and liberate them, bring him to the starting line of a race, and then say, you are free to compete with all the others, and still justly believe that you have been completely fair. 2 months later, on August 6th, in the President's room of the Capitol, where 104 years earlier Abraham Lincoln had signed the Emancipation Proclamation, Johnson signed into law the Voting Rights Act of 1965. With a statue of Lincoln to his right, Johnson spoke of when blacks had first come to Jamestown in 1619. They came in darkness and chains. Today we strike away the last major shackles of those fierce and ancient bonds. 5 days after the Voting Rights Act was signed into law, Watts exploded. LBJ could not understand how, despite all the progress he had made, the new initiatives launched, and the political capital spent, young African Americans could turn against him. According to the White House domestic policy advisor Joseph Califano, during the Watts riots, the typically hands-on LBJ had refused to answer the phone or respond to his domestic advisors for guidance on handling the crisis. He just wouldn't accept it, Califano recalled. When he finally decided to confront the situation, Johnson wallowed in self-pity. How is it possible? After all we've accomplished, how can it be? According to NAACP Director Roy Wilkins, LBJ seemed to take the riot as a personal affront, a rejection of all he had done for black Americans. What do they want? Johnson asked of his critics. I'm giving them boom times and more good legislation than anybody else did. And what do? Attack and sneer. Could FDR do better? Could anybody do better? What do they want? 2 years and dozens of riots later, LBJ remained puzzled by the violence. In private conversations, he sometimes referred to the rioters as hoodlums and commie agitators. At other times, he expressed sympathy for their cause and acknowledged that despite all that he had done, it would not be enough. God knows how little we really moved on this issue, he said. As I see it, I've moved the Negro from D+ to C-. He's still nowhere. He knows it. And that's why he's out in the streets. Hell, I'd be there too. LBJ further suggested that his Great Society programs may have inadvertently contributed to the riots by giving blacks hope they had never experienced before. When someone is kept as a slave, Johnson said, there is a minimum of trouble. As suppressed people begin to rise from prejudice and discrimination, there is naturally going to be more problems. Johnson also understood the frustrations of working-class whites, many of whom had labored hard to achieve only a minimum level of security and then watched blacks rioting on television. There are thousands of people who've worked hard every day to save up for a week's vacation or a new stove, he said. And they look around and think they see their tax dollars going to finance a bunch of ungrateful rioters. After Watts, LBJ assumed that his Great Society programs, when fully implemented, would help alleviate some of the anger and frustration that caused the riots. By 1967, he had no such hope. Johnson's cherished consensus was unraveling. He had already spent his political capital to get his ambitious legislative agenda passed, and he had fewer resources available to deal with the many problems at home due to the war abroad in Southeast Asia. President Kennedy had committed the United States to preventing a communist victory in Vietnam, where rebels backed by China were threatening to overthrow a corrupt American ally in the South. Over the next few years, the situation in the South deteriorated, and the United States faced the real possibility that the government it favored would fall. Johnson had been reluctant to commit American ground troops to Asia, but he was also determined to prevent the communists from gaining ground in the global struggle for power. In July 1965, LBJ sent American troops to Vietnam, convinced that the show of force would convince the enemy to back down. The strategy failed. The North Vietnamese attacks escalated, and so did the American troop commitment. By 1967, there were more than 450,000 American combat troops in Vietnam, and U.S. warplanes were dropping thousands of bombs on North Vietnam. Despite the increased American presence, the military situation continued to deteriorate, and American casualties continued to mount. The war was a constant source of frustration for the president, monopolizing his time and energy and shattering his fragile coalition and cherished consensus. It divided liberals into rival camps of hawks and doves, and it forged a gap between older Americans who were convinced that winning was necessary to preserve American prestige and stem the tide of communism, and younger ones who questioned the Cold War assumptions of their parents. As the war dragged on, the number of protesters swelled, and the vehemence of their dissent intensified. By 1966, students at leading research universities and elite private colleges were holding mass demonstrations, burning draft cards, and chanting derisive slogans like, "Hey, hey, LBJ, how many kids did you kill today?" Many establishment figures also began raising questions about American involvement in Vietnam. In January 1966, Arkansas Senator J. William Fulbright, the powerful chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, held a series of nationally televised hearings that subjected American Vietnam policy to penetrating, sometimes caustic analysis. Following the hearings, Fulbright declared the United States was in danger of losing its perspective on what exactly is within the realm of its power and what is beyond. Martin Luther King Jr., who had muted his public criticism of the war for fear of dividing the civil rights movement, now complained that the promises of the Great Society topped the casualty list of the conflict. The war also eroded public faith in Johnson's presidency. The phrase credibility gap found its way into the American vocabulary as journalists began questioning the truthfulness of Johnson's statements on a whole range of issues, especially the war. The Los Angeles Times defined the term as a phrase invented by Washington newsmen who didn't want to come out and call any public official a liar. LBJ repeatedly offered unrealistic estimates of how long the war would go on and how much it would cost. While confidently predicting victory in public, he privately feared defeat. LBJ's penchant for bending the truth to suit his purposes raised doubts about his integrity and began to undermine public trust in his presidency. Harry McPherson, a fellow Texan who served as a presidential speechwriter and advisor, noted at a meeting discussing the 1967 State of the Union message, "The president is simply not believed." In addition to dividing Johnson's supporters and casting doubts on his truthfulness, the war in Vietnam cost money and drained resources that LBJ had hoped would fund his domestic agenda. By 1967, confronting a growing budget deficit, LBJ recognized that he would need to ask the American people to make sacrifices if they intended to wage wars at home against poverty and abroad against communism. In his 1967 State of the Union address, Johnson asked Congress for a 6% surcharge on individual and corporate income taxes. Most members of Congress, however, preferred reductions in domestic spending to increases in taxes. Republicans and many Democrats, including powerful House Ways and Means Chairman Wilbur Mills, expressed doubts about Johnson's tax surcharge. Mills said that any tax increase would have to be accompanied by deep cuts in domestic spending. Although LBJ refused to acknowledge the contradiction between his efforts to fight a war in Vietnam and reform society at home, this tension was obvious to many critics. As he had for the past 5 decades, syndicated political columnist Walter Lippmann captured the anguish of American liberalism. There was, he wrote in 1967, a disparity between the American ideals of opportunity and the reality of racism. This ominous gap had kindled the riots in American cities. Some of the older generation of black leaders accepted the gap and were willing, if not eager, to accept modest steps and gradual progress. Not so young black citizens and activists demanded immediate reform and rejected the counsel of established civil rights leaders. Lippmann believed that closing the fissure would require the full attention and all the resources of the federal government. A general movement of reform and reconstruction can exist only if its objectives are the main preoccupation of the great masses of the nation, he wrote. In 1964, it had seemed possible that fulfilling the promises of the Great Society would become the main American preoccupation for generations to come. But when LBJ decided to send troops to Vietnam, it became impossible, he wrote, to expect people to be preoccupied at one and the same time with two dramatically opposite and contradicting commitments, with a war on the other side of the world and with the rebuilding of their own society at home. After LBJ went to war, Lippmann concluded, "The Great Society lost its momentum and its soul and became nothing more than a complex series of political handouts to the poor." Another factor tying LBJ's hands as he confronted the unrest in Newark and Detroit was a white backlash and growing opposition in Congress to his Great Society policies. In 1966, Republicans had tapped into fear of crime and protest by campaigning on a tough law and order platform. They gained 47 House seats and 3 in the Senate. The Democrats lost more seats in 1966 than they had added in 1964. Republicans were giddy with the results, seeing the victory as a mandate to roll back the Great Society. "I view this election as a repudiation of the president's domestic policies," declared House Republican leader Gerald Ford. Even leading Democrats saw the political writing on the wall. Senate Majority Leader Mike Mansfield said the watchwords of the new Congress were "stop, look, and listen." Nevertheless, some liberals pushed LBJ to continue to launch new social programs. The president found himself trapped between a liberal wing of his party that demanded he do more and voters who complained that he was doing too much. In the wake of the unrest in July 1967, many liberals argued that the riots were a spontaneous expression of desperation by people who felt excluded from the mainstream of American society. They wanted to address what they believed were the riots' root causes: poverty, lack of opportunity, a growing gap between rich and poor. Senator Robert F. Kennedy compared the riots to the Bonus Army, a group of World War I veterans and their families who had camped out in Washington, D.C. in 1932 to demand immediate payment of bonuses that were not redeemable until 1945. "Today the army of the dispossessed and disenchanted sits, not just in Washington, but in every major city, in every region and section of the country," he told a Senate committee. Liberals demanded renewed federal action to help the disadvantaged. "If we can spend billions of dollars rebuilding Germany and revitalizing the people of Europe, with more billions for arms for Southeast Asia, we can afford to spend a few billions putting our Negro people back on their feet," declared Martin Luther King Jr. The New York Times editorialized that cracking down on lawlessness was only part of the answer. "Cities will smolder until the walls that block Negro opportunity come tumbling down," it pronounced. "Anti-riot police will not prevent riots. Pro-job, pro-education, pro-housing measures, in the long run, will." Johnson had developed a different understanding of the riots. Frustrated by the political deadlock in Washington, feeling constrained by a lack of resources, and lacking fresh ideas for preventing future unrest, LBJ resorted to conspiracy theories. Convinced that most blacks supported him and his policies, he became certain the riots were the result of a handful of communist agitators who were part of a well-orchestrated plot to foment violence in the nation's cities. According to Califano, Federal Bureau of Investigation FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover had been providing the president with reports of communist involvement, rumors of Chinese communist funding, and ominous predictions of even more dreadful disturbances to come. Speechwriter Harry McPherson noted that Hoover served up a lot of raw evidence to support Johnson's belief there was a conspiracy. The explanation was easier to accept than the alternative, that the riots were indeed the result of deep social problems. McPherson summed up the logic this way: good Negroes simply don't go around shooting the people unless they are inspired by bad Negroes or bad white people, communists. The evidence suggests, however, that the White House willfully twisted Hoover's actual assessment of the riots to support its own preconceived view that the disturbances were the result of a conspiracy. Hoover and Johnson were engaged in a dance of mutual self-interest. The two men had been neighbors and friends, and they knew how to manipulate each other. Hoover, who had been a fixture in Washington since he organized Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer's infamous raids in 1919 to 1920, saw the riots as an opportunity to enlarge his fiefdom and expand the FBI surveillance efforts. Over the previous decades, Hoover had instituted a series of administrative reforms that refurbished the FBI's professional image even as it used illegal tactics, break-ins, telephone wiretaps, and electronic bugs to smear its critics and keep politicians in line. LBJ needed Hoover's credibility as the most respected law enforcement officer in the nation to send a message that the White House was tough on issues of law and order. LBJ called on the FBI so often that he had a direct line telephone placed in the bedroom of the FBI's liaison with the White House. Johnson also kept Hoover close because he was fearful of what information the FBI had collected on him over the years. He once said that he would rather have Hoover inside the tent pissing out than outside pissing in. The FBI's official position was that local incidents instigated the riots in Newark and Detroit, and that there was no national coordination or conspiracy. But Hoover could not pass up the opportunity to feed LBJ's paranoia by railing against the radicals, communists, the New Left, and even establishment civil rights leaders. On July 26, Hoover sent LBJ a memo about the causes of the riots. Most of its 33 pages consisted of a detailed description of how Black Power advocates Stokely Carmichael and H. Rap Brown aggravated racial tensions. Although Martin Luther King Jr. opposed violence and had spoken out against the riots, Hoover discussed him alongside Carmichael and Brown, arguing that certain individuals who have been prominent in civil rights activities must bear a major burden of the guilt and responsibility for the turmoil created by the riots. King, he wrote, openly professed abhorrence for violence, but his views and public observations have actually set the stage for its eruption. Yet buried in his rambling, tendentious diatribe against anyone who challenged the status quo was recognition that the riots have been characterized by spontaneous outbursts of mob violence. Hoover skimmed over the central fact that there is no evidence to date indicating prior organization, planning, conspiracy, or subversive influence in the Newark riot. Nearly all the riots were instigated by an initial minor incident involving police action, which quickly escalated into an explosion of blind, irrational mob fury and action. It was at this point, Hoover suggested, that several subversive organizations injected themselves into the situation. But Johnson likely never saw the key lines where Hoover, however begrudgingly, acknowledged there was no conspiracy. Certainly, White House aide Sherwin Markham did not highlight the finding in his 2-page summary of the FBI director's report. Markham told the president that the riots were characterized by murder, arson, looting, and wanton destruction. He made vague mentions of the riots being marked by a single incident, before moving on to describe how the volatile situations were intensified by the efforts of Black Power advocates. In keeping with Hoover's approach, Markham's memo underplayed the FBI finding that there was no evidence of a conspiracy and instead provided a detailed accounting of the various subversive groups that were involved in the riots. Despite his frustration and his sense of paranoia, however, LBJ had never abandoned his commitment to improving conditions in America's inner cities. He remained convinced that he could end the war in Vietnam and refocus the nation on the issues about which he cared most. Beginning in 1966, LBJ had sent White House aides on secret missions to 15 American cities to assess conditions there and suggest short-term measures he could take to prevent future outbreaks. The reports coming back to the White House were not reassuring. In Washington, D.C., residents complained about rats, exorbitant rents, and poor enforcement of building codes. A report from Chicago observed that many blacks were alienated and angry and predicted that riots would come and be intensified. In Cleveland, everyone believed that riots were inevitable. A report from the Bedford-Stuyvesant section of New York City described residents as hard and bitter and observed that all the conditions for another riot were present. In Philadelphia, staff members found frustration and anguish among urban blacks, many of whom lived in filthy, run-down, rat and roach-infested apartments. To demonstrate that he had not abandoned the cities, and that he still believed that the nation could have both guns and butter, LBJ returned to Howard University in 1966 to publicly renew his commitment to the civil rights cause. He was fully aware of the political price he was paying for the promise he had made in his last appearance at Howard. In 1966, McPherson had warned him that Americans believed in the equality of opportunity, but not in the equality of the result, which LBJ seemed to be championing. Most people, LBJ's aide argued, believed that ending legal discrimination was enough. They saw a moral clarity in the civil rights struggle in the South, where African Americans were fighting against white racists who forced them to sit in the back of the bus. But now, McPherson noted, there were no villains, at least none that strangers could identify, in the broken homes of the northern cities where men chose to be unemployed, women chose welfare, and young people chose heroin. McPherson's sobering message did little to dampen Johnson's genuine commitment to the civil rights cause. He promised the audience that he would never retract or retreat or amend the promises he had made in 1965. He listed his impressive contributions to the cause of civil rights. Because we have come so far, he declared, I know and you know that we have the power to go further, to make the past 10 years only a prologue, and the next 10 years the time when the Negro in America can say at last, I am a free man. I believe it will be so. I shall bend my will to make it so. By the summer of 1967, however, it was unclear how much further Johnson's will could bend. President Johnson's immediate task in July 1967 was to stop the riots. He had to walk a fine line. If he appeared too sympathetic to the demands of the protesters, he would alienate many middle-class whites. If he took a hard law and order line, he would anger liberals. According to McPherson, every time there was a new outbreak of unrest, the administration worried whether increased federal aid to the affected city would be perceived as rewarding the rioters. LBJ feared the prospect of a white backlash that could turn back the clock on many of the gains that had been made since he entered office. Most of all, LBJ wanted to avoid sending federal troops into American cities to quell the violence. Not only did he fear the political backlash if federal troops accidentally killed innocent civilians, but he also worried that the images of hardened troops patrolling the streets of major American cities would signal the failure of his domestic agenda. Despite the destruction and deaths, quelling the unrest in Newark was made easier for the White House because New Jersey Governor Richard Hughes was a close Johnson ally. On July 14, 2 days after the Newark riot started, the governor called the White House to let the president know that he would not be asking for federal help, but he wanted LBJ to know that the city was experiencing a very dangerous riot. White House Chief of Staff Marvin Watson scribbled on the bottom of the memorandum, "Do not think President should get into it." Johnson later spoke with Hughes by phone. "Well, I just wanted you to know that the President, the Attorney General, and everyone here wants to support you and give you any aid," he said, while stopping short of promising anything specific. While monitoring the riot, LBJ searched for some symbolic gesture to show the public he was taking the unrest seriously. At a July 19 cabinet meeting, LBJ urged officials to do more on the problems with minority groups and with the cities. The problem, he suggested, was optics. "We are not getting our story over," he said. He also announced that he was setting up a cabinet task force headed by Vice President Hubert Humphrey. After the meeting, LBJ held a private gathering with NAACP Executive Director Roy Wilkins and the Urban League's Executive Director Whitney Young. Califano, who attended the meeting, was struck by the two African-American leaders' despair. Wilkins had reason to feel despondent. A few days earlier, at the annual NAACP convention in Boston, he fought back an insurgent movement of Black Power advocates demanding more seats on the board. Their goal was to change the middle-class image of the storied organization and push it toward more direct action to challenge the white power structure in America. Although Wilkins successfully defeated the insurrection, the affair left him deeply shaken, and both men seemed helpless and confused by the violence in Newark. They had led so many successful battles for civil rights in the courts and Congress, Califano reflected. Now they were at bay, numbed by their lack of influence. During his meeting with Whitney and Young, LBJ proceeded to recite the many accomplishments of his great society before launching into an attack on white liberals. LBJ never trusted liberals, and they reciprocated the sentiment. He had always believed that people from distinguished families with old money and Ivy League educations scorned a self-made Texan like himself. Although he had developed a close relationship with President Kennedy during his years as vice president, he remained resentful of the Kennedy people, most of whom saw him as a caretaker president and anticipated Robert Kennedy returning the White House to the family. Liberals viewed Johnson as a slick wheeler-dealer devoid of any real principle. "We are now divided. We've got liberal, progressive forces going down different roads. I am a progressive. I'm not a liberal," Johnson told Wilkins and Young. "A liberal is intolerant of other views. He wants to control your thoughts and actions." According to Califano, Johnson leaned forward on the arm of his rocker and asked, "You know the difference between cannibals and liberals? Cannibals eat only their enemies." LBJ viewed the problem largely as one of messaging. Poor blacks, he reasoned, were simply not aware of all the things his administration was doing for them. The vice presidential task force would help to get the word out, but Johnson never had any intention of giving it real power. LBJ was already steaming over a July 15 United Press International news ticker reporting that Humphrey had called Governor Hughes to offer federal aid. The offer had infuriated Johnson, who told Califano to inform the vice president that he had no authority, spell it out, N-O-N-E, to provide any federal aid to Newark or any other city, town, or county in America. But Humphrey kept talking and making promises. On July 16, the Associated Press reported that the vice president had offered to send U.S. Marshals to Newark. LBJ told Califano he wanted the vice president gagged for good before he brings down the administration. Johnson expected Humphrey's task force to serve two purposes: to give the public the impression that the administration was taking the disturbances seriously, and to keep Humphrey busy and out of the way. LBJ gave the new group clear instructions. It should focus largely on public relations. He wanted to make sure people knew that the nation was making progress under his leadership. Blame for the wretched conditions in urban areas rested not with his great society, but with members of Congress who refused to provide appropriate funding for Johnson's programs. Dealing with the violence in Detroit was trickier for the Johnson administration because Michigan's governor, Republican George Romney, was a potential rival for the presidency. While Detroit burned, the two men engaged in a very public blame game. Romney criticized LBJ for hesitating to send in federal troops. LBJ, suspicious that Romney would try to blame the administration for the riots, insisted that the governor publicly state that he had lost control of the situation and specifically request federal troops. Johnson was worried about falling into a Republican trap, but he was also genuinely fearful of the consequences of federal troops killing American civilians. LBJ told aides that he was concerned about the charge that we cannot kill enough people in Vietnam, so we go out and shoot civilians in Detroit. Despite his reservations, LBJ ordered troops from the 82nd Airborne and 101st Airborne to nearby Selfridge Air Force Base on July 24 in the event they were needed. At the same time, he sent former Deputy Secretary of Defense Cyrus Vance, who was in Washington to attend his mother's funeral, to Detroit to report on conditions there. Arriving that same day, Vance initially determined that the situation was under control, but later that evening, when conditions deteriorated, he recommended sending in federal troops. Later that evening, a reluctant LBJ signed the executive order dispatching federal troops to Detroit. According to Roger Wilkins, an African-American civil rights activist who served as the director of the Community Relations Service in the administration, Johnson shouted, "I don't want my troops shooting some before realizing that Wilkins was in the room. He quickly substituted pregnant woman. Deputy Attorney General Warren Christopher claimed that Johnson refused to be stampeded into committing federal troops until he was satisfied that the situation was beyond the control of local resources. Even Califano, however, admitted that LBJ was being overly legalistic. Johnson could have ignored Romney's vacillation and political maneuvering, he wrote later. He had the constitutional and legal authority to deploy troops. Shortly before midnight, LBJ went on national television to explain his decision to send troops into an American city. J. Edgar Hoover, Attorney General Ramsey Clark, Defense Secretary Robert McNamara, and two other Pentagon officials stood on camera behind him. The image was designed to send a clear message regarding Johnson's commitment to law and order. Supreme Court Justice Abe Fortas, who helped write the speech, convinced LBJ that Romney was trying to draw the White House into the mess in Detroit so he could then turn around and scream about federal intervention. Thus, the 7-minute statement mentioned Romney 14 times and emphasized the undisputed evidence that Governor Romney of Michigan and the local officials in Detroit have been unable to bring the situation under control. The not-so-subtle attacks on Romney caught the attention of the New York Times. The president's midnight speech was devoted mainly to saying, with lawyerish repetition, that Governor Romney had lost control of events. He could not avoid taking a shot at Romney. Throughout the night, the president also badgered Hoover for information that would prove that the disturbances were communist-inspired. The president stated that he had been of the opinion that there was a concerted action and a pattern about all of these riots, Hoover wrote in a memorandum the following day. LBJ, he noted, wanted evidence which would indicate that there has been a concerted action to bring about these riots. Hoover promised to comply with the request, but he pointed out that, at the present time, from the information we have received from our field offices, there has not been any concerted action in the riots which have occurred. The FBI director reiterated its position that the riots had been triggered by some individual incident, and while outsiders did not initiate the event, they rushed in after the riot was in full force. He emphasized that the FBI also had no information indicating that the communists initiated the riots. The riots in Newark and Detroit poisoned an already bitter well in Washington. Reflecting a widespread fear among white America, Congress responded to the unrest by pushing for tough law and order measures. Senator Robert Byrd of West Virginia said that the riots should be put down with brutal force and that looters should be shot on the spot. Like the president, many members of Congress, Democrats and Republicans, assumed the riots were the result of a well-orchestrated conspiracy. "I can't help but believe that there is in the background some national plan," declared Michigan's Gerald Ford. Senate Minority Leader Everett Dirksen of Illinois claimed there was mounting evidence that the riots may be the result of organized planning and execution on a national scale. At one point, he suggested that Molotov cocktails were being manufactured in factories in New York and other cities. South Carolina's Strom Thurmond pointed to a range of culprits, blaming the riots on communism, false compassion, civil disobedience, court decisions, and criminal instinct. Anger and frustration boiled over in the House of Representatives, where members tripped over each other to condemn the rioters and brandish their law and order credentials. Conservative Democrats were among the most vocal. Arkansas Democrat John L. McClellan, for instance, saw the riots as an opportunity to undermine civil rights legislation and recent Supreme Court decisions that guaranteed accused lawbreakers the right to an attorney and required officers to inform criminal suspects of their rights. At the same time, the Senate Judiciary Committee, headed by James Eastland of Mississippi, opened hearings on a tough crime bill. The first witnesses were police chiefs from around the country. North Carolina Democratic Senator Sam Ervin, chairman of the Senate Subcommittee on Constitutional Rights, complained that Congress had adopted civil rights legislation in 1964 and 1965 under the expectation that the new laws, which he had opposed, would move protests from the streets to the courts. In both years, he now said, Congress yielded to the political blackmail. We legislated at gunpoint. If the mindless destruction of our cities has proven anything, I would hope it has now put this myth to rest forever. Sensing blood in the political waters, the Republican Coordinating Committee, the party's highest policy-making body, placed blame for the riots squarely on LBJ's shoulders. How many more people must die, it asked, before the president will support or approve legislation to restore order and protect the people of this country? A weekly House Republican newsletter accused LBJ of responding to the riots with unpardoned vacillation, indecision, and even indifference. Dirksen, the Republican Senate leader, was even more direct. "Today no one is safe on the streets, in his home, or in his property," he declared. "How many millions of people must be made homeless? How many thousands wounded, maimed, or killed over the years before the president will support or approve legislation to restore order and protect the people of this country?" Democratic leaders, meanwhile, rushed to LBJ's defense. House Majority Leader Carl Albert said the Republican attempt to blame Johnson was irresponsible and ridiculous. Senate Majority Leader Mike Mansfield argued that the best way to stop rioting was to approve LBJ's proposals for poverty and controlling the sale of guns. The hardening of attitudes destroyed any hope of bipartisan cooperation. After, Newark Congress scuttled a plan to approve $2 billion for the war on poverty. The administration believed that if the bill came to a vote on the House floor, it would face certain defeat. Another White House initiative met a similar fate in the wake of the riots. Earlier in the year, Johnson had proposed the Rat Extermination Act, which was designed to protect poor children from being bitten by rats. The measure would have created a 2-year, $40 million program to exterminate rats and attack the conditions that breed them. When it came up for a House vote, 3 days after the Newark riots, Southern Democrats and Republicans ridiculed the bill and joined forces to defeat it, calling it a civil rats bill. Florida Representative James Haley got a laugh when he said, "Why not just buy some cats and turn them loose on the rats?" The next day, Congress overwhelmingly passed a crime bill that imposed a $10,000 fine and 5 years in jail on anyone who crossed state lines with the intent to incite a riot. Unable to agree on a response to the riots, the two parties in Congress punted and called for the creation of a special commission. Even here, they could not agree on its purpose. The Republican Coordinating Committee called for a joint congressional committee to investigate on an emergency basis the planning, organization, method of operation of the rioters and to recommend steps to end the rioting and civil disorder. Dirksen had his own ideas, declaring that he wanted a commission to see if there is a touch of red behind the riots. He sponsored a Republican resolution in the Senate that called for a committee not only to investigate the causes of the riots, but also to examine any evidence that would indicate the existence of any conspiracy to provoke such civil disorders and evidence which may indicate that such civil disorders have been or may be organized, instigated, or encouraged by any communist or other subversive organization. Senate Democrats, in an effort to derail the Republican proposals, supported a bill by Maryland's Joseph Tidings and Utah's Frank Moss, calling for a joint committee of Congress to examine the crime problem. Liberals pleaded with LBJ to preempt these investigations by appointing a high-profile White House panel made up of people who would be more sympathetic to the administration's agenda. Even before Detroit, civil rights leader A. Philip Randolph recommended that LBJ assemble a small group of responsible national leadership, including civil rights leaders. On July 25th, 2 days after the Detroit riot began, Mike Mansfield, the Senate Democratic leader, said he wanted to avoid turning the riots into a political football and recommended a blue ribbon committee appointed by the president. Later that same day, Oklahoma Senator Fred Harris introduced a bill calling for the president to appoint a special commission on civil strife. His proposal was similar to Randolph's and distinct from those coming from his colleagues, because he wanted a panel that included officials from federal, state, and local governments. He suggested that the commission be empowered to produce a short-term report in 1 month and a fuller report in 6 months. Harris convinced his fellow senator and friend Minnesota's Walter Mondale to co-sign the resolution. But instead of waiting for the Senate to consider his plan, Harris messengered a copy of the resolution to the White House with a cover note asking the president, by executive order, to appoint such a commission and set it to work. White House aide Douglas Cater forwarded the memo to the president, highlighting that Harris believed an executive commission would be preferable to any kind of congressional or joint committee investigation. Harris's lobbying effort did not stop there. Learning that Mansfield had a regularly scheduled meeting at the White House that evening, Harris asked the Senate leader to discuss with the president his idea for a blue ribbon commission. Not all liberals believed a special commission was necessary, however. Connecticut Senator Abraham Ribicoff, whose subcommittee on urban unrest had heard 100 witnesses and compiled more than 4,000 pages of testimony, claimed the nation already knew the cause of the riots. What it lacked was the will to act. We must end the eternal search for consensus and exercise real leadership, he told a meeting of Jewish war veterans. Ribicoff, who called for a massive overall commitment addressed to the basic pressure points in the cities of America, proposed a 10-year, $50 billion program to eliminate substandard urban housing. He estimated that the nation needed to invest as much as $1.3 trillion to develop new schools, health centers, and community facilities. This is just the answer that Congress does not want to hear, Ribicoff pointed out. Ribicoff's plan called for massive federal investment in jobs, housing, and education, but it also took another step that made many liberals uncomfortable. it linked the problems in the cities with spending on the Vietnam War. The cost of eliminating America's slums and giving everybody a guaranteed minimum annual income would probably run to about half the present cost of Vietnam, Ribicoff said. To put it another way, can a nation that is spending about $300,000 to kill each Viet Cong afford to give $500 a year, say, to poor parents for family allowances? Ribicoff raised good points that the leadership of his own party chose to ignore. For now, the only consensus in Congress was that the discussion of the riots was too polarized to be handled through traditional means, and that only a special commission could address the topic. Even here, though, they disagreed on both the composition and the mandate of the proposed new group. Most of LBJ's closest advisers believed that he should make some gesture to reassure the public. White House aide Douglas Cater recognized the need for action and suggested a calm, reasoned act by the president as soon as the fire stopped burning. A few wanted the president to travel to a riot-torn city to demonstrate his compassion. Cater and White House speechwriter Harry McPherson lobbied LBJ to give a nationally televised address to the nation. Late in the evening of Monday, July 24th, McPherson sent the president a draft speech. It contained few promises of federal action, he wrote, but it allowed the president to establish moral leadership at a time of crisis. He said that the riots are becoming a national problem, and people may begin looking anxiously to the national leader for perspective, if not for solutions. McPherson's draft made no mention of establishing a commission to investigate the causes of the riots, however. Initially, Johnson resisted giving a television address to the nation. He worried that giving a speech about the riots would force him to assume responsibility for a situation over which he had little control. He also feared that addressing the nation during a spasm of violence would make him look weak and ineffectual. Apparently, a call from Supreme Court Justice Abe Fortas later Wednesday afternoon changed his mind. McPherson sent a memo to the president summarizing Fortas's position. He feels the time has come for you to go on television and address the country, preferably Friday or Saturday, McPherson wrote. He believes you should ask the nation to observe Sunday as a day of reflection on the racial torment our country is suffering. It was important, the justice said, that the president speak as teacher and moral leader. Fortas, however, made no mention of a commission to investigate the riots. LBJ scribbled on the McPherson memorandum, "I rather agree. See what you can develop." The next morning, Thursday, July 27th, Johnson informed aides that he had decided to give a speech on national television, and he planned to give it that evening. His staff scrambled to prepare. Now that the president had signed off on giving a national address, the question became, what should he say? LBJ agreed that he needed to establish his moral leadership, and he liked Fortas's suggestion that he designate Sunday as a day of healing and reflection. The president added another ingredient, however. He wanted to announce the formation of a national commission to investigate the causes of the riots and to make recommendations for preventing them from happening again. To many of his closest aides, this idea seemed to come from nowhere. In all the conversations and memos circulating among aides in the White House in the days after Newark and Detroit, no one had suggested that the president create a commission. There is no evidence that LBJ paid much attention to the proposals along these lines offered by members of Congress. Johnson later claimed that the commission was Whitney Young's idea. For LBJ, creating a high-profile commission was an attractive course of action. It allowed him to tell the nation that he was taking concrete steps to address the problem of urban racial unrest. Calling for a commission also allowed the president to demonstrate leadership without pinning himself down to specific and possibly controversial positions. According to Califano, LBJ wanted a commission to help whites understand the plight of black ghetto dwellers and to demonstrate to blacks that he was working to alleviate their plight. Just as important, Johnson hoped the announcement would preempt the many proposed congressional investigations and allow LBJ to maintain control over the public's understanding of the riots. He feared that the competing congressional investigations would simply attack him from the right for pandering to rioters and from the left for not doing enough to aid the cities. By contrast, Johnson planned to pack his commission with loyal liberals who could help convince Congress to pass his stalled domestic agenda. The decision surprised members of Humphrey's cabinet task force, which thought it would be responsible for developing the administration's response to the riots. Humphrey was clearly out of the loop. On the same day that LBJ decided to create the commission, Humphrey provided an update on the task force, writing LBJ that the nation needed a major televised appeal to the nation by the president to repair these deep wounds in our society. A few hours later, they learned of LBJ's plan for just such an address, and for the announcement of a new commission. Only Health, Education, and Welfare Secretary John Gordiner had seen the draft of the president's speech. Several members asked themselves, and then the staff, just what their role was supposed to be, an aide wrote the vice president. There was an attitude of chagrin at the meeting, he noted. The aide had the sense that the group almost felt that they were asked to meet together to be kept out of the way. Many of LBJ's advisers, meanwhile, opposed the idea of creating a commission. Califano feared the press reaction to his speech would be, "The cities are aflame. The country's coming apart. LBJ can't get a tax bill, so what does he do? Set up a commission and say a prayer." Califano also worried that the commission could easily go astray and end up embarrassing the administration. To me, Califano wrote in his memoirs, the commission had the potential to be a political Frankenstein's monster, and it was almost inevitable that Lyndon Johnson would sour on his hasty creation. Former White House aide George Reedy voiced similar concerns, telling the president that the commission could easily wind up creating almost as many problems as the riots themselves. He suggested that the commission would be most effective if it is somewhat aloof, somewhat detached, and very judicial in all of its aspects. Cater warned that the commission may try to brainstorm big new government programs of its own. He suggested that the president limit the commission's mandate to investigating whether the riots were the product of a conspiracy. He believed that Humphrey's task force was better equipped to address the larger questions associated with the riots, and to do so on terms favorable to the administration. Johnson overruled his aides and rejected their suggestions, pushing ahead with his plan to address the nation that evening and announce a commission to examine the riots. But no one in the White House, including the president, had any idea who would serve on the commission, how it would be structured, or what its mandate would be. The White House had approximately 12 hours to figure out the answers to those questions. Chapter 2. Let Your Search Be Free. LBJ ordered his White House staff to set up the commission early on the morning of July 27, 1967. After a frantic day of activity, they chose 11 members, all of them well-respected, established figures, including representatives from business and labor, Democrats and moderate Republicans, 2 African Americans, and 1 woman. There were no representatives from local communities plagued by riots or younger, more militant African Americans. LBJ charged the commission with answering 3 questions. What happened? Why did it happen? And how could it be prevented from happening again? He promised full cooperation from the White House and urged the commissioners to follow the facts wherever they may lead. What he did not provide, however, was any guidance on how precisely the commission should go about conducting its investigation. The first meeting of the new commission revealed serious disagreements over both how the commission should function and what it should investigate. Those fault lines, evident from the start, would only widen over the next few months. Although he had opposed the idea, Joseph Califano, LBJ's domestic policy advisor, took charge of setting up the commission. Brooklyn-born and Harvard-educated, Califano had joined the White House staff in July 1965 after serving as a special assistant to Defense Secretary Robert McNamara. Even before he was officially hired, Califano traveled to the president's ranch, where he was exposed to LBJ's unique style of leadership. While consuming large quantities of Cutty Sark and soda, the president took the shell-shocked Califano on a whirlwind 2-day tour of his property. At one point, LBJ pulled down his pants and asked Califano to examine a boil on his buttocks. Over the next 3 years, Califano would spend more time and eat more meals with LBJ than he did with his own family. He wrote in his memoirs that he saw LBJ early in the morning in his bedroom and late at night as he fell asleep. LBJ, he noted, barked orders at me over the phone at dawn and after midnight, in the formal setting of the Oval Office, and as he stood stark naked brushing his teeth in his bathroom. Califano analyzed the congressional proposals for riot-related commissions and discovered that 3 of the 4 were appointed by Congress, not the president, and were made up only of congressional representatives. That approach was a non-starter for LBJ. The proposal that Fred Harris and Walter Mondale had submitted came closest to meeting the White House desires. It called for 9 members from both the public and the private sectors, including members of both houses of Congress and some local officials. Harris had suggested that the commission include a chairman and a vice chairman, who would be elected by the commissioners themselves. Califano probably knew that LBJ would never accept that arrangement either. Ultimately, Califano and his team decided that their commission would have 11 members, including a chairman and vice chairman, along with an executive director. The president would have the power to make all the appointments. While Califano led the effort to shape the commission's structure, White House speechwriters worked frantically to finish a draft of a speech. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Douglas Cater sent LBJ the latest version. The president made some minor changes, including toughening the language about his use of federal troops in order to get in another dig at Romney. Hours before the scheduled speech, the White House had still not settled on whom they would ask to serve on the commission. Attorney General Ramsey Clark played the key role in picking the members. The president made clear that he wanted a diverse group that would include business leaders, organized labor, moderate Republicans, liberals, and representatives from law enforcement. It appears that LBJ also imposed a litmus test on prospective members. They all needed to support, or at least not to have spoken publicly against, his Vietnam policy, and they needed to support his major civil rights initiatives. Clark lobbied hard for LBJ to choose Illinois Governor Otto Kerner to serve as the chair of the commission and for New York's liberal Republican Mayor John Lindsay to be offered the position as vice chairman. Johnson eventually accepted both recommendations. The impeccably dressed, soft-spoken 58-year-old Kerner was married to the daughter of Anton Cermak, the Chicago mayor killed in the 1933 assassination attempt against President Franklin Roosevelt. With the help of the powerful Chicago Democratic machine led by Mayor Richard Daley, Kerner ascended the political ladder in Illinois politics, serving 7 years as a U.S. attorney before being twice elected as a Cook County judge. In 1960, he won election as governor and was re-elected in 1964. During that time, Kerner had earned a reputation as a sound administrator, a strong supporter of civil rights, and a key ally of the Daley machine in Chicago. Clark bragged that Kerner was also a general in the National Guard, which gave him credibility with the law and order crowd in Congress. Although he would not be a major player in its activities, Kerner's name would become synonymous with the commission's work. Kerner was a trusted partner, whereas Lindsay was a wild card for the White House. But LBJ's staff felt they needed at least one big city mayor and, ideally, as many Republicans as possible to establish the commission's bipartisan appeal. And Lindsay was perhaps the most outspoken liberal Republican in the nation. Lindsay grew up in a comfortable Park Avenue apartment, attended Yale as an undergraduate, and after service in World War II returned there to get his law degree. In 1958, he won election to Congress from a section of Manhattan that was dubbed the Silk Stocking District because it included wealthy residential areas along Fifth and Park Avenues. Lindsay had displayed a strong independent streak in the House, breaking with his party to support most of the social legislation of the Kennedy and Johnson administrations. In 1965, increasingly isolated in Congress, the 43-year-old Lindsay decided to run for mayor in the heavily Democratic city of New York. His victory, and his movie star looks, propelled him onto the national stage. Once in office, he reached out to the city's poorest residents, walking the streets of Harlem during times of unrest. The gesture worked, keeping New York calm while other cities exploded in violence. The walks were important, a civil rights leader told the New York Times, because they showed that he cares about us. LBJ was reluctant to appoint Lindsay. There was no love lost between the two men, according to Califano. Lindsay had infuriated the president the previous year when he had settled a transit dispute with a wage increase that was far above the White House's wage and price guidelines. In the midst of the Newark and Detroit riots, however, the New York mayor had earned points by dismissing Republican attacks against the president. "I don't think this is the time for partisan statements," he told reporters in response to questions about the Republican Coordinating Committee's criticism. LBJ, however, remained suspicious of Lindsay's intentions, fearing that he had presidential ambitions and would use the commission to increase his public profile. But if that were the case, Lindsay gave no hint of it when LBJ called to ask him to serve. "Mr. President," the mayor said, "the country is in trouble, and when you call for help, you are entitled to receive it." It is unclear how LBJ settled on the rest of the commission members. Under normal circumstances, the White House staff would have circulated lists of names of prospective members, crossed out some, and added others, before making final recommendations to the president. The process could take weeks, even months. But in July 1967, the staff had hours, not days, to make the selections. The only list that aides produced included names of people who were not selected, including George Meany, the powerful head of the American Federation of Labor and Congress of Industrial Organizations, AFL-CIO, Charles Litton, the Chief Executive Officer, CEO, of Litton Industries, and Julia Stewart, who remains something of a mystery since the LBJ Presidential Library has no record of her. Other names were also floated and dismissed. Cater recommended a distinguished Negro such as Judge William Hasty, who was the first African American to serve as a federal judge. LBJ would later claim that his top choice to represent African Americans was Whitney Young. It is likely that the White House reached out to at least some of these people only to be turned down. White House telephone records show that LBJ personally called George Meany and Charles Litton. Since every person selected served as a representative for a larger interest group, Clark probably asked those who declined to participate to suggest alternatives. In the end, with time running out, LBJ settled on his choices. He picked 2 African Americans for the commission. The staff debated whether to appoint a younger, more militant black voice to the commission, but that was never an option for LBJ, who preferred older, established civil rights leaders. Accordingly, Johnson appointed Roy Wilkins, who had led the NAACP in the 2 decades following the Supreme Court's Brown v. Board of Education of Topeka decision in 1954, because he was better known and older and more recognized in the civil rights field. The grandson of a Mississippi slave, Wilkins had been the first civil rights leader LBJ called after he became president in November 1963. Wilkins was the kind of black leader that LBJ liked. He supported the Vietnam War, and he had sharply criticized Martin Luther King Jr. for linking the lack of progress at home to spending on the war. His critics dismissed him as Roy Weak-Knees for his unwillingness to break with the administration, and he in turn attacked the revolutionary fantasies of young militants. He believed it was foolish to lead 10% of the population into conflict with the majority. Progress required patience and compromise, Wilkins argued. In his nationally syndicated weekly column, Wilkins attacked white racism, but he often reserved his harshest words for black militants like Stokely Carmichael. His trip to Cuba, he wrote, proved that the Black Power movement was but a tail to another's kite, and that kite was communism. As his comment suggested, Wilkins ticked another box for Johnson. He shared LBJ's belief that a handful of agitators and communists were behind the riots. The other black commissioner was Edward Brooke, a Republican senator from Massachusetts and the first African American to serve in the Senate since Reconstruction. A graduate of Howard University and a decorated veteran of World War II, Brooke first won election as Massachusetts Attorney General in 1962. Over the next few years, he won indictments against more than 100 public officials, private citizens, and corporations. His success earned him election to the Senate in 1966. Brooke often referred to himself as a liberal with the conservative bent. He supported the goals of LBJ's Great Society, but felt they relied too much on handouts and not enough on self-help. Brooke, like Wilkins, was an outspoken critic of Black Power advocates and a proponent of federal action to aid the cities. Brooke appealed to LBJ for another reason, too. Just 4 months earlier, in his maiden speech on the Senate floor, Brooke vigorously defended the administration's Vietnam policy, calling the war necessary. Although he accepted the appointment, Brooke was never seriously engaged in the commission's work. In the middle of the commission's life, he went on a 28-day tour of Africa. As a result, he would miss a majority of the commission meetings. Although he was not on the original staff list, Oklahoma's Democratic Senator Fred Harris was a natural choice for the commission. Not only was Harris the first Democrat to submit legislation calling for a bipartisan White House-appointed commission, but he and LBJ hailed from neighboring states and enjoyed a warm relationship. Harris was one of the few members of the Washington establishment who could match LBJ when it came to telling tales of his impoverished youth. Harris grew up in the small southwestern Oklahoma town of Walters during the Great Depression. He spent summers bareheaded and barebacked, working in the hayfields for $0.10 a day. In 1956, after graduating from the University of Oklahoma College of Law, Harris won election to the state Senate. In 1964, he won a contested U.S. Senate race against the University of Oklahoma's popular football coach, Bud Wilkinson. Harris later joked that he won by hanging on President Lyndon Johnson like a cheap suit. His bumper stickers read, "Harris, LBJ." "We literally talked the same language," Harris said of LBJ, "and I truly became a Johnson man." During his early years in the Senate, Harris had been a cautious, middle-of-the-road politician who got along well in an institution that valued conformity. Time noted that Harris was the only person in Washington who could have breakfast with Lyndon Johnson, lunch with Vice President Hubert Humphrey, and dinner with Robert Kennedy. Of all the commission members, Harris had the most to lose by serving. He represented a rural state with few African Americans. Most of his constituents took a tough law and order approach to the riots and expected him to do the same. After Harris's appointment, constituents flooded his mailbox with letters offering advice. The clear majority wanted him to crack down on rioters. One wrote that blacks were instinctively inclined toward stealing, murder, rape, and burning. Another said that these stupid people had intentionally destroyed their neighborhoods, and now we are being asked for money to reward them in their lawlessness and their disregard for law, right, and order. A University of Oklahoma professor offered his solution to the riots: disfranchise everyone on welfare. Without the vote, they would not be coddled by gutless officials as they are now. A local preacher handed out flyers saying that the riots were part of the communist revolution for world domination. In addition to the two senators, LBJ also tapped two members from the House, one Democrat and one Republican, both strong supporters of his civil rights legislation, and both consensus builders who had proved willing to reach across party lines to reach compromise and get legislation passed. William McCulloch, a courtly, fiscally conservative Ohio Republican, first won election to the House in 1947. McCulloch was liberal on race issues, but conservative on just about everything else. Although the African American population in his district was small, he had bucked local opinion and played a key role in passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Johnson publicly recognized McCulloch at the time as the most important and powerful force in the enactment of the legislation. He was joined on the commission by James Corman, a Democratic congressman who represented the affluent San Fernando Valley in California. As a member of the influential House Judiciary Committee, Corman supported LBJ's Great Society, but he was facing growing political pressure at home. His district, which was 96% white and only 2% African American, was a stronghold of the arch-conservative John Birch Society. In 1964, his constituents had voted 3-1 in favor of Proposition 14, a state constitutional amendment that would allow business to discriminate against African Americans. For a business representative, LBJ selected Charles Tex Thornton. He was most likely recommended by his business partner, Charles Litton, who had been on the original list of names under consideration by the White House staff. The 54-year-old Thornton was at the time one of the most celebrated businessmen in America. In 1963, Time put Thornton on its cover, calling him the best manager in American business. He was, it noted, a dreamer and a visionary, who was also an intensely practical man. He was also self-made. Born in the tiny Texas town of Haskell, Thornton was 5 years old when his father abandoned the family, leaving them dirt poor. Years later, a pair of hitchhikers murdered his father. As a child, Tex worked odd jobs to support his mother. Even before the Depression, he said, I had to work on Saturdays, picking cotton, making deliveries, working in a store. It didn't matter what other kids were doing. I was expected to work and put aside money. In addition to helping his mother, Tex managed to save enough money to buy 40 acres of land by his 12th birthday. His childhood and early business success instilled in young Tex confidence, strength, and a fierce competitive ambition. It also taught him to question authority, especially since his father, the first authority figure in his life, had abandoned him at such an early age. In 1931, Thornton dropped out of college to travel to Washington, where he worked various low-level jobs in FDR's expanding government bureaucracy. By the time the United States entered World War II, he was working for the U.S. Army Air Force, where he had established a solid record for using statistics to keep track of planes, parts, and pilots. Realizing that he needed other people like him to oversee the boom in military production, Thornton set up a program at the Harvard Business School to train an elite corps of officers. It was there that he met a young instructor named Robert McNamara. Together, they would be the original Whiz Kids, a group of World War II Army officers who used management systems and quantitative analysis to help win the war. At one point, Thornton had 2,800 officers under his command. But not all of those who worked for him appreciated his management style. His imperious manner and fierce ambition earned him the nickname Young Napoleon. After World War II, Thornton offered his services to Ford Motor Company before going on to run Litton Industries, transforming it from a tiny microwave tube company into one of the largest and most profitable conglomerates in America. In 1953, when he took over, Litton was a small company with annual sales of $3 million. By 1966, company sales reached $1 billion. The husky owl-faced, chain-smoking Thornton built the business by buying small, struggling companies and turning them around. Politically, Thornton considered himself an independent, but he did support many of LBJ's Great Society programs. LBJ also wanted a commissioner who worked in law enforcement to insulate him against charges that his commission was soft on crime. The White House turned to Herbert Jenkins, who had led the Atlanta Police Department since 1947. Jenkins was a rare find, a white Southern police chief who supported civil rights. When he joined the force in 1931, Jenkins had been required to join the Ku Klux Klan and once stood with new recruits at Stone Mountain to swear an oath of allegiance before a flaming cross. Subsequently, however, he ended his relationship with the Klan, led a drive to integrate the police force, and initiated programs to educate officers about racial issues. He hired the city's first 8 black police officers and spearheaded a special commission to hire officers who offered protection and social services to poor communities. Many observers credited Jenkins with playing a key role in the relatively smooth integration of Atlanta's buses, schools, and restaurants. Catherine Graham Peden, a commissioner of Kentucky's Department of Commerce, was the only woman on the commission. The president knew her from the radio business. LBJ and his wife, Lady Bird, owned a station in Texas. Peden had worked for a CBS affiliate in Kentucky. In the summer of 1967, Peden was preparing for a Senate run in Kentucky, and LBJ likely put his fellow Democrat on the commission to bolster her thin resume. Just a few days earlier, Peden had met with LBJ at the White House to discuss the possibility of her taking on a role in the administration. "I really would like for you to consider coming on board here in Washington with us," he told her then. It's likely that the AFL-CIO's George Meany recommended I.W. Abel for the commission. Abel had established a good record on race issues as the grandfatherly leader of the United Steelworkers of America. He started working in the mills near his hometown of Canton, Ohio, where he got his first job in 1925, making 16 cents an hour, working 12-hour days, 7 days a week. "That miserable job helped straighten out my social thinking," he reflected, "and pointed me in the direction I was to travel the rest of my life." By 1937, he was organizing wildcat strikes. Over the next 3 decades, he emerged as one of the nation's most powerful and respected union leaders, and won election as president of the union in 1965. A few months after his appointment to the commission, Abel was named a delegate to the United Nations General Assembly. He chose to stay on the commission, but his UN responsibilities meant that he would miss many commission meetings, and he was not an active member. LBJ started calling candidates just hours before he was scheduled to deliver his address. The first call went to Lindsay at 5:02 p.m. That was followed a few minutes later with a call to Wilkins. It appears that even this late in the day, he was still soliciting advice. At 5:32 p.m., he contacted George Meany. At 5:40 p.m., he reached out to Everett Dirksen, likely asking the top Senate Republican to make a recommendation. 5 minutes later, he was on the phone with Brooke. After a meeting with a group of House committee chairmen, the president continued working the phone. He contacted Harris at 8:10 p.m. and McCulloch 6 minutes later. He then placed a call to Corman, who was on a plane flying back to California. LBJ was told that the congressman would not land until after LBJ had delivered his speech. Johnson decided to announce him anyway. LBJ reached Kerner about 30 minutes before the speech while the governor was traveling down the Mississippi on a riverboat. Having spoken to just 6 of the commission's 11 members, the president then delegated to Clark the job of contacting the others. The 11 names Johnson announced that evening represented the groups that made up LBJ's liberal coalition. There were no radicals, either on the right or the left. There were no young people. At 37, Harris was the youngest of the commissioners. In addition to appointing only one woman, there was also no one of Spanish descent, a fact that did not go unnoticed. We hold that there are close to 15 or 30 million Spanish-speaking people in the U.S., a Hispanic spokesman wrote the White House shortly after the president's speech. The Negroes claim 20 to 25 million, so we are not very far behind them. Also, next to them, we make up the other large part of ghetto dwellers. While the commissioners would likely disagree over precisely how much of a role Washington should play in improving American race relations, it was unlikely they would engage in heated ideological clashes over whether government should have any role in addressing the riots. Nor would they question the liberal emphasis on slow, incremental change or depart from an understanding of America's racial dilemma as primarily a problem of black and white. At 10:30 p.m., with fires still smoldering in Detroit, a weary LBJ delivered his much-anticipated speech to the nation. He made a plea for moderation in immoderate times. "We have endured a week such as no nation should live through," he said. It had been a time of violence and tragedy. After announcing the creation of a National Advisory Commission on Civil Disorders and listing its 11 distinguished members, the president warned that anyone who participated in a riot would be dealt with forcefully and swiftly and certainly under the law. Violence, he said, must be stopped quickly, finally, and permanently. But police force alone would not solve the problem. After delivering his tough law and order message, Johnson added that the nation needed to launch an attack upon the conditions that breed despair and violence. He listed a roll call of laws that had already been enacted under his administration to help the urban poor, and, invoking the language of the Howard University speech, he noted, "Our work has just begun." He called again on Congress to pass his $40 million request to fight rats. "A strong government that has spent millions to protect baby calves from worms can surely afford to show as much concern for baby boys and girls," Johnson declared. He concluded with a call for a day of prayer, for order and reconciliation among men. On Saturday morning, July 29, less than 48 hours after Johnson announced the creation of the commission, its members gathered in the White House Cabinet Room. All 11 were in attendance, along with Vice President Hubert Humphrey, advisors Joe Califano and Harry McPherson, Attorney General Ramsey Clark, and a small number of other White House aides. The president also invited Cyrus Vance, the former Deputy Secretary of Defense, who had advised the president on the situation in Detroit. Fred Harris later remembered that the atmosphere in the cabinet room was almost like a crisis meeting in the Situation Room in the White House after multiple invasions. It was, he reflected, somber, serious, and sober. It was like you're going to a funeral, and when you greet old friends, you sort of smile and then quickly correct yourself. Even the perpetually ebullient Humphrey appeared worried and subdued. The two great unspoken questions on everyone's mind were, how big is this thing, and how long is it going to go on? No one knew whether the nation was experiencing another brief spasm of violence or the beginning of a civil war. The night before the meeting, violence had erupted in 6 cities. In Brooklyn, more than 500 angry black residents confronted police after 7 young people were arrested for smashing windows and looting. More than a dozen businesses were vandalized. The crowd taunted a black policeman, telling him to take off your black mask and show us your white face. In Wilmington, Delaware, police intervened to stop a mob of whites from invading an African-American neighborhood after 3 white men had been shot. In Memphis, 4,000 National Guardsmen stood ready in the event of trouble after rumors spread that protesters planned an all-night march. In Poughkeepsie, New York, small gangs broke windows, looted stores, and exchanged gunfire with police. In South Bend, Indiana, 2 white homes in an integrated neighborhood were firebombed. Johnson entered at 11:40 a.m. and made his way around the room, shaking hands. After 5 minutes, he took his seat in the designated president's chair at the center of the table. "I welcome you to the White House," he said, reading from a prepared text. "And I commend you for what you have agreed to do for your country. You are undertaking a responsibility as great as any in our society." He gave the panel a broad mandate to examine both the short-term steps necessary to prevent and control riots and long-term measures that will make them only a sordid page in our history. He could have been describing his own feelings when he said that the public was baffled and dismayed by the rioting and looting. He asked the commission to address 3 basic questions. What happened? Why did it happen? What can be done to prevent it from happening again and again? Johnson followed those broad questions with a series of more specific ones. Why riots occur in some cities and not in others? Why one man breaks the law while another, living in the same circumstances, does not? To what extent, if any, there has been planning and organization in any of the riots? He wanted the commissioners to probe for better ways of controlling and containing the violence. Why have some riots been contained before they got out of hand and others not? How well equipped and trained are the local and state police and the state guard units to handle riots? He asked them to explore how police relations with the local community impacted the likelihood of a riot or the ability to keep it from spreading into other areas. Johnson was especially interested in knowing who the rioters were and what their motivations for participating in the unrest were. Was there a common denominator linking the rioters? Age, education, work history? What we are really asking for is a profile of the riots, of the rioters, their environment, their victims, their causes and effects, the president said. Finally, LBJ asked the commissioners to explore the role of the media in fomenting the violence. LBJ promised the commissioners that he was asking them not to approve our own notions, but to guide us. He assured them they would have free rein to follow the evidence where it led. "Let your search be free," he proclaimed. "Let it be untrammeled by what has been called the conventional wisdom. As best you can, find the truth and express it in your report." LBJ guaranteed the commissioners all the support and cooperation they needed from the White House. "I can assure you of that," he said. After reading this formal statement, LBJ added that he appreciated the commissioners' willingness to serve, telling them that racial rioting was a matter of most concern to the public and pointing to polls showing that 80% of Americans said it was the top issue. "I want you to find the truth and express it in your report," he stated. He flattered the commissioners by saying that he had looked over a nation of 200 million people and selected only 11. The president then introduced Cyrus Vance to give a detailed report on the circumstances in Detroit that had led him to recommend that LBJ send federal troops to quell the violence. Johnson was still feuding with Michigan Governor George Romney over the decision to commit federal troops. After Vance gave a minute-by-minute account of the events in Detroit, LBJ read a list of times when presidents had been asked by governors to supply federal troops. LBJ impressed upon the commissioners how difficult it was for a president to commit troops to patrol American cities. "None of you will ever know how it feels to send federal troops into the cities until you yourself send them in," he said. "It makes chill bumps," he said, to think of federal troops shooting citizens and citizens shooting back at them. Vance added that it was imperative that the administration retrain the National Guard for riot control duties. He was shocked at how unprepared they were for urban uprisings and felt they aggravated the situation on the ground. Shortly after noon, LBJ read aloud Executive Order 11365, which officially established the commission before using 11 commemorative pens to sign it and distributing one to each commissioner. The executive order called for the commission to make an interim report by March 1, 1968, and to issue a final report and recommendations within exactly 1 year's time by July 29, 1968. The 7 members of the commission who were not senators or congressmen would be paid $100 daily when working on official business. Members of the Senate and House would not be paid any additional salary, but they would be reimbursed for travel and expenses. At 12:18 p.m., LBJ allowed photographers and a newsreel cameraman into the room for carefully choreographed pictures. He made a brief statement for the press, making sure that he had Kerner on one side and Lindsay on the other. Press Secretary George Christian thought the photo op would be good for the evening programs and the special shows which are scheduled for Sunday. The president joked that Humphrey, who stood next to Peden for the official photo, always gets next to the good-looking women. The comment produced the only laugh of the day. At this point, the photographers and reporters were ushered out of the cabinet room. The president again urged all the members and the congressional representatives to give the commission's work top priority. "All too often," he said, "commissions are appointed, pictures taken, and then the members never go to any more meetings." He claimed that he wanted this commission to be different. He then turned the floor over to Kerner, who acknowledged that expectations for the commission were high and that they would inevitably disappoint some people. But the nation was anxious and disturbed and needed direction. He suggested that the commission hold its first meeting after lunch. The president then called on Lindsay, who agreed that the commission faced an impossible job. He promised the president there was no room for partisanship and that LBJ was entitled to all the support he can get. He believed the top priority was to find the very best to serve on the commission staff. Lindsay then framed the question that would dominate debate for the life of the commission. Should we seek short-term solutions, or should we examine the virus and the decay which exist in our cities? Picking up on Vance's comments, he suggested that the commission begin by reforming the National Guard. The commissioners then broke for lunch. According to Peden, Johnson brought the commissioners to the family living room and then escorted them out to the Truman balcony before accompanying them to the White House mess. Even as they met for the first time that afternoon, it was unclear how the commission would function. LBJ had established broad guidelines and posed specific questions, but he had given no direction as to how the commission would answer them. Would it simply mine existing government reports for the answers, or would it launch its own investigation of the riots? The answer to that question would determine how many staff members would be required. While the president asked them to propose ways to prevent future riots, it was not clear if he wanted specific policy recommendations. These issues dominated the first formal meeting of the commission and exposed major differences among the commissioners that would shape their debates over the next few months. Lindsay and Harris pushed the commission to assume a wide-ranging mandate to take on the broad problems that lie behind the riots. Lindsay urged the other commissioners to see the riots as the product of poverty and hopelessness in urban areas. Poverty that was, in many cases, created by racism and enforced by discrimination. He claimed that slums entrapped African Americans, isolated them from the rest of society, and denied them economic opportunities. The challenge was to break down the walls separating black ghettos and white suburbs. Harris cheered Lindsay on. "Lindsay and I shared the same sense of urgency about urban problems," Harris wrote in his 2008 memoir. "We both felt deeply and cared deeply about the despair, frustration, and hostility that characterized black communities throughout the country." Lindsay and Harris seized control of the commission on the first day and never let go. Often Lindsay would lead the charge and set the agenda, while Harris offered moral and political support. The two men were a study in contrasts. Lindsay, a handsome 6'4" and leader of the largest city in America, was among the first celebrity politicians. He was a regular on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, and his face graced the cover of major national news magazines. Harris, short and stocky, with leathered skin from his days working the wheat fields of Oklahoma, represented one of the most rural states in the nation and one of its smallest African-American populations. Yet growing up poor instilled in him a passion for helping the underprivileged. They possessed different styles, each effective in its own way. Harris was amiable and down-to-earth, using his folksy manner and sharp wit to build coalitions. Lindsay could at times be preachy and aristocratic, but he won converts with his passion and commitment to helping the poor. Harris would be the favorite of the commission's staff, always treating them with courtesy and respect, while Lindsay remained aloof, rarely engaging anyone other than his peers on the commission or the executive director. Their chief adversary for the next few months would be Tex Thornton, who that first afternoon immediately dissented from the Lindsay-Harris suggestion that the commission focus on the underlying conditions that gave rise to the unrest. Their top priority, Thornton said, was to support the president's commitment to stop the riots, for the riots, in addition to the problems they cause at home, add to our problems abroad. Thornton viewed the riots as a law enforcement issue, seeing them as representative of a broader breakdown of authority in society. The commission report, he would say repeatedly in his distinctive West Texas drawl, must state that the cause of the riots was an increasing lack of respect for the law. He feared that linking the riots to poverty gave people permission to loot and destroy property. People have always been poor, he argued, but they have never used it as an excuse to burn down cities. Harris was wary of Thornton from the beginning, using the terms commonly applied at the time to describe attitudes toward the Vietnam War. Harris divided the commissioners into hawks, who favored tough law enforcement, and doves, who supported addressing issues of poverty and racism. Thornton stood out as the leading hawk. "I thought of him right away as a guy who would not be very progressive in his views," Harris stated in 2015. The other obvious doves, besides Lindsay, were Abel, who Harris believed understood the problems facing the working class, and Wilkins, who was a passionate supporter of civil rights. The others did not fit neatly into either category. McCulloch supported civil rights but was a fiscal conservative. Brooke, a moderate Republican, could be counted on to support measures to prevent discrimination, but Harris worried whether he would approve of costly programs needed to rebuild the nation's cities. Peden seemed sensitive to questions of discrimination and racism, but she was running for a Senate seat in Kentucky and was unlikely to support any recommendation that might be controversial. Kerner was clearly a dove, but since he announced on the first day that he would vote only in case of a tie, Harris considered him largely irrelevant. The ideological fault line that emerged at the first meeting with Lindsay and Harris on one side and Thornton on the other would animate debates for the rest of the commission's life. Still, Kerner put a positive spin on the first meeting, telling reporters afterward that the commissioners were all of one mind. The stakes for the new commission were high. The nation was reeling from the bloody riots in Newark and Detroit, and fearful that more disturbances were to come. "No groups of American citizens have ever been given such a crucial assignment since the Constitutional Convention," declared syndicated Christian Science Monitor columnist Roscoe Drummond. Most observers, however, were skeptical of both LBJ's intentions in setting up the commission and the commissioner's willingness to criticize the administration. The commission appeared too moderate and too mainstream to offer new insight or perspective. From the chairman, Governor Otto Kerner of Illinois, on down, the commission members have obvious vested interests in what has been done, how it was done, and the potential of present programs, observed the Washington Post. They are in a position to protect themselves and, in turn, the president, from a political backlash and a blunt finding that what has been done, however well intended, has not in practice worked. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch reported murmurs that the commission was just a White House front, with the president pulling the strings to get the kind of report he wants when he wants it. The Los Angeles Times noted, "The chief purpose of the commission, one suspects, is to buy the time necessary to give the White House a clearer view of the nation's reaction to the ghetto uprisings." A commission staff member described the general attitude of the Congress toward the commission as one of friendly skepticism. Many civil rights leaders doubted anything of substance would come from the commission, and other African Americans objected to the lack of younger militant voices. Many black leaders recalled the futile 1966 White House Conference on Civil Rights, which had proposed many costly and sweeping changes to help African Americans. According to journalist John Herbers, who covered the White House for the New York Times, the report dropped from sound and sight like a heavy stone cast into a deep sea. 2 weeks after the president announced the creation of the commission, Harry McPherson visited Harlem to talk with local black leaders. He reported back that they were disappointed that LBJ appointed 2 establishment African Americans, whom they dismissed as office leaders who had no following on the streets. Brooke and Wilkins, they said, neither understand nor are understood by people on the streets. The biggest challenge facing the commission was to find common ground in an increasingly polarized debate over race and the riots. What could a group of establishment figures say after a few months of study that would change the narrative about race in America? The commission had to produce a report that would be bold enough to inspire blacks and restore their trust in American institutions while not alienating whites, most of whom assumed that society was sound and stable. It had to satisfy an insecure president who demanded loyalty even as he publicly praised the commission's independence. The commission's job was to explore the roots of urban riots, but they would also be testing how far mainstream liberalism could stretch before breaking. Most of all, the commission had to navigate the complicated politics in Washington and find some middle ground between liberals and conservatives. That would be no easy task. A few days after LBJ announced the creation of the commission, the New York Times claimed that white Americans must share the greater burden of responsibility for the riots. It went on to say that it is white men's sins of omission and commission that are at the root of much of this summer's turmoil. While recognizing the importance of law and order, it contended that white America needed to acknowledge the legitimate grievances and brutal injustices that pose the fundamental threat to civil peace and national unity. The Times editorial board argued that the federal government had a responsibility to provide jobs, education, housing, and health services that would make equality a reality for African Americans. Because white people of this country command and create most of its wealth, it argued, they must be willing to bear the greater part of the economic burden required to realize this program. And that burden is one that will be measured in tens of billions of dollars annually. It also criticized the paranoid rabble-rousers who play into the hands of those who would make a fascist America. The editorial incurred the wrath of Patrick Buchanan, a combative speechwriter who had recently joined the staff of former Vice President Richard Nixon. the 1960 Republican nominee, after losing to JFK and then failing to win a California gubernatorial race in 1962, had promised to leave politics. Now Nixon was monitoring the political situation, looking for an opening to launch a new campaign for the presidency. After reading the New York Times editorial, Buchanan fired off a memo to his boss. "Johnson's new commission," he wrote, "can go on home. Liberals already knew the answer to who was responsible for the riots: white men." He complained that the Times failed to mention that the colored folks has a responsibility too. He went on to say that the editorial left readers with the impression that if some black kids burn down Harlem and Watts and shoot up a few more cities, the Times would have an editorial tearing the living hide off the white community, telling them they needed to spend billions to prevent more rioting. Buchanan noted that the editorial said that the riots played into the hands of white fascists, and "I have an uneasy hunch whom the Times has in mind," he wrote. Chapter 3. I'll take out my pocket knife and cut your Peter off. Despite professing that he wanted the commission to be independent, President Johnson planned to keep tight control over its activities. Not only did he choose every commissioner, but he also reserved to himself the power to pick the commission's executive director. For that position, he selected David Ginsburg, an attorney whose loyalties to the Democratic Party extended back to Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal, and who had been a trusted and reliable friend of the Johnson administration. The White House also chose Ginsburg's deputy, businessman Victor Palmieri. Over the next few weeks, Ginsburg and Palmieri assembled a first-rate senior staff. As was typical of federal policy making in this period, all were men, and many were well-connected Washington insiders. A large number were graduates of Harvard Law School. LBJ had much less success controlling the ambitions of John Lindsay and Fred Harris. As they set to work, both men insisted that the commission demonstrate its independence from the White House, while also examining the underlying causes of the riots, which they identified from the start as poverty, discrimination, and a lack of opportunity. Not all the commissioners, however, were willing to go along with their agenda. As he had done at the first meeting, Tex Thornton continued to argue that the commission should focus solely on recommending measures that would help the police control and contain riots. An early flashpoint was the question of whether the riots were spontaneous eruptions or part of a well-coordinated conspiracy. The commissioners hoped that FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover would settle the issue, but he provided ammunition to both sides of the debate. Frustrated by Hoover's deliberate obfuscation and Thornton's obstructions, Harris and Lindsay became determined to make a clear statement that the commission would have an independent voice. Their target? The National Guard. Although aware of the daunting task in front of them, the commissioners began their efforts in high spirits. They were unanimous in their desire to produce something better than just another government report, and naively assumed that they could change the narrative about race in America. They were also reassured by LBJ's words. He had asked the right questions, provided them with an expansive mandate, and, most of all, promised White House cooperation. The commissioners were relieved to hear LBJ state unequivocally that they would have free rein to follow the evidence wherever it led them. He seemed to be begging for them to come up with new ideas that challenged the conventional wisdom, including, if necessary, the assumptions that informed his own great society. Over the next few months, however, the commissioners would learn that none of it was true. LBJ planned to control every aspect of the commission by manipulating the levels of power, the same way he had once done so successfully in the Senate. It began with the appointment of the chairman, who would become the commissioner's namesake, Otto Kerner. The administration publicly claimed it picked Kerner because he was a popular Midwestern governor with National Guard experience. In fact, domestic policy advisor Joe Califano later wrote, LBJ knew that Kerner was a loyal political operative who once worked behind the scenes counting ballots to make sure that JFK carried Illinois in the 1960 presidential election. And if loyalty did not work, Johnson planned to use patronage to control Kerner. It was no secret in the White House that Kerner wanted to be appointed a federal judge. Johnson's control also extended to the commission's staff. The executive order that the president signed gave him, not the commissioners, the authority to hire an executive director. This would be the most important position on the commission. Since the commissioners all had regular jobs and thus could be involved with commission work only part-time, they would all depend on the executive director to make the day-to-day decisions that would shape the final report. For that job, LBJ selected the talented Washington insider, David Ginsburg. The 55-year-old Ginsburg was a former New Deal lawyer with close ties to the liberal wing of the Democratic Party. Born into a comfortable middle-class family in Huntington, West Virginia, he had a lifelong ambition to become a lawyer. In 1928, after winning a debating contest, he won a 4-year scholarship to West Virginia University. While he was at college, the stock market crashed and the nation plummeted into a deep depression. Morgantown, the home of the university, which bordered the coal fields of Appalachia, exposed him to the other side of America. He and his Pi Lambda Phi fraternity brothers would climb into his Model T Ford and travel to see the poverty that afflicted rural West Virginia. What got me was the children, he recalled in 1997. They were literally starving to death. He and his fraternity brothers would buy cases of milk bottles and drive around looking for children. We would make them drink it right there to be sure they wouldn't take it home and have it sold for something else. But there were always more kids than the bottles. In 1932, Ginsburg graduated Phi Beta Kappa with majors in economics and philosophy and won a scholarship to Harvard Law School. Ginsburg had never been very political, but it was at Harvard that he heard FDR's voice on the radio for the first time. I remember being struck with the vigor in his voice, he reflected. Roosevelt gave him a sense that he cared about average people and understood their problems. He would come to admire Roosevelt and embrace his optimistic belief that government could make a difference in people's lives. More important, he felt society had a responsibility to help those who could not help themselves. There was a respect for idealism in the Washington of the 1930s, but it was a practical idealism, he told the Washington Post in 1997. We weren't dogmatists. After law school, he took a job with a law firm in Cincinnati. Soon afterward, Felix Frankfurter, one of his law professors at Harvard and a future Supreme Court justice, suggested that Ginsburg relocate to Washington to be part of the New Deal intellectual ferment. Ginsburg jumped at the idea and found a job at the Securities and Exchange Commission. After a few years, he found himself on the White House staff, researching and writing speech drafts for FDR. In 1939, he moved to the Supreme Court, where he clerked for the court's newest member, William O. Douglas. The war in Europe cut short his clerkship. In April 1941, he joined the Office of Price Administration, which was a key wartime agency that FDR created to control inflation. The OPA's aggressive efforts, designed to ration resources and control prices, made it an easy target for conservatives, and Ginsburg was often in the bull's eye. FDR came to his defense. But in 1943, he resigned his position and joined the Army, where he rose through the ranks from driving trucks to serving on the staff of General Lucius Clay. Ginsburg assumed responsibility for developing economic policy and controls in the occupied areas of Germany. When the war ended, he decided to enter private practice. I'd been a lawyer 11 years and never had a client, he explained. But his heart was always in government. In 1947, he became a founding member of the Americans for Democratic Action, an anti-communist liberal group that included Minneapolis Mayor Hubert Humphrey, former First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt, and many New Dealers who were concerned about the communist infiltration of liberal organizations in America. Over the next few decades, he would become the consummate Washington insider, traveling in Washington's elite social circles and serving as an informal advisor to Democratic presidents. LBJ elevated Ginsburg's already high profile when he asked him to serve on several presidential commissions and boards that were created to prevent a railroad and airline strike, as well as a potential strike among postal workers. "We used Ginsburg a lot," commented White House Domestic Policy Advisor Joseph Califano. There was a reason LBJ turned to Ginsburg so often, particularly when the stakes were high. He had a well-earned reputation for being able to analyze situations, get people to work together, listen attentively to competing points of view, and use his considerable legal skills to find common ground. He also understood that his job was to find solutions that pleased the president. From LBJ's point of view, Ginsburg was ideal for the job at the Kerner Commission because he was loyal. He assumed that Ginsburg would make sure that the commission followed White House directives and did not stray too far afield. On this score, LBJ would soon be disappointed. Ginsburg would be the unheralded leader of the commission. Most members did not know or necessarily trust each other, but nearly all trusted and respected Ginsburg. That trust would prove essential in the months ahead. Fred Harris summed up the view of most members of the commission when he described Ginsburg as a brilliant Jewish boy from the backwater of West Virginia who, after a great legal education, became a superb lawyer, widely respected for his keen wisdom and flawless honesty. Ginsburg had been traveling on the West Coast with his family when he received a call from Supreme Court Justice Abe Fortas, who offered him the top administrative position on the commission. Although a little surprised that a Supreme Court justice was calling to offer him a job in the White House, Ginsburg agreed. He took a night flight to Washington, went home to take a quick shower, and then hurried over to the White House for a private meeting with the president on Monday, July 31st. "Mr. President," he said, "you know that I have no background in this area." Johnson waved his hand and ignored the comment. Having worked closely with the Johnson White House, Ginsburg knew intuitively what the president expected from his independent commission, a report that celebrated his great society and defended the administration from critics on the right and left. LBJ also made clear to Ginsburg that he wanted his commission to find evidence to buttress his conviction that a handful of agitators were fomenting the discontent. "I remember the scene," Ginsburg recalled of his first meeting in the Oval Office with LBJ after his appointment to the commission. "He was seated at the large desk back in the Oval Office, and I was seated to his side. He then said that it was not possible, in his view, for there to have been so many outbreaks in so many cities simultaneously unless someone had pressed the button, unless someone had made a decision that this was to go. The president, Ginsburg affirmed, was very clear in his mind that there was a conspiracy. Ginsburg had no illusions about the task that lay before him. He was supposed to set up a commission that would examine sweeping questions that touched on nearly every aspect of American life. The president directed him to be comprehensive, careful, and fast, and to have an interim report ready within 6 months. "I remember," he said, "the very first afternoon sitting in an empty office, empty desk, alone, and thinking, how does one begin this?" Ginsburg realized that the work ahead would require money, and a lot of it. But LBJ assured him that he would have the full support of the White House and all the resources that he would need to complete his work. The President's Emergency Fund provided $100,000 to get the commission off the ground, and Ginsburg was told that the White House would later ask Congress for a supplemental appropriation to keep the commission going. Although he did not know it at the time, squeezing money out of the White House would become a time-consuming and frustrating part of his job. The White House provided the commission with 3 floors of an old office building at 1016 16th Street, not far from the White House and directly across from the Russian embassy. The commission occupied 3 of the 8 floors in the building. Ginsburg had to decide how to fill those offices and how they would go about organizing the staff to answer LBJ's queries efficiently but convincingly. He was starting from scratch. Over a matter of days, weeks at the most, he had to hire stenographers, lawyers, archivists, researchers, and analysts. He also had to decide whether the commission should create its own independent research staff or instead depend on existing studies and the expertise of executive agencies. And he had to determine whether to follow the lead of the Warren Commission, where the commissioners were figureheads while the staff did most of the work, or instead involve them more closely in the commission's labors. Ginsburg believed that the president had set the agenda for the commission with his 3 questions. Answering the first question, what happened, would involve some factual investigation to reconstruct the events and their chronology. It also required an effort to answer the conspiracy questions. Ginsburg felt that explaining why the riots occurred would entail hiring social scientists who could discern some common threads that would allow reasonable speculation about the basic causes of the disturbances. The third question, how to prevent future riots, would be perhaps the most difficult. Ginsburg anticipated having to consult with experts, local public officials, private citizens, and community organizations. Answering this question would also be the commission's most delicate task because it would necessitate building consensus among the commissioners while managing White House expectations. Ginsburg's first priority was to hire a deputy executive director who could help him address these issues. This position would be especially crucial since Ginsburg decided not to give up his law practice even while he served as executive director. He would begin his days at Ginsburg, Feldman, and Bress and end them at the commission offices. My first concern, Ginsburg noted, was to get somebody on the staff with whom I could speak to ventilate these matters. Ginsburg's deputy would hire and manage the staff, scholars, and consultants who would oversee the commission's various research programs. While Ginsburg would be involved in these decisions, he reserved for himself the role of liaison between the commission and the White House. A few days after the commission first assembled, Kerner invited the Director of Revenue in Illinois, Theodore Jones, to serve as the Deputy Executive Director. Jones was competent, experienced, and black. In their first meeting, LBJ had told Ginsburg that he wanted the commission to include African Americans on the senior staff. Jones seemed to tick all the boxes, so Ginsburg accepted Kerner's suggestion and made the appointment official on August 1st. The White House followed up with a statement at a news conference later that day. 8 days later, however, Jones was gone. It is unclear what prompted the change or what role, if any, LBJ played in pushing Jones out. The move certainly would have sent a clear signal to Kerner that Johnson, and not the chairman, would be making key staff appointments. It was also clear, however, that Ginsburg was unhappy with Jones. In an oral history, Ginsburg said that Jones's parameters were even more limited than my own. It is likely that Ginsburg registered his discontent with the White House, which set out looking for a replacement. In his resignation letter, Jones wrote that when he accepted the position, he thought he could work for the commission while continuing to work as Illinois Director of Revenue. But he said that after careful examination, he realized that he could not handle both positions with a level of performance meeting the president's, the governor's, or your expectations. While it is unclear whether LBJ played a part in removing Jones, it is very clear that he picked his successor. Johnson wanted Victor Palmieri, a 35-year-old graduate of Stanford Law School and president of Jan's Corporation, one of the largest real estate development firms in the western United States, to take the job. Palmieri was a successful businessman, a strong supporter of LBJ's Great Society and a forceful proponent of increased federal spending to aid American cities. Surprisingly, he had been on Johnson's radar for a few years. In January 1966, Palmieri had been in Sun Valley, Idaho, when he received a call from Califano saying that the president wanted to see him in Washington. The White House sent a private plane into a raging blizzard to pick Palmieri up and transport him to Washington, where he was rushed into a meeting with what he later referred to as the Three Stooges: Califano, Press Secretary Bill Moyers, and White House aide Jack Valenti. They told him that LBJ planned to name him the first Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, leading the new federal department created in 1965. Palmieri made clear he would not accept the appointment, but the aides, sometimes together and sometimes one-on-one, badgered him for 3 hours. Finally, they whisked him into the Oval Office. "Nobody says no to the president," he was told. LBJ stepped up the pressure. Employing the classic Johnson treatment, the president leaned in so close to Palmieri that their faces were only inches apart. But Palmieri held his ground. Clearly not used to being turned down, the president grabbed Palmieri by the arm and pushed him out the door. Apparently, however, LBJ did not hold a grudge. Even before Jones had officially resigned, Palmieri received a call from Deputy Attorney General Warren Christopher, offering him the position of Deputy Executive Director. This time, he said yes. Ginsburg then asked Califano if he could present Palmieri as his own idea. Given the public skepticism about how independent the commission would be, Ginsburg likely feared a backlash if it leaked to the press that the White House had selected his deputy. "Unless you disagree," Califano wrote LBJ on August 7th, "I would propose to tell David in the morning to present Palmieri to the commission as his own suggestion." Ginsburg, it seems, passed his first loyalty test. Ginsburg and Palmieri would develop a close working relationship. As an old Washington hand, Ginsburg was good at managing White House expectations. As a skilled lawyer, he knew how to negotiate differences and find common ground. Palmieri brought with him considerable management skills and experience dealing with large and complicated ventures. Over the next few weeks, as Palmieri raced to fill dozens of staff positions, the commission relied on an old boys network of well-connected Washington insiders. Nearly everyone in high levels of the commission knew each other or was connected to some high-level government official. Many of those contacts were originally made at Harvard Law School. Both Ginsburg and Palmieri were assigned executive assistants, who served as gatekeepers to their bosses and the funnels through which information flowed to the top. Their roles would evolve with the changing fortunes of the commission, but they would be involved with most major decisions and would later help to write its final report. Like Palmieri, his assistant, John Koskinen, hailed from Los Angeles. In 1965, after graduating from Yale Law School and spending a year studying international law at Cambridge University, Koskinen clerked for the Chief Justice of the U.S. Federal Court of Appeals in Washington, D.C. When his clerkship ended the following year, he considered staying in Washington. In 1966, he met with Congressman James Corman in regards to serving as a legislative assistant. Koskinen, however, decided instead to return to Los Angeles, but in August 1967, he traveled back to D.C. for another meeting with the congressman. Corman told Koskinen about the commission and sent him to see David Ginsburg. After a brief conversation, Ginsburg hired him to serve as the assistant to the deputy executive director. The conversation took place about a week before Palmieri joined the commission. Koskinen returned to Los Angeles that weekend, handed off his cases to other lawyers, and took the red-eye back to New York on Monday night to start his new job. "It was a little bizarre," he admitted, "to pack up and move from Los Angeles to Washington in the course of a weekend." David Chambers, who served as Ginsburg's assistant, followed a similar path. After graduating from Harvard Law School, he spent a short time as an associate in a large Washington, D.C. law firm, but he felt a calling to public service. Although he had grown up in a well-off family and had been sheltered from many of the issues that would consume the commission, Chambers had always possessed an instinctive empathy for those who felt like outsiders and faced discrimination. As a closeted gay man living in a straight world, Chambers himself felt like an outsider. Empathy turned to action in July 1967 when he took leave from his firm and traveled to Mississippi, where he provided legal assistance to poor African Americans. The experience changed his life. He recalled sitting with a bunch of young lawyers in Mississippi watching LBJ announce that he was creating a commission to investigate the riots. "We all laughed that LBJ was going to deal with this crisis by appointing another commission," he later said. "Commissions were a way of making problems go away, not to solve them." But the day after he returned home, he received a call from Matt Nimitz, an aide to Joe Califano, and a Harvard Law School classmate. Nimitz wondered if he would be interested in working for David Ginsburg. A few hours later, Ginsburg called and asked if they could meet at his office. He offered him the job, Chambers accepted, and he started work the next day. The position of Deputy Director of Operations went to Stephen Kurzman, another Harvard Law School graduate who had worked for New York's liberal Republican Senator Jacob Javits. Both Javits and John Lindsay were part of a larger group in Congress that pushed for passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. It was Lindsay who helped recruit Kurzman to join the commission. "I got a call out of the blue from John Lindsay," he recalled. Kurzman, in turn, reached out to a fellow Harvard classmate, Charles Nelson, who had been working for the U.S. Agency for International Development. After living in Brazil for the previous 6 years, Nelson had returned to the United States, looking for a new challenge. He was hired to oversee the field teams that would be sent into the riot areas to gather data. Ginsburg and Palmieri were determined to hire a high-profile African American to serve on the senior staff. Thus, Ginsburg offered the job of general counsel to Merle McCurdy, who had served as a public defender in Cleveland and had been appointed U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Ohio by President Kennedy in 1961. McCurdy brought on another African American, Nathaniel R. Jones, an assistant U.S. attorney in his office, to serve as Deputy General Counsel. Tragically, the 55-year-old McCurdy would die 2 months after completing his work on the commission. While the commission recruited 2 African Americans for senior positions, they made no effort to find qualified women. Although it was typical of the times, Ginsburg and Palmieri clearly saw the commission as a man's job for which no women need apply. When they talked about creating a diverse staff, they were only interested in finding qualified African Americans. "Sad to say," David Chambers stated in 2016, "I do not remember thinking at the time that there was anything odd at all about an all-male senior staff. How much the world has changed." By Labor Day, Ginsburg and Palmieri had filled most of the senior staff positions. Ginsburg had planned to recruit the best and brightest experts and researchers on urban affairs, with the expectation that money would not be a problem. "I think on the salary business we will just have to pay what is necessary," he told his staff. "I don't understand that there is any lack of funds available." He soon discovered, however, that money would not be as plentiful as he had been led to believe, and that the funds available were not enough to get the top talent that he had hoped. He ran into other obstacles, too. Since the commission was gearing up at the end of the summer, he had difficulty recruiting experts from universities, as they were already committed to teaching in the fall. Many others, moreover, were skeptical that the commission would produce a meaningful report and did not want to be associated with it. Despite the hurdles, Ginsburg and Palmieri managed to attract prominent professionals. Arnold Gillon had decades of experience training law enforcement on the proper use of force. He had started his career in 1939 as a special assistant to Eliot Ness. the former head of the Prohibition-era Untouchables, who was now working for the Cleveland, Ohio Police Department. In 1961, President Kennedy appointed Gillon to coordinate all the law enforcement agencies in the Treasury Department, including the Secret Service. At the time the commission was formed, he was serving as the Director of Public Safety at the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Gillon also had another key qualification for service on the commission. He was close friends with David Ginsburg, who called and asked him to assume the role of Associate Director for Public Safety. Ginsburg charged Gillon with developing answers to questions about effective riot control and police behavior. Gillon held strong views on many of these issues and had lectured around the world, warning police departments to limit the use of excessive force, which he believed was counterproductive in a riot situation. I saw my new position on the Kerner Commission as offering a chance to play a significant role in developing a realistic, effective non-lethal police and military response for the control of racial civil disorders and violence, he wrote in his 2010 memoir. Shortly after joining the commission, Gillon attended the annual meeting of the International Association of Chiefs of Police, where police departments from across the country gathered to discuss new strategies and tactics while also showing off their latest hardware. He was shocked when he saw displays of intimidating and frightening military-type vehicles and weapons, including army tanks. Gillon pulled some of the displays off the wall and brought them back to Washington, where he taped them on the walls of the commission conference room. The senior staff was stunned by the images and appalled when they learned that police departments across the country were being told to prepare for war. I could almost feel their shocked reaction, he recalled. Gradually, the once empty offices filled up with new faces. Journalist Robert Cano, who had authored a highly acclaimed book about the Watts riots, Rivers of Blood, Years of Darkness, joined the commission to write the first section of its report, which would answer the question, what happened? Ronald Goldfarb, a Washington attorney, examined how the administration of justice led to grievances and tensions. Milan Miskovsky, a former CIA analyst who, in 1960, had helped negotiate for the release of Francis Gary Powers after his U-2 spy plane crashed in the Soviet Union, led the commission's investigation of conspiracy. Robert Shello, a social scientist at the National Institute of Public Health, headed the team investigating the causes behind the riots. Richard Nathan, a fellow at the Brookings Institution and a former advisor to Nelson Rockefeller, was responsible for developing short-term solutions for the interim report. The White House assigned staff member Norman McKenzie as the executive officer responsible for keeping the commission on budget. Although they were able to quickly design a research plan and hire people to staff key positions, neither Ginsburg nor Palmieri had any illusion regarding the challenges that still confronted them. So far as my work with the commission is concerned, Palmieri wrote to friends in September, I can report with some confidence now that the job we are trying to do is completely impossible. Somehow during the next few months, we are supposed to investigate the riots and find out precisely what occurred in cities throughout the country, hold hearings on an unrelenting schedule both in Washington and on a regional basis in the right areas, and direct massive research study culminating, and I am told, in a superbly written report which will lay out the great domestic questions of our time for the American people. He realized that, no matter how good a job we do, the report will be satisfying to very few people. After only a few weeks on the job, he appreciated the conflict the commission faced. The problem, he wrote, is the classic equation of the democratic society in which law and order rest on one side of the scale and the need for change on the other. The emphasis in Washington, particularly in Congress, is all on the side of law and order. The desperate concern of the black communities, on the other hand, is change. Even before Ginsburg and Palmieri had filled many of the staff positions, the commissioners began holding hearings. Most of the commissioners refused to serve as figureheads, and they made clear their intent to play an active role in gathering information and reaching their own conclusions about the causes of the riots and possible solutions. The commissioners, along with Ginsburg and Palmieri, believed that the best way to learn about the urban unrest was to hold hearings with public officials and local citizens from areas impacted by the riots, and to listen to testimony from experts in urban affairs. They planned to supplement these hearings with field trips to impacted cities to get a first-hand look at local conditions. On August 1st, the Commission held the first of many hearings in the Indian Treaty Room in the old State, War, and Navy Building, which would later be renamed the Eisenhower Executive Office Building. The Indian Treaty Room, with its marble wall panels and tiled floors, once served as the Navy's library and reception room. Before hearing from their first witnesses, the commissioners needed to settle important questions. Should they open the hearings to the public? Should members of the press be permitted to attend the sessions? The lessons of the Warren Commission hung over their deliberations. Only 3 years had passed since the commission released its report that a lone gunman had killed the president. By 1967, critics had savaged the report and eroded public support for its findings. Some of the commissioners believed the Warren Commission had done a bad job of dealing with the press, and that its failure to educate the public as the investigation progressed helped undermine its credibility. To avoid making similar mistakes, Palmieri hired a respected journalist, Al Spivak, to serve as its press secretary. Spivak lobbied for open hearings, including radio and television coverage, but he ran into stiff resistance from most of the commissioners. Lindsay, Harris, and Kerner believed that public education was an important part of the commission's work, and therefore argued in favor of holding some public hearings and admitting print journalists. They were less enthusiastic about allowing television cameras. Most of their colleagues opposed holding public hearings, and they insisted on holding all sessions in private. Thornton worried that the press would distort the proceedings and give a platform to militants, and Corman complained that the public's presence minimizes rather than maximizes the information we can get. He said that he did not see the role of this commission as one of public education at this point. Brooke, ignoring the positions of Lindsay, Harris, and Kerner, declared that a consensus had formed against public sessions. While there was no agreement, a majority of commissioners clearly wanted to work in private. The commissioners agreed, however, to publish excerpts from the testimony. The first witnesses that day were 2 men with experience leading large investigations. Lee Rankin, who served as the executive director of the Warren Commission, and Warren Christopher, Deputy Attorney General who served as Vice Chair of the McCone Commission, which investigated the Watts riot in 1965. Both men talked mainly about housekeeping details. What types of hearings to hold, how to deal with the press. "I think you can do much better than we did with the press," Rankin said, pointing out that the Warren Commission did not even have a press secretary. But the key witness that day was FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, a sign that the commission wanted to tackle the conspiracy question head-on. Hoover, for his part, was glad to stoke suspicions that the riots had not been completely spontaneous. He personally worked on his presentation and asked aides to include vicious quotes from some of the radicals. He also insisted on having a quote from Martin Luther King Jr. that could be seen to condone the violence. Using King's own words, he argued, would tie him down. In a long-winded and meandering presentation, Hoover flailed at all his many enemies, King, the media, and anyone who advocated disrespect for law and order. He did not distinguish between peaceful civil rights protests, legitimate anti-war activity, and rioters who tossed Molotov cocktails. They were all lawbreakers and deserved to be punished. On the specific issue of whether the riots were the result of a conspiracy, Hoover placed charts around the room that tried to show a link between the dates of provocative public appearances by Stokely Carmichael and H. Rap Brown and the racial unrest that followed. He pointed out that one or the other man spoke in 9 cities within a short time before disturbances occurred. Their rhetoric about racial conflict attracted support from subversive and extremist organizations, groups, and individuals, he argued, including the Communist Party. Communists do not begin trouble, he declared, but they take advantage of it. Hoover also sought to use the question of conspiracy to attack Martin Luther King Jr., whom he accused of promoting the communist tactic of linking the civil rights movement with the anti-Vietnam War protest movement. Mayor Lindsay sat through Hoover's 2-hour testimony, waiting his turn to ask questions. When it came, he began with polite and respectful inquiries about the FBI's intelligence operations. Eventually, however, Lindsay confronted Hoover with the central issue. "I gather from your testimony that the explosions at Detroit and Newark were not the result, as far as we know, of any general conspiracy." Hoover, who answered most queries with long-winded responses, uttered one word: "Right." Lindsay continued, "Yet at the same time, it appears that once it was triggered off by some relatively minor incident, that there was a very rapid mobilization of skills and planning ability." Hoover: "That is correct." Lindsay nudged Hoover to speculate about the causes of the riots. If they were not the product of conspiracy, then what had prompted them? Hoover's answers, apart from the Cold War rhetoric, sounded a lot like the views articulated by Lindsay and Harris. He blamed the unrest on the horrible conditions in the ghettos that led those living there to be thoroughly justified in their anger toward the rest of society. All they needed, he said, was some incident to arise to rush out and begin to protest and charge police brutality. Communists would then take advantage of the incident to incite more unrest. But, he conceded, the FBI had never found any pattern which shows the thing is planned days in advance or that it was scheduled to happen and at a certain time. The riots were always instigated by a spark that occurs accidentally where there is a large Negro population living in maybe deplorable areas. Thornton, perhaps realizing that Lindsay had gently led the FBI director to admit that poverty and not a communist conspiracy produced the riots, jumped in to challenge the notion that the commission should recommend additional spending on social programs to attack the underlying conditions in urban areas. There were those, he declared, obviously referring to Lindsay and Harris, who argued that what we have to do is open the gates and spend lots of money. Thornton pushed Hoover to return to his original message of condemning lawbreakers and demanding that law and order be restored. Hoover, who had responded curtly to Lindsay's questions, was back in his comfort zone, attacking civil rights leaders, rioters, and anti-war protesters. The commission released excerpts of Hoover's testimony to the press, highlighting his statement that the FBI had no evidence of a conspiracy behind the riots. But the press reports did little to change opinions. The conspiracy hypothesis was loaded with meaning for both its advocates and its detractors. Many conservatives, and some liberals, had convinced themselves that the riots were an aberration, fomented by a handful of agitators who did not reflect majority opinion in the black community. Like whites in the South in the era of Jim Crow, those who took this view convinced themselves that most blacks were content with their lot. For Republicans, political calculation reinforced their faith that the riots were the product of a conspiracy. They planned to rebuild their party by playing to the fears of white suburbanites who worried about rising crime rates and diminishing respect for law and order. By suggesting that a handful of agitators were behind the violence, they absolved the larger society of any responsibility for it. LBJ's lenient policies toward crime and his civil rights agenda, they argued, gave blacks license to riot. Underlying social problems, many of them created and enforced by discrimination and racism, had nothing to do with the violence. For many on the left, however, the conspiracy argument oversimplified a far more complicated reality. Poverty and despair lay behind the riots, and the anger and hostility of African Americans toward white society were both pervasive and justified. For advocates of the conspiracy interpretation, the unrest was largely a law enforcement issue. For civil rights activists and their allies on the left, this explanation only distracted from the measures that might actually stem future riots: rigorous enforcement of existing civil rights laws and some form of redistribution of resources. LBJ found himself trapped between the two viewpoints. Intellectually, he appreciated that his policies had made only a dent in the suffering in black communities, and he recognized that he may have inadvertently contributed to the uprisings by raising expectations in the black community. For a complicated variety of personal and political reasons, LBJ clung to the conspiracy theory. Politically, LBJ did not want Republicans to outflank him on the law and order issue. Personally, conspiracy helped soothe his inflated ego. After sacrificing so much political capital in support of civil rights, he could not accept that the black community was rewarding him by taking to the streets and undermining support for his presidency. Apparently, Johnson had little faith that the commission would confirm his suspicion of a conspiracy. The next day, White House Chief of Staff Marvin Watson called Hoover's assistant, Cartha D. DeLoach, and asked the FBI to conduct a parallel investigation of the conspiracy issue. Hoover refused the president's request, and he told his staff to prepare a letter for the White House that made clear that "we have checked with all the offices, and the only information available is that which I gave yesterday." The trouble with LBJ, Hoover wrote in a memorandum the same day, was that he asks 2, 3, or 4 people to do the same thing. In his dealings with both Johnson and the commission, Hoover was playing a delicate game. There was no evidence of a conspiracy, but he wanted to use the riots as an excuse to attack his many enemies and potentially expand his surveillance efforts. Stirring fears of an organized plot could be useful on both fronts. When asked directly, Hoover admitted there was no conspiracy to riot, but he preferred to feed fears of insurrection while pointing an accusatory finger at anyone who advocated for social change. His strategy allowed everyone to hear what they wanted to hear. In the wake of Hoover's testimony, Lindsay focused on the FBI director's clear statement that no conspiracy existed. Thornton, however, accepted Hoover's charge that Stokely Carmichael and H. Rap Brown helped provoke the riots. "I don't think we can possibly say it doesn't exist," he told fellow commissioners about the possibility of a conspiracy, and he insisted that the commission focus on the degree to which it exists. Everyone knew, Thornton said during the commission's August 1st discussion, that Carmichael and some of his cohorts were holding meetings where they discussed how do we start riots and how can we organize to do so. He feared that if the commission flatly declared there was no conspiracy, they would be tagged as being a bunch of liberals. The debate over conspiracy during the commission's first session made for some strange bedfellows. Roy Wilkins suggested that the commission embrace a broader interpretation of the meaning of conspiracy than the FBI had. "It was not as if Stokely Carmichael sat around the table and told people to go out and riot," Wilkins admitted, but he was reluctant to abandon the idea that the militants possessed some informal but effective way to instigate the violence. Thornton and Wilkins' defense of the conspiracy theory troubled Fred Harris, who chastised them for offering rather simplistic solutions. "If the commission believed 1 or 2 people in the country can cause riots," he responded, "I think we really missed the boat." He insisted that the group examine the social conditions that made Black power a siren call for many African Americans. The commission needed to get to the root of the problem and not delude itself into believing that a handful of people were responsible for the riots. Harris offered a psychosocial interpretation of the violence that was popular among liberals. Discrimination, poor public facilities, along with a lack of education and opportunity, he argued, created sadness and desperation. Preventing riots required addressing the pervasive feeling, especially among young people, that they have not really any voice or any control in the destinations that govern their lives. Thornton did not stop at lending credence to the idea that the riots were the product of a conspiracy. Clearly agitated by Lindsay's insistence that the commission look at the roots of the violence and consider new social programs, Thornton articulated his own alternative theory about what caused the disorder. The rioters were opportunists who were using violence to extract more benefits from the government. In response to LBJ's request that the commission provide a profile of the rioters, Thornton believed it was important to examine whether they were Southern migrants who came north to liberal cities like New York because they pay more relief there than they do down in Mississippi. Had they come north now, not as many liberals suggested, for better jobs and new opportunities, but rather because that is where the action is? Did they, he asked, see on TV that there is liquor and guns that are being taken from stores and broken into and want to get a piece of the action? Thornton believed the commission should limit its focus to identifying specific measures that would help local police and National Guard units enforce the law and contain future disturbances, what he called action recommendations. He predicted a white backlash if the commission did not actively pursue a law and order agenda and the riots continued. There was, he said, a short fuse in the white population, and he foresaw the possibility of riots against the rioters. Thornton's warnings about a white backlash would prove prescient in the coming years, but on this day, he had a very specific concern in mind. The wealthy white neighbors in the exclusive area of Los Angeles in which he lived, he pointed out, depended on Black servants who would come to their houses a few times a week to clean and perform various chores. Now, having listened to H. Rap Brown exhort Blacks to burn down their homes and their factories, his neighbors would no longer hire Blacks. They are fearful, he told his colleagues. Meanwhile, Thornton also drew a line in the sand, making clear that he would be skeptical at best of any new social programs the commission might support. In an obvious dig at Lindsay and Harris, he suggested that liberal politicians who promised too much and delivered too little deserved some of the blame for the riots. Black agitators, he charged, fed on the dashed expectations of African Americans who had been told by liberal politicians that they deserved the benefits of middle-class life, but had never been asked to make the sacrifices necessary to achieve them. Tex Thornton's interventions throughout the first hearing, from his interest in the conspiracy hypothesis to his preoccupation with action recommendations, and his suggestion that urban Blacks were lazy, made clear that Lyndon Johnson's liberal coalition hardly spoke with one voice when it came to race. Indeed, this was evident in Thornton's very language. Throughout the day, Thornton repeatedly referred to African Americans as colored people. After the meeting, Roy Wilkins pulled him aside. "Despite the fact that I run the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People," he said, "it's more appropriate today to use the terms Negro or Black." Thornton listened sympathetically, and at the next meeting he repeatedly pronounced Negroes as Nigras. Whether Thornton knew it or not, the term was deeply offensive and commonly used by Southern white racists. "We could see Roy Wilkins cringe every time he said it," recalled David Ginsburg's executive assistant, David Chambers. While many of the commissioners disagreed with Thornton's views, they all shared his desire to write a report that would have a meaningful impact. For all the debates and disagreements that would characterize their work, the commissioners and staff were united in their desire to shape public attitudes and influence policymakers. They differed, though, on the best way to accomplish that goal. Lindsay and Harris advocated a policy of shock and awe. Shock the public with strong language, and then awe them with statistics, figures, and a list of new social programs designed to address the problem. Thornton and the two House members, James Corman and William McCulloch, shared the belief that the report needed to paint a vivid portrait of life in the ghettos, while stopping short of endorsing specific social programs. They opposed raising expectations by recommending new programs that stood no chance of passing Congress. Lindsay and Harris understood these short-term political challenges, but they nevertheless wanted to use the report to look over the horizon and set long-term goals for the nation. This dispute, too, would shape the commission's work in the months to come. Harris and Lindsay also believed that the commission needed to quickly establish its credibility and its independence from the administration. An obvious target was the National Guard. In the commission's first meeting at the White House, Cyrus Vance told them that the Guard had not only been ineffective in Detroit, but it may have made conditions worse. In his testimony before the commission, Deputy Attorney General Warren Christopher made the case that the Guard was ineffective because it was not racially integrated. Michigan, for example, had only 120 blacks out of a force of 10,000. Nationally, blacks made up only 1.5% of all Guard troops. The airborne troops that LBJ sent to the area performed much better, Christopher suggested, in part because of their superior training, but also because 20% of the paratroopers were black. "I will just tell you," Christopher said, "there was a tremendous difference on the streets of Detroit in areas where the airborne troopers were every third or fourth man was Negro. They understood the problem." From the early days of the commission, Harris led the charge for requiring the National Guard to be more aggressive in attracting and promoting African Americans. The demands, so early in the life of the commission, put Ginsburg in an awkward position. As Califano later reported to Johnson, Ginsburg complained that he was getting pressure from commission members, particularly from Senator Fred Harris, to do something within the next few days. But Califano assured the president that Ginsburg believed the commission should focus its attention both publicly and privately on a thorough study of riots. That is what you asked for. He urged Ginsburg to stop Harris from making any public comments about the National Guard. "David will do everything he can with Tex Thornton and perhaps others to keep the commission from shooting from the hip, which we both believed would be damaging," Califano told Johnson. Apparently, Ginsburg's efforts failed. On August 10th, after a second meeting with Cyrus Vance, the commission sent a letter to Johnson recommending that the National Guard recruit more African Americans and receive improved riot control training. They also advocated a careful review to guarantee the quality of officers appointed in the Guard. The commission's letter noted that members believe strongly that this deficiency must be corrected as soon as possible. LBJ accepted the recommendation with public equanimity, while privately seething. Johnson informed the press that he had passed on the recommendations to Defense Secretary McNamara with instructions that "this is a matter of highest urgency and I know you will give it your immediate attention." Shortly after the commission issued its recommendation, however, Johnson made a phone call to Fred Harris. "I want you to remember that you're a Johnson man," he told Harris. "I'm your friend, Mr. President, and I won't forget," the junior senator responded. "If you do, Fred," Johnson said, "I'll take out my pocket knife and cut your Peter off." Johnson was not the only person in Washington upset by the commission's proposal. The recommendation brought a swift response from conservative lawmakers and the National Guard itself. Congressman F. Edward Hebert declared that the commission had indicted the Guard without one scintilla of evidence. Those who made the recommendation, he said, are people who probably never heard of the National Guard before they were put on the commission. When reminded that Kerner was a commander of the Illinois National Guard, Hebert insisted, "That doesn't mean he knows anything about the National Guard." Major General James Cantwell, president of the National Guard Association of the United States, accused the commission of casting a slur on the competent, dedicated National Guard officers, and without good cause. A constituent let Harris know what he felt about recruiting more African Americans into the Guard. "Will the black boys you want to train in the National Guard be better snipers in the next riots?" he asked. The move may have angered the president, but many in the press applauded it, confirming Harris's hopes that taking quick action to suggest changes to the National Guard would establish the commission's independence. The Washington Post noted that the letter is encouraging, both because the proposal has merit and because it indicates that the commission intends to make appropriate recommendations whenever it reaches a mature judgment on a problem. The New York Times called the recommendations refreshingly swift and perceptive. The American Veterans Committee, a liberal alternative to the American Legion and Veterans of Foreign Wars, applauded the commission's recommendation. The commission is to be commended at the prompt and perceptive pinpointing of one of the most disturbing aspects of the handling of the urban riots this summer, the role of the National Guard. The conservative Chicago Tribune, however, called it ironic that the first recommendations of the Presidential Commission were critical not of the rioters, snipers, and looters, but of the Guard, who risked their lives to restore peace. In its first few weeks, Ginsburg and Palmieri managed to fill key positions on the commission, and the commissioners started holding hearings to investigate the causes of the riots. Although everyone agreed that they wanted to have an impact on the discussion of urban unrest, they disagreed on many basic questions. Were the riots the product of a conspiracy among a handful of militants? Was a tough law and order approach necessary to end the riots? Or did the commission need to examine the underlying social and economic causes of the disorders? Ironically, the debate over the National Guard proposal accentuated these differences. The warm press reception to the recommendations emboldened Harris and Lindsay, who became even more aggressive in their efforts to push their colleagues to support a more liberal agenda. At the same time, however, the move angered Thornton, who feared that the commission was straying from its original mission, which he viewed as largely a law enforcement issue. Some of the commissioners hoped that traveling to the riot areas and seeing conditions there might help break the ideological stalemate. Chapter 4. I think we should avoid overstatement. Within weeks of President Johnson's July 28 announcement, the commission was charging forward on many different fronts. It was fully staffed and took on the shape of a giant octopus, with arms flaying in many different directions. David Ginsburg and Victor Palmieri created a small in-house group of social scientists, and they also convened meetings with outside consultants who were leaders in the field of race relations and urban unrest. They solicited academic papers relevant to their investigation and sent field teams into riot-torn areas to conduct in-depth investigations. Simultaneously, between hearings in Washington, the commissioners traveled in small groups to riot-ravaged cities to get a personal look at the devastation, talk with residents, and meet with local officials. Some of the more moderate commissioners, especially James Corman, William McCulloch, Edward Brooke, Herbert Jenkins, and Catherine Peden, had only a vague intellectual understanding of the deplorable conditions in poor urban areas. The poor schools, inadequate housing and sanitation, and scarcity of jobs they found there shocked them. as did the often callous indifference and arrogance of local governments. Their travels made some of the moderates believe that Lindsay and Harris were right. It would be impossible to prevent future riots without addressing the underlying conditions that fed black anger toward white society. Meanwhile, the White House monitored those developments with growing concern that the president's high-profile commission was going off the rails. On August 15th, Mayor Lindsay and David Ginsburg traveled to Newark, where they walked along Springfield Avenue, past storefronts that were still boarded up from the violence a few weeks earlier. The commissioners had agreed that their trips would be unannounced, but the media-conscious mayor nevertheless tipped off the press. Most residents stood on the sidelines and watched silently as Lindsay, quickly surrounded by a swarm of newsmen and photographers, walked past. A woman who recognized Lindsay hugged him. "I'm going to ask my mayor why he doesn't come up here," she said. Another woman told him that jobs were the biggest need. Jobs, that's it. That sums it up," Lindsay said in response. Later, the two men toured the city streets in a fire engine-red convertible and viewed the damage by air in a helicopter. Many Democratic mayors were angry that the president had given Lindsay, a Republican, a platform he could use to criticize them. They already felt under attack from activists on the left who ran community action programs funded by the administration's war on poverty and by angry white voters worried about crime. Lindsay did not help matters when he toured neighboring Newark without paying a courtesy call on its powerful mayor, Hugh Adonisio. "We can have some very serious political controversy if Lindsay and other members of the commission move in on some of the cities where mayoralty elections are scheduled this fall," New York Democratic Congressman Hugh Carey wrote the White House. Brooklyn, where the New York mayor traveled next, was safer ground. He and Ginsburg visited Brownsville in East New York. In the early part of the 20th century, Brownsville had been a haven for first-generation immigrants, especially Russian Jews. By 1920, it had earned the nickname Little Jerusalem. In the 1950s, however, when the New York City Housing Authority decided to build new public housing projects in the neighborhood, many Jews fled and were replaced by low-income Black and Latino residents. By 1967, Brownsville's unemployment rate was 17%, which was double the average for the city, and crime had become rampant. Lindsay later recalled that he and Ginsburg entered a dilapidated house where a young, unemployed woman greeted them. Lindsay asked where she grew up. "I came from Mississippi," she responded. When the mayor inquired as to why she came to Brownsville, she replied, "To find a better life." Had she found one? Yes, she answered. This was a better life than what she had left behind. Her answer, Lindsay asserted, completely stunned David Ginsburg and me. The following week, more commission members traveled to Newark. Roy Wilkins, Catherine Peden, I.W. Abel, Tex Thornton, and Herbert Jenkins. Unlike Lindsay and Ginsburg, they stopped by the mayor's office before heading out on their tour. The group attracted much less attention than Lindsay had the previous week. A few older African Americans recognized Wilkins, but to younger residents, he was just another black man in a suit. The commissioners visited a middle-class African American neighborhood and stopped by a black-owned barber shop, where the owners were angrier with the police than with the rioters. They told the commissioners that when the riots began, they closed shop and hung a Soul Brothers sign on the outside. The rioters passed the building without inflicting damage, but the state police needlessly fired into their shop. On August 21st, Herbert Jenkins, William McCulloch, and James Corman met with the leaders of a dozen grassroots organizations and other community leaders in some of Detroit's riot-ravaged neighborhoods. Corman recalled later that the black leaders were trying to assault and demean us, and they were really angry. When asked what the greatest problem facing the community was, one of the local leaders declared without hesitation, opportunity. Although the community representatives discussed the specific issues that plagued poor areas, especially dilapidated housing, unemployment, and underfunded schools, they told the commissioners that the underlying reason for the riot was that Negroes are systematically excluded from the mainstream of life. The commissioners asked about the differences between discrimination in the North and the South, but their interlocutors saw little distinction. "The difference is purely an intellectual exercise," said one. "Being black in the United States is the same anywhere. You feel the same way." One activist revealed that every black man in the room had been in jail at some point in their lives. They pointed out the gap between what the nation spent on urban problems and what it spent on the Vietnam War. At one point, Corman asked if the mafia existed in Detroit, suggesting that it may have been responsible for the riots. The room erupted in laughter. "The riots are completely the responsibility of the white society," the commissioners were told. "Until they are willing to indict themselves, we will live in guerrilla warfare." And residents were tired of liberal platitudes about helping them. "You talk about bringing up the Negro. You are not going to bring me up anymore. You're going to get your foot off my back, or I'm going to break your leg." The assembled leaders were not impressed by the Kerner Commission, and most, according to a summary of the visit, felt this was just another talk session and that nothing would come out of it. When the meeting ended, Corman asked one of the more militant participants if he could suggest a nearby drugstore where the congressman could pick up a souvenir for his daughter. The young man, who had been angrily denouncing him a few minutes earlier, responded, "I'll walk over there with you so you won't get lost." The act of kindness left a deep impression on Corman, who recalled it nearly 25 years later. "I thought," he stated in a 1994 oral history, "underneath all this sort of surface hatred, we can reach each other." Still, the meeting had made clear that bridging that divide would not be easy. A few days later, Fred Harris traveled to Milwaukee accompanied by Catherine Peden, Roy Wilkins, and Herbert Jenkins. Although it received less attention than disturbances in Detroit and Newark, the Milwaukee unrest, which started on the same day that the Kerner Commission held its first White House meeting, ended with 4 deaths and 1,740 arrests. The commissioners arrived for an evening meeting with city officials, including Mayor Henry Meyer and the chief of police, that lasted well past midnight. The mayor and his aides painted a rosy picture of the city, claiming that it was largely free of racial tensions. Oblivious to the frustration in the black community, Meyer blamed the riots on outside agitators and claimed they were attempting to embarrass him politically. He also expressed satisfaction that local law enforcement had crushed the rebellion, concluding that the city was healthier now than before, having developed pride in being able to successfully combat violence. The director of the Milwaukee Commission on Community Relations parroted the mayor's position, stating that only a small percentage of Milwaukee Negroes were involved in the riot, and that the clear majority approved of the mayor's tough response to the disturbance. However, an excursion through the riot-torn area the next day exposed the gap between the official account of race relations in the city and the harsh reality. The commissioners were shocked by the level of segregation. They noticed that in a large department store, there were no black clerks and only 2 black tellers at a local bank. Several ghetto residents remarked that the only people in Milwaukee who rioted were the police, staff member Henry Taliaferro wrote in a report about the trip. The commissioners were told there was no riot, just a handful of teenagers on a destructive lark were responsible for the damage. Residents accused the mayor of overreacting, most likely to shore up support from white voters. Harris broke away from the group to talk with people in a black barber shop. "Where are you from?" Harris asked one man who was from Alabama. Harris wanted to know if Milwaukee was more segregated than Alabama, but the men in the shop seemed puzzled by the question. It turned out in Milwaukee, Harris recalled, they didn't see any white people. The commissioners had lunch with Father James Groppe, a radical Catholic priest who was leading the campaign for open housing. The perpetually haggard, chain-smoking Groppe refused to condemn the riots. The black man has a right to use violence if other techniques don't work, he declared. Also in attendance at the luncheon was a small group of burly teenage boys who wore sweatshirts with NAACP on the front and Commandos on the back. They were all African American and well educated, and they worked with local organizations in the slums. They are quite bitter about the resistance of city government and of the white majority to Negro demands, Taliaferro observed. They listed as their top priorities open housing, improving inner-city schools, and more jobs. Several in the group stated that matters were beyond the talking stage. Given the hostility of the city government, they had lost hope that they could solve urban problems working through established means, Taliaferro concluded. Mayor Meyer was an energetic and hard-working liberal, the commission staffer wrote, but like many white liberals, he was out of touch with the reality on the streets. Making matters worse, Meyer appeared to resent the fact that his best efforts have not been rewarded by content among Negroes. After Harris and other commissioners visited Milwaukee, he and Mayor Lindsay traveled together to Cincinnati, where one person was killed and 63 injured during nearly 2 weeks of unrest in June 1967. What they heard and saw left both men deeply shaken. The day began with a meeting with city leaders and representatives of the local community action program. Afterward, Harris and Lindsay toured the riot area. The first stop was a public housing project. I remember the smell of the Negro slums I had walked through that day, Harris wrote in a book published in 1968. The garbage in the streets, the terribly overcrowded housing conditions, 3 and 4 families living where one had been intended. As they continued their tour, the two commissioners encountered 15 young African Americans shooting craps by the side of one of the units. Suspicious of the group of white men in suits, the young men asked if they were FBI agents. When they said no, the youths turned back to their craps game. Harris and Lindsay tried to engage them in conversation, asking them how the government could help them. "We want a job, man," Harris recalled them saying. "Get us a job, baby. Can't you get us a job? Get us a job. We want a job." Lindsay and Harris learned that 2 men in the group lost their jobs after being arrested in the riots. Another had been employed by a federal summer jobs program, but that initiative had ended. The most dramatic encounter took place when they met secretly with a group of black militants. "We went into a room where we were all asked to identify ourselves and our job," Taliaferro wrote in a memo. "When we entered the room, everyone refused to shake hands with us. A young Presbyterian minister who had a degree in theology and a master's in sociology from Columbia University was the principal speaker. He is intensely bitter," Taliaferro wrote. Except for the minister, all the men were dressed in African shirts, some with amulets around their necks, and generally in such fashion as to deny any identification with the white man's conventions. They were all college graduates. Most either had a graduate degree or were working toward getting one. They had all been involved in the nonviolent civil rights movement and had worked helping poor families in the slums. But now they had given up on nonviolence and on the white establishment. The minister began with a 20-minute monologue delivered with passionate intensity, but in a very calm, low-key manner. "He would not look at me while he talked," Harris recalled. The preacher insisted that Harris refer to the riots as a rebellion, and he warned, "It's just the beginning. Look, man, we're hip to you white people. We know now it's no good trying to appeal to your morals. You've shown you don't have any morals." The only thing you believe in is your property. That's what this country is all about, baby. So we are going to burn it down." Another young African American reinforced the message, saying, "It is ludicrous for you white people to be here asking black people what's wrong, what our grievances are. You made this system, and you must change it," he lectured them. His bitterness and anger were palpable. "We tried marching and begging Whitey, but now we found out that you white people ain't going to give a black man nothing. We got to take it away from you." Taliaferro wrote later that the meeting was a dramatic experience for all of us. The commissioners were the personal targets of deep bitterness, hopelessness, and frustration and hate. Harris admitted that he had known these feelings of anger and frustration existed, but he had never been confronted by them so directly. As the commissioners and staff members drove away from the encounter in silence, Harris thought to himself, "This is a long way from Walters, Oklahoma." The group ended the day at City Hall, meeting with a new group of city officials who regaled them with stories of all the progress being made in the city. Lindsay and Harris were stunned. Had any of these local leaders ever ventured into a public housing project or met with young militants? They proceeded to describe in detail what they had seen and heard that day. According to Taliaferro, the officials appeared to listen and looked somewhat stunned. It was unclear to Taliaferro whether they were reacting to the description of conditions in the projects or were shocked that Lindsay, a Republican, was dressing them down for their failures. It was not only white commissioners who were getting an earful from young militants. Around the same time, Senator Edward Brooke held a secret meeting with H. Rap Brown in a shabby basement apartment on 7th Avenue in Harlem. Brown had insisted that Brooke come alone. When the senator arrived wearing his customary blue suit, Brown sat him down in a wooden chair facing about a dozen young male militants dressed in blue jeans. "I listened attentively to bitter, profane criticism of me and the American system of government," Brooks stated. "You're not black," Brown lectured him. "You are not one of us. In the Senate, you are part of the white establishment. You are what's wrong with America." Brooke pushed back, arguing that working within the system was the only way to make change. In response to their cries of black power, Brooke asked, "What is power but the ability to change the basic conditions of life?" He told Brown that his advocacy for black power was self-defeating, because minorities needed to build coalitions with the majority to enact meaningful reforms. Neither side conceded any ground, and after 2 hours, Brown escorted the senator out of the room. "No one shook my hand or thanked me, nor did I expect it," he reflected. The commissioners' trip to cities that experienced riots continued through September. On September 27th, Kerner traveled to Newark, where he walked down Prince Street, which had been devastated by the uproar. He visited a partially completed public housing project with some of the dreariest, most depressing housing units he had ever seen. All day he engaged residents in conversations about race. They all spoke about the same issues: extreme police brutality, the need for jobs and public transportation, and a better way to find homes for people displaced by urban renewal projects. At the office of the United Afro-American Association, a local support group, the organization's president, Willie Wright, told the governor that unless Negroes were admitted into the mainstream of American society, and particularly the economic portion of the society, more and bigger riots would be forthcoming. Kerner also met with city officials, who seemed oblivious to the issues that mattered most to poor African Americans. The police commissioner told Kerner that before the riot, he had believed that the police had an almost ideal rapport with residents, and that he was astonished that a riot occurred in Newark. Kerner also made a quick 24-hour tour of Detroit, accompanied by Peden and Thornton. where they visited the riot area and met with individuals impacted by the violence. Kerner broke away from the formal tour and tried to start a conversation with a young mother who was sitting on the curb. Without identifying himself, he simply said that he was working with a group to improve conditions for blacks living in urban areas. The woman was not impressed. "You don't live here," she said. "So what do you know about it? You sit in a big office in Washington and you draw up some plans and tell us what to do." She told him what residents needed most was more police protection. Her plea underscored the complexity of the relationship between the police and the communities they served. Residents complained about police brutality, but they also charged that officers avoided their neighborhoods and were slow to respond when called. The commissioner's explorations of urban areas, combined with the testimony of a parade of witnesses at hearings held throughout August and September, impressed upon the commissioners the deep and profound sense of rejection and alienation felt by many African Americans. They saw firsthand how in the ghetto the garbage was the last to be collected. The police were more aggressive and less respectful, schools were falling apart, and housing was dilapidated. "All of us knew these things intellectually," Harris said after touring Cleveland. "Now we feel them." Kerner's response was similar. "I thought I knew the problem fairly well," he asserted, "but I certainly was not aware of the depth and breadth of it." Congressman McCulloch echoed the same refrain. "I would say that while I have been generally familiar with some of the cities, I was shocked to see conditions in one or two that I visited," he told a local Ohio reporter. "I mean that. I was shocked. I am now convinced it is the most difficult, deep-seated problem of our century so far." Even Tex Thornton was moved by what he saw. "I'll be a son of a gun," he said. "The tours and testimony brought me 99 miles further to the left than I thought I would be." For both commissioners and staff, the trips highlighted the desperate conditions in the urban areas, the gap between the way poor blacks and white suburbanites lived, the limited reach of many great society programs, and the failure of local governments and their Democratic mayors to come to grips with the nature of the problem. The discussions with residents and those who participated in the riots also substantiated what FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover had told the commissioners on the first day of hearings. There was no organized conspiracy behind the riots. Instead, what they found in city after city was that the riots were caused by a spark, usually a quarrel between a policeman and a local resident, which ignited a firestorm of unrest. Kerner told a conference in Springfield, Illinois, that the riots start with a dry grass situation in a congested area full of frustration and broken promises. Harris later said that soon after the tours, all the commissioners came to feel that America was in the midst of its greatest domestic crisis since the days of the Civil War, and that racism, poverty, and powerlessness had created an explosive mix that the nation needed to diffuse or face the unacceptable choices of anarchic violence or unprecedented repression. Harris had been advocating for aggressive federal action to address urban needs, but he was shocked by the depth of the problems and the amount of resources that would be necessary to have any hope of successfully addressing them. Before the tours, Harris suggested to local Oklahoma reporters that the commission's recommendations would be modest, saying on August 20th that spending $20 to $25 billion was just not a practical solution when the nation was already spending $25 billion a year in Vietnam. A month later, however, when asked a similar question about the feasibility of a $30 billion program for the cities, he said the figure was not as alarming as you might think, claiming that we have got to make political, economic, and social equality real for all Americans. For other commissioners, meanwhile, the in-person visits to cities that had experienced unrest reinforced the basic message that Lindsay and Harris had been delivering. that it was impossible to stop future riots without addressing the conditions that led to them. Kerner said that after all his discussions with unemployed young people, he found only one who did not want a job. "It was clear to us as we walked in the ghettos," he wrote a few months after the tours, that the people who live there want some very simple things: more police protection against crime in their own communities, more and better jobs, schools and housing, improved public facilities and service such as street lighting and garbage collection, an opportunity to elect people of their own choosing to public office, a decisive voice in the planning of their own communities, and an end to disrespectful treatment from white Americans. Brooke had a similar awakening. After touring Detroit's riot-torn areas, he told reporters that it would take a massive effort similar to the Marshall Plan after World War II to make a dent in urban problems. Brooke was not the first person to advocate for a Marshall Plan for the cities. Urban League Director Whitney Young had raised the idea at his organization's 1963 National Convention, arguing that the history of slavery and racial prejudice had left African Americans unprepared to take advantage of the benefits of post-war economic growth. Young had advocated then for a special effort by the federal government and private industry to provide job training and education for blacks in the rural South and urban cities. But having a Republican senator endorse the same notion gave it greater visibility and bipartisan credibility. Perhaps no one involved with the commission was more shocked by the conditions they witnessed than the director, David Ginsburg. David began his work in August 1967 with no more than an average white upper-class liberal's understanding about race and the riots, his assistant David Chambers wrote in 2016. His views were shaped by living in the segregated worlds of West Virginia and Washington, D.C., by working in white elite institutions, by having highly placed Democratic friends, and by reading the New York Times and the Washington Post. He had an abstract awareness of racism, but he had never seen it up close or understood the tangle of problems that it caused. The first few months on the commission changed all that. David underwent a profound education, Chambers wrote. He visited Newark with a couple of commissioners and walked around in the damaged areas. He attended a half-dozen days of often passionate testimony in the hearings before the commission, and he spent a great deal of time talking with people he respected, all of whom believed in the centrality of racism to the current situation. Ginsburg quickly became determined to ensure that the report highlighted the theme of white racism and forced all Americans to confront the shameful legacy of racism. Indeed, like Ginsburg, many commissioners and staff were coming around to the position that it would be impossible to ignore the ultimate cause of the conditions that had led to the riots. Racism, poverty, unemployment, poor schools, and inadequate medical care all contributed to the misery of urban life. The common thread was that African Americans were always at the bottom of the ladder, with little chance to move up, and the chief reason was that they were black in a white-dominated society. Between visits to the riot areas, the commissioners returned to the musty and ornate Indian Treaty Room to listen to more witnesses. Most of the testimony they heard reinforced what they were observing in the field. The commissioners listened patiently as Newark Mayor Hugh Adonisio, a bulky, balding liberal Democrat, testified about the conditions that led to the riots, accompanied by 20 aides. Adonisio told the commission that it was the cruelest of myths that middle-class America has an interest in saving cities. He said that wealthy Americans are gripped more by the need to buy a vacation home, a sports car for their college-bound son, and a second television set than they are with sharing their affluence with the poor. The suburbs, he declared, were indifferent to the problems plaguing cities. He insisted that most Americans would vote the cities out of existence if they could. Local civic leaders, who followed Adonisio, painted a picture of a dysfunctional city plagued by poor funding and an indifferent municipal government. Adonisio had a dual mission. He wanted the federal government to pour millions of new dollars into Newark, but he also wanted to make sure the funds came directly to City Hall and not to the local citizen groups. While advocating for a Marshall Plan for the cities, Adonisio vehemently opposed the underlying premise of the Johnson administration's War on Poverty, which provided resources directly to local communities, bypassing City Hall. The Office of Economic Opportunity had required that the local community action agencies that received federal funding be developed, conducted, and administered with the maximum feasible participation of residents of the areas and members of the groups served. Adonisio lashed out at the OEO for bypassing city governments and dealing directly with neighborhood groups. He was not alone. The poverty program had from the start incurred the wrath of many other Democratic mayors who could not understand why a president of their own party would be funding groups that challenged their authority. While some community action initiatives were unthreatening, summer day camps for poor children, a health center in Boston, many others organized local citizens to protest City Hall. In New York, local organizers complained to City Hall about poor public facilities and demanded better garbage collection and enforcement of housing codes. Mayors and governors complained to the president that he was funding organizations that were undermining their power and authority. "What in the hell are you people doing?" Chicago's Mayor Richard Daley asked Johnson Press Secretary Bill Moyers. "Does the president know he's putting money in the hands of subversives?" The early testimony, covered widely in the press, challenged the very foundation of LBJ's Great Society, dismissing his programs as either misconceived or grossly underfunded. The presentations made clear that potential solutions, if there were any, were beyond the fiscal reach of the administration. Mayors and other local officials were just one source of information for the commission. The commissioners also heard from high-profile sociologists and economists. Most of these experts confirmed what Adonisio had said. Johnson's Great Society and his much-heralded War on Poverty offered little help to people who needed it most. "We cannot mishandle a social problem for 350 years and assume that palliatives, retraining programs, and so on are going to change it," said Professor Eli Ginsberg of Columbia University. Paul Bullock of the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA, said that the civil rights successes in the South had no impact whatsoever and had been almost totally irrelevant for African Americans living in big cities in the North. Herbert Gans, a Columbia University sociologist, called the War on Poverty a failure, largely because it was underfunded. "It looked good on paper," he said, "but most programs had little or no impact on the lives of poor urban residents." The only way to avoid future riots, he asserted, was to provide services at the same level that Americans supplied arms to fight the war in Vietnam. William Taylor, staff director of the United States Civil Rights Commission, piled on, telling the commission that current federal anti-discrimination policy had been unsuccessful in ending bias in the workplace. He also used the example of urban renewal to highlight the unintended consequences of some federal programs. These projects, he declared, produced nothing in the ghetto except houses which have been condemned, but are still standing, providing a refuge for vandals and illegal activity. Testimony of this sort was not what LBJ wanted to hear from his blue ribbon panel. After attending the hearing about Newark, White House aide Fred Bowen told Joseph Califano that the testimony highlighted a central point. Johnson's Great Society programs had barely made a dent in dealing with the problems of big cities. Bowen was shocked by the electricity of the testimony from indigenous witnesses, especially young people. he discovered that the unemployment rate in Newark was 37%. Youth unemployment was a staggering 40%. There had been no new private housing development in 50 years, and public housing in low-income areas only scratches the surface of what was needed. Young African Americans were alleged to be fearless of police and state troops and willing to risk their lives wantonly because they had lost faith in progress by any other route. Bowen concluded that the magnitude of the problem, the scale of the effort required to make any impact at all, was manifest. Great Society programs represented only a modest effort. He warned that as the Commission made public conditions in urban areas, it is going to be immensely difficult, if not impossible, to cut much ice with the strides made in the last few years. He suggested that the White House avoid bragging about its accomplishments because the testimony before the Commission revealed that its programs were having little impact on the lives of urban residents. Bowen concluded, "I think we should avoid overstatement." As dramatic as some of the early testimony was, it provided little new evidence to help the Commission respond to the questions they were charged with answering. The meetings with the mayors produced good theater, but not very good information. The senior staff was especially disappointed by Adonisio and his aides, who simply repeated their official position that the federal government and white suburbanites were to blame for the unrest in their cities. The commissioners' trips to Newark had already made them skeptical of that claim. Palmieri described the presentation as time-consuming and not very productive in terms of evidence, but necessary nonetheless. The commission decided that in the future, it would meet with elected officials on their home turf and reserve official hearings in Washington primarily for scholars, local officials, and grassroots organizations that could help them achieve their three major goals: gathering information that would help in recreating the riot scenarios, producing an analysis that would explain the causes of the violence, and offering recommendations that would prevent future riots. Ginsburg was also growing impatient. While he was focused on producing a report on time, the commissioners seemed to prefer a more discursive approach. Ginsburg found the hearings cumbersome, complaining about the relaxed atmosphere that allowed commissioners to waste valuable time asking questions that were irrelevant to their mission. The hearings, he said, were time-consuming and unwieldy, and threatened the staff's ability to produce a timely report. He asked Kerner whether they should adopt new procedures, suggesting that the staff prepare questions ahead of time for the commissioners or simply call fewer witnesses. The commissioners, however, balked at any effort to limit their role. Even as Ginsburg worried that the unwieldy hearings threatened the commission's ability to report its findings in a timely fashion, the commissioners decided to speed up the release of the interim report. The executive order creating the commission had called for an interim report in March 1968 and a final one in July. In early October, Lindsay led a drive to push up the release date for the interim report from March to December 1967. The mayor, along with Harris and Wilkins, felt it necessary to produce an initial statement of findings as quickly as possible to reassure the nation and suggest steps that could be taken immediately to head off further unrest. Lindsay also wanted the commission to be able to shape LBJ's 1968 legislative agenda. Most of his fellow commissioners, genuinely shaken by what they had seen on the tours and heard in testimony, agreed to the schedule change. Kerner made the announcement at an October 6 press conference, telling reporters they would produce an interim report by December that would concentrate on short-range steps that private industry, foundations, universities, communities, and states could take immediately to prevent future riots without requiring any legislation. There was one major obstacle to producing a report 3 months ahead of schedule: the Commission had thus far made little progress in actually answering any of the questions that LBJ had posed back in July. Despite the investigations the commissioners had undertaken and the many witnesses they had heard from, the answers seemed more elusive and far more complicated than anyone had anticipated. Furthermore, there were still deep divisions among the commissioners about how to answer the president's questions and even about how to define their mandate. The commission's change of plans did not sit well with LBJ, who became increasingly worried that Lindsay was using the commission as a platform for his own political ambitions. LBJ's hand-picked chairman turned out to be a weak leader, and the hard-charging Lindsay quickly filled the leadership gap. Ginsburg affirmed that Kerner was never passionately involved with the detail and the substance of the effort, and Palmieri has declared that Lindsay was the real leader of the commission. In a 1993 speech, he said that tensions between the commission and the White House resulted from the fact that President Johnson awoke to realize that while it might be called the Kerner Commission, it was very much in danger of being the Lindsay Commission. Johnson had been leery of Lindsay from the beginning. On August 2nd, the day after Hoover testified at the commission's first hearings, the New York Times carried a front-page photo of Ginsburg walking to the session with Lindsay. That afternoon, Ginsburg received a call from Califano. "The president saw your picture in the paper this morning and really doesn't think you ought to have too many of those taken with Lindsay." As the fall wore on, Johnson became obsessed with Lindsay. It pained Johnson to see that he had elevated Lindsay, according to Palmieri. LBJ exploded when Lindsay announced that he was trying to shape the president's legislative agenda by moving the interim report from March to December. LBJ told Califano to send a message to the media-hungry mayor. "Tell Lindsay that there's something I've learned from a long life in politics. It's a darn sight easier to slip on bullshit than it is to slip on gravel. If he doesn't stop the bullshit, he's going to slip and break his ass." In September, Harris went to the White House to introduce an Oklahoma native who had been named Miss America. Not even the presence of a beauty queen could distract Johnson from his focus on the charismatic New York mayor. "I'm surprised to see you up, Fred," LBJ said sarcastically. "Sir?" a puzzled Harris responded. "I'm surprised to see you up," the president repeated. "I heard old John Lindsay had you down and had his foot on your neck." Johnson asked Harris to stick around after the others left. He picked up a copy of that day's New York Times with a headline announcing that Lindsay had released federal poverty funds to his own ailing city. "Now look at this shit, Fred," Johnson exclaimed. "By God, you've got to read all the way down to the bottom of the damn page before you find out it's my program." A few weeks later, while drinking brandy and smoking cigars at the White House with a handful of senators, Johnson returned to his new obsession. He opened the conversation by glaring at Harris. "Fred," he said in a mocking voice, "tell us about your friend Lindsay's campaign for president." Chapter 5. A Straitjacket of Facts. During the first few months of the commission's work, while the commissioners were listening to witnesses and traveling to riot-torn areas, David Ginsburg and Victor Palmieri organized the staff to conduct their own more systematic fact-finding missions. They sent teams of investigators swarming into cities. The teams sent back to Washington thick, detailed reports that combined impressionistic evidence gleaned from interviews with residents, community leaders, and city officials and a mountain of statistics assembled from local records and census reports. The evidence they gathered of persistent racial discrimination and a growing gap between blacks and whites was both overwhelming and irrefutable. Through the work of these field teams, the commission's staff created what John Lindsay aide J. Kriegel called a straitjacket of facts. They proved that African Americans living in urban areas confronted overt discrimination from real estate agents and local authorities who refused to allow them to move into white neighborhoods. They faced a lack of jobs because manufacturers had fled to the suburbs, and they were forced to attend poor, underfunded schools because the white middle class and their tax dollars had escaped to the suburbs. Those indisputable facts would ultimately leave the commissioners, whatever their ideological predilections, with scant room to maneuver, offering them little choice but to endorse the new social programs the staff recommended for addressing the problems they documented so conclusively. Ginsberg and Palmieri had originally planned to gather masses of data about the political and economic characteristics of urban areas and then dump it into a computer in the hopes of finding revealing patterns. But the short-term frame for the commission's work and the primitive state of the technology prevented that type of statistical analysis. Instead, the staff opted to create their own field teams that would travel to a handful of riot areas to gather data as well as talk with residents, community leaders, local business owners, and public officials. These field teams provided the information that served as the lifeblood of the commission. Robert Cano used it to craft his narrative of events, and the commission's social scientists analyzed it for patterns that could help explain why the riots occurred. Since the commission could not afford to send field teams to all the riot areas, they chose cities that offered a representative sample of the variety of disturbances. From an FBI list of 52 cities that had experienced major violence, they chose a representative sample of 26, including Milwaukee, Minneapolis, Spanish Harlem in New York, Nashville, Detroit, and Newark. Many of the men, they were all men, hired for the field teams were young and idealistic, and they viewed working on the commission as a way of contributing to solving America's racial problems. Many had been hired through Trans-Century Associates, a consulting firm that catered to returning Peace Corps volunteers. This is a group of people almost entirely liberal, with extensive international experience that now gravitated toward the commission, said Bruce Thomas, one of the field team leaders. Their experiences working with the poor and disenfranchised in other countries provided them with empathy for those left out of the system. Field team members with such backgrounds also tended to be instinctively more skeptical of the liberal emphasis on gradualism and moderation. For those who grew up in middle-class families and attended elite universities, their experience on the commission would expose them to a part of America they had only read about in books. Bruce Thomas was one of those recruits. Thomas, who was white, graduated from Harvard and spent 3 years at Oxford University as a Rhodes Scholar before joining the commission. Having grown up in a small town in New Hampshire and then attended elite universities, Thomas had never seen the other America. He was shocked by what he saw and heard from residents of poor urban areas. "I came to see an America I've never known before," he asserted nearly 5 decades later. "I had a sense of America's original sin." The commission hired 40 investigators who worked in teams of 6. Each team was divided into pairs of 2 that would take responsibility for interviewing different groups: the official sector, residents in the riot area, and business leaders. They would take notes as discreetly as possible, but they did not tape their interviews. Each team of 6 had at least one African American member. The assumption was that African Americans would be more comfortable talking to a black team member. "We'd go into the city with a racially mixed team and would divvy up assignments to go out and interview people," according to Thomas. "The black staff guys talked to blacks and whites to whites." Isaac Hunt, one of the African American field investigators, recalled that a black activist in Atlanta told him that when he contacted people, he needed to tell them that he was black, because, he was told, "you don't sound black." The staff had prepared a checklist for the field teams to follow. It started with a pre-trip briefing. where the team received official letters of authorization and an information kit on the city they were going to visit. The commission's social scientists prepared a list of questions the teams were required to ask. What was the chronology of events? What precipitated the riot, and how did it evolve over time? How and why did it end? They also needed to examine the grievances of residents. Were their complaints justified, and how did local officials respond? Were there adequate channels of communication between the African American community and civil government? What was the relationship between residents and the police? The commission's staff believed that these microscopic studies of individual cities would reveal general themes and patterns within the disorders, the ways that they developed, and how authorities responded. After spending the day gathering information, the team members would return to their hotel rooms, compare notes, and swap stories over a meal. They would record that conversation, using the notes to jog their memories. The tapes were then sent back to Washington for transcription, and the investigators returned to the Washington offices, often to brief the staff and social scientists there about their findings. The field team's experiences in poor black neighborhoods and their conversations with local activists and community leaders, as well as elected officials, underscored the depth of the racial problems in America. Many of the field team members began to question the tenets of mainstream liberalism, convinced that Johnson's Great Society programs had little meaningful impact on the daily lives of poor blacks. Instead, they became enamored of more radical approaches to addressing urban ills. Thomas remembered meeting with a group of black parents who were trying to create an alternative to the Boston public schools. "I listened to this tale of what was happening to black kids in the Boston public schools," he recalled. "It was shocking." Hunt, who grew up in an upper-middle-class family in Virginia, was deeply troubled by the stories of police brutality he heard. He quickly came to believe that most police systems were run by ill-educated, racist people with absolutely manifestly no judgment. Whether they began their work on the commission with experience and empathy for the poor and marginalized, or were seeing poverty and racism for the first time, many field team members would become deeply distrustful of the Johnson administration and the liberal approach to addressing racial issues and urban poverty. Even as liberals congratulated themselves for all the progress that had been made, they seemed to many field workers oblivious to the ongoing plight of the urban poor and the limited reach of their programs. Many team members believed that the nation needed to go further than piecemeal social programs and consider more radical alternatives, including a redistribution of wealth and power in America. Many also came to distrust the Commission's senior leadership, who, they feared, would water down some of their most disturbing findings to placate LBJ. Over time, a mutual wariness developed between the senior staff and the field teams. Ginsburg and Palmieri, who were just as concerned about America's racial crisis as the younger representatives, tended to view America's racial problems through the lens of conventional liberalism. They were also more sensitive to the delicate politics of the commission. The senior staff and all the commissioners agreed on the need to produce a unanimous report, and that meant authoring a document that both John Lindsay and Tex Thornton could sign. The field teams, on the other hand, saw their job as channeling the anger and frustration of poor urban blacks, regardless of the political consequences. That gap in outlooks, small at first, would widen and eventually become unbridgeable. There was also a racial dimension to the mistrust. According to journalist Andrew Kopkind, who published an article about the commission shortly after publication of the final report, many of the black investigators became suspicious that their interviews would be rewritten and misrepresented by the commission staff. He quoted a field investigator who was convinced that the whole thing was a racist operation. African American field investigators complained that all the commission's senior staffers except for one, General Counsel Merle McCurdy, were white. Nearly all the consultants were also white. Overall, Kopkind wrote, the report was always thought of as a white document written by white writers and aimed at a white audience about black people. The tension revealed that the Commission was not immune to the broader atmosphere of racial mistrust, and it showed the challenges Ginsburg and Palmieri confronted in reconciling black and white staffers to a shared understanding of the Commission's aims. The reports from the field offered a fresh perspective on the riots, one that often challenged the official narrative from journalists and government reports. They captured the raw sentiment of blacks in poor urban neighborhoods, along with the arrogance and indifference of local officials, and the abusive practices that were common in most police departments. They documented wide disparities in income, employment, housing, and education, and highlighted how, in many cities, racial tensions were growing, not receding. The reports were relentless in their criticism of local white officials and police departments for ignoring the legitimate complaints of residents and confirmed what many of the commissioners discovered during their tours. The lack of good-paying jobs was one constant source of frustration for African Americans living in urban areas, especially for young people. The unemployment rate in Newark was double the national average of 4%, and among young blacks it stood at 33%. While the average unemployment rate for Detroit was 3.3%, it was 7.4% for non-whites, and among blacks in their late teens and early 20s, it stood at 25%. Newark's riot-torn area suffered from old and obsolete public facilities and substandard housing. The Newark team described public housing facilities as institutional, penitentiary-like, and shocking in their bareness. No amenities, no grass, and just clay outside. Housing in Detroit was quite old and is deteriorating rapidly, the report noted, highlighting how the city's inattention to housing problems reinforces the widely shared feeling in the black community that the white power structure is totally disinterested in the welfare of the black man. In Atlanta's black neighborhoods, garbage was sometimes not picked up for 2 weeks in succession. Garbage cans overflowed, and litter filled the streets and empty lots, providing a breeding ground for rats. Inadequate storm drains led to flooded streets. Chronic unemployment and poor living conditions led to higher rates of disease and death in poor areas. Newark had the highest maternity mortality and venereal disease rate in the entire country. It also had the highest infant mortality rate and the highest number of tuberculosis cases. It ranked 7th among 10 cities in the total number of drug addicts. Education also ranked among the top complaints of poor African Americans, the field teams found. The reports revealed how recent demographic changes had impacted the quality of urban schools. Over the previous decades, millions of blacks migrated from the South to cities in the North. At the same time, many middle-class whites fled the urban core for the greener suburbs. Cities found themselves with a diminishing tax base and less revenue for education, even as school enrollments grew and student populations became predominantly black. Detroit was a good example. During the previous 10 years, Detroit lost about 20 to 30,000 families, while the public school system had gained approximately 50 to 60,000 children. Blacks made up a majority, 56%, of students in the public system. The investigators stated that 14 of the 19 high schools in the city were racially segregated. In Newark, more than 74% of public school children were non-white. Although enrollment had increased substantially, school buildings were old and poorly maintained. Nearly half of the city schools were built in the 19th century. The oldest had been built before the Civil War. One school had been condemned earlier but was reopened without renovation to handle student overflow. Most of the grievances in Atlanta focused on the public school system. Until the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Atlanta public school system had been segregated. Desegregation was proceeding slowly. By 1967, most of the schools were still divided by race. Blacks made up 60% of the total public school population, but they were crammed into only 9 predominantly black high schools. There were 14 predominantly white schools. Black high schools were so grossly overcrowded that students were forced to attend schools in 4.5-hour shifts. There were no split sessions at the white high schools, where students attended classes for 6.5 hours per day. There were also measurable differences in the quality of education between black and white schools. In nearly every city investigated, it was clear that black schools suffered from lax standards and a quality of education inferior to that of white schools. In Detroit, statistics showed that achievement levels in black schools were 3 to 5 years behind white schools. Some employers refused to accept diplomas from inner-city high schools because it was known that graduates generally have no better than a 6th grade education. By another estimate, high school graduates in Detroit had only about a 10th grade education. As a result, African Americans who graduated from high school ended up stuck in low-paid manual labor positions. A survey of one Detroit high school showed that 2 years after graduation, 72% of black graduates were still unemployed. Despite their overwhelming majority among students, African Americans were often excluded from well-paying jobs as teachers and school administrators in the cities investigated. Newark had its first black principal in 1960. In Detroit, African Americans made up between 75 and 99% of the student body at many schools. 7 schools were 100% black. But white administrators made up between 76 and 96% of the supervisory staff. Black leaders accused the Detroit schools of maintaining these white employees' dominance by using a biased application process. As evidence, they pointed to the fact that the application for principals was 30% written and 70% oral. A system weighed so heavily in favor of a non-objective or oral test is a ready-made vehicle for racial discrimination and personal abuse, the field team reported. The grievances the field investigators found went beyond jobs, housing, and schools. Many blacks believed that white landlords, businessmen, and city officials exploited them and that they lacked any power to stop it. They had to contend with high prices on necessities such as food, exorbitant interest rates from loan companies and pawnbrokers, and higher rents than whites living in the same area. There is a general resentment of white owners of ghetto businesses who take their profits back to the suburbs, the field team wrote about Detroit. Many residents they spoke with felt general indignation about the fact that the black community cannot control its own destiny. They believed that almost every aspect of their lives is controlled by the white man. African Americans were no longer satisfied with the white man's anointed black leaders and are demanding a voice in all decisions which affect their lives. In Atlanta, field teams discovered a simmering anger about the poor quality of food sold in ghetto grocery stores, higher prices paid in ghetto stores, poor recreation facilities, and a lack of city services. In Plainfield, New Jersey, investigators noted that the grievances resulted from a desire for more of the tangible good things of life and a desire for common respect as human beings. There were also the daily indignities. One informant in Dayton, Ohio, mentioned that white teachers routinely referred to blacks as boys or niggers. In Atlanta, one of the daily papers still advertised jobs by race, despite civil rights laws that made the practice illegal. Some factories also still advertised separate Negro jobs and white jobs. The jobs designated for blacks were low-paying janitorial and maintenance positions that offered little chance for advancement into management. In nearly every city, residents complained of police brutality. The investigators referenced an Urban League study that revealed that the number one grievance among residents of the riot areas and the prime cause of the riots in their minds was police brutality. The Detroit field team claimed that the police often performed with no greater professionalism than one might expect from a huge armed force of white civilian extremists. They argued that most African Americans believed that police brutality was rampant, and there were no effective channels for dealing with their grievances. According to a congressional aide the team interviewed, African Americans viewed the police as an occupying enemy force and not as a protector of law-abiding citizens. An interviewee said that the excessive and unnecessary force used by police were of such a magnitude that they could only be called atrocities. In Milwaukee, African Americans viewed the police department as brutal, corrupt, and segregated. Only in the past few years had police in Plainfield stopped using the word nigger when talking over the radio. Nearly all police forces in major cities were overwhelmingly white. The Dayton police force had 15 black officers in a force of 400 men. The apathy, indifference, and outright hostility of police officials and elected leaders, who refused to acknowledge that brutality was an issue, added to the frustration. The Dayton police chief summed up the attitude of many local law enforcement officials to black protests. "Freedom of speech is our greatest problem," he said. Firmness and discipline, he believed, were the best way to prevent unrest. "When you tell a darky something, you have to mean it," he insisted. The Newark field team recited more than a dozen examples of incidents of police brutality that had never been investigated. Many police and city government officials denied any suggestion of brutality. In some cases, those who complained of mistreatment were arrested or sued for making libelous charges. The city of Newark, for example, filed a $4.5 million lawsuit against John Smith, the cab driver whose arrest had sparked the riot there. Mayor Adonisio told one black leader, "This is my city. You don't like it? Move out or wait until 1970. New Haven's police chief told investigators that blacks had received everything they demanded from the city administration. He blamed antagonism toward the police on the disruptive influence of the Negroes who came up from the South during World War II and the Korean War. Clueless Detroit officials claimed the police had basically a good relationship with the African American community. Similar indifference and unwillingness to acknowledge black concerns were evident in other aspects of local government. An African American in Dayton told investigators that it was the universal opinion of the Negro community that the white power structure either doesn't or can't communicate with Negroes. In Cambridge, Maryland, they concluded that a good deal of the difficulty stems from the strong segregationist attitudes held by local officials who refused to believe that blacks had legitimate grievances. The investigators discovered that most whites they interviewed either denied that their city had a racial problem or rejected the idea that government had a responsibility to help those living in poverty. The Dayton, Ohio field team noted that whites there believed the local government was already responsive to black concerns, and that many whites complained that blacks were in fact getting special treatment in order to prevent future riots. City officials denied there were any legitimate black grievances and were convinced that everything was being done for Negroes that was possible. The team believed that government officials viewed the routine benefits of government for whites as privileges for Negroes, for which they should be grateful. The mayor dismissed civil rights protesters there as thieves with no legitimate grievances, and most city leaders believed that further violence was unlikely unless H. Rap Brown or Stokely Carmichael came to town. The underlying cause of the riots, the mayor said, was that the Negro subculture doesn't espouse white values. In Plainfield, New Jersey, The recreation commissioner refused to build a pool in the black area of the city. If you give them an inch, he told investigators, they'll take a mile. White officials thought they had done everything possible for the black community and felt betrayed by the riots. The white city officials in Newark felt like its hand was bitten while it was feeding the dog. "Why should I hire them?" a white businessman in Newark said, referring to black employees. "So they can burn down my place from the inside rather than have to break in?" The team concluded that Newark is swiftly becoming a city of rival armies, the population in the middle gravitating towards the two opposite camps. They raised the prospect of a truly terrifying bloodbath. The inaction of local officials to address legitimate grievances was making the situation worse. Phoenix was typical. The investigators noted that city officials refused to address any of the grievances after the riot. "It is pretty much business as usual," they reported. The most often repeated point of view among officials and the press since the disturbance has been that it is of the utmost importance to avoid the appearance of rewarding the rioters. African Americans had few effective means to address their community's problems because they lacked political power, the field teams found. In Cincinnati, blacks made up 26% of the population, but only 1 of 9 city councilmen was black. Blacks made up only 6% of the police force. The city administration seems rather unresponsive and committed to maintaining the status quo, the team reported. This fact, coupled with the absence of more Negroes in positions of power, only serves to heighten anger and frustration. In Atlanta, local council positions were elected by citywide votes, which limited the political power of blacks. Only 1 of the 6 aldermen was black, and a number of black wards were represented by white aldermen. As a result, many blacks felt they were not being properly represented on the city government. In many cities, the field teams also observed a generational gap within the black community, as younger, more militant activists replaced an older generation of black leaders. Younger black men saw no meaningful change taking place and became tired of talking and lost faith in the institutions of the larger society and in the sincerity of the whites who staffed the institutions, a field team noted. For many of these people, all other tactics have failed, and violence as the alternative no doubt seemed attractive. The investigators were told that the violence in Newark by black residents started because the young people won't take the same kind of talk from police that the old people took. Young blacks had lost faith in their own leaders and in the white power structure. As a result, they had little or nothing to lose in total racial war, and high unemployment and limited opportunity provided an abundant source of recruits for the more revolutionary black nationalists. Investigators noted that black leadership in Cincinnati was divided between the leaders recognized by the white community, dismissed by others as the Negro Republicans, who had been co-opted by the whites and at best are out of touch with the people in the street. Many younger blacks feel hostility toward the NAACP, and according to one informant, the head of the NAACP is about as welcome in the ghetto as is the local police chief. The investigators also faulted the news media for its coverage of the Cambridge disturbance in particular. The field teams described the disturbances as small-scale, but newspaper accounts perpetuated the false narrative that H. Rap Brown incited a riot and that there was widespread violence immediately following Brown's speech. The facts, they argued, were not so clear-cut. Brown's presence had prompted the city to respond as if a riot were already underway, but the actual riot was provoked more by the police overreaction than by anything Brown had said. To the extent that Brown encouraged anybody to engage in precipitous or disorderly acts, the reporter noted, the city officials are clearly the ones he influenced most. Brown, they concluded, was more a catalyst of white fears than of Negro antagonisms, and the disturbance more a product of white expectations than of Negro initiative. And perhaps most dismaying of all to the Johnson administration, the field teams found little evidence that the war on poverty was making significant inroads. They called the federal programs in Milwaukee deplorably uncoordinated. In Detroit, the administration's initiative had little impact on the daily lives of most people living in the ghetto. Most poor people they spoke with there felt they had been untouched by federal programs. Even worse, the field teams observed that the hype surrounding the programs created hope and then frustration. They concluded that federal programs have failed to reach the true poverty class as that class was led to believe they would. In Atlanta, investigators reported that it must be concluded that federal programs had not affected the problems in the ghettos measurably enough to eliminate or lessen the real causes of civil disorder. In Phoenix, the poverty program was losing the battle of being a real meaningful change agent because of insufficient funds. On Friday, October 27th, as the field team's report started trickling into Washington for processing, Ginsberg and Palmieri organized a meeting at Washington's Statler Hilton Hotel with more than a dozen of the country's leading social scientists. The commission had a small team of in-house experts, but Ginsberg also wanted to hear from the leading lights in the field. Angus Campbell, of the University of Michigan's Survey Research Center, presided over the meeting. Ginsberg told the gathering that he called them together to review the recent research in the field of race relations and to guide the commission's research agenda. All the commissioners were invited to attend, but only Corman showed up. By late October, the commission continued to be torn between two competing explanations of the riots. Thornton's insistence that the riots resulted from a lack of law and order, and Lindsay and Harris's view that the riots were the result of racial discrimination and the poverty and lack of opportunity that it produced. The Tories had certainly tilted the balance on the commission and among staff in favor of Lindsay's perspective, but the staff still lacked hard data to back it up. Unfortunately, the social scientists' presentation only muddied the water. Using a wealth of new surveys, they demolished the McCone Commission's conclusion that most of the rioters in Watts were disaffected individuals who did not represent the community at large. That conclusion had fed the popular belief that most of the rioters in subsequent disturbances were new migrants from the South, criminals, and alienated high school dropouts. A study of 9 poverty areas in Cleveland, however, revealed that up to 26% of African Americans approved the use of violence to address their grievances. A survey of Los Angeles showed that 1/3 of African Americans spoke favorably of the disorders. Many of those surveyed believed that the disorders brought sympathy and more attention to their problems. The rioters were hardly anomalies. The researchers, however, also chipped away at the emerging consensus on the Kerner Commission that there was a direct relationship between poverty and rioting. Their studies had found poor African Americans were no more likely to participate in the disorders than their middle-class neighbors. The researchers painted a portrait of riot participants that was unexpected in several ways. The typical rioter was born in the North and was a lifetime resident of the city in which he lived. Those most active in the riots were young, urban, educated men. They were not misfits. Instead, they voted, read newspapers, and were generally plugged into the world. Most sympathized with the Black Muslim movement. The researchers found that women were angrier than men, and those who consider themselves very religious were least likely to protest. Racial integration, although a top priority for white liberals, attracted little interest among most rioters. Integration, surveys from Watts, Houston, and San Francisco suggested, was not a prime goal in and of itself. Most cared more about better schools, housing, and jobs. Rioters were not, by all the evidence, disproportionately poor or disengaged from the communities around them. But the researchers did find one common denominator that determined who rioted and who did not. One neither Thornton nor Lindsay had emphasized. Those most likely to riot shared one characteristic. They had experienced or witnessed an act of police brutality. Still, the picture the researchers painted was a complicated one. They could not offer a simple explanation for why some cities erupted in violence while others remained largely peaceful. One study created a dissatisfaction index that included information on income, education, and housing. Surprisingly, cities ranking highest on the dissatisfaction scale did not experience a riot. The city lowest on the scale, Dayton, did. Their conclusions were clear. There was absolutely no direct relationship between economic status and participation in street demonstrations. The social scientists' findings were far from conclusive. They marshaled considerable evidence indicating that many rioters were not poor, but they failed to prove that poverty was not an underlying cause of the unrest. The presentation, in short, underscored that there was no simple answer to LBJ's simple question, what caused the riots? It was easy to list the many grievances of residents in poor African American neighborhoods where the riots occurred. It was far more challenging to show a direct relationship between those specific grievances and the violence that erupted. Why did some poor people take to the streets and others not? How to explain why some cities where conditions were wretched remained calm, while others with better conditions experienced disturbances? These questions continued to puzzle the social scientists. The lack of definitive answers complicated the Commission's task of preparing a convincing response to the President's questions. Over the course of the fall, Ginsburg and Palmieri juggled the many different aspects of the Commission's work. Even as they were running the research wing of the investigation, hiring consultants, reviewing the information pouring into Washington from the field teams, and reviewing drafts of the interim report, they also organized hearings for commissioners, assuaged their delicate egos, and responded to their requests for information. Ginsburg had decided that each commissioner could have one assistant whose salary would be paid by the commission. 5 of the 11 commissioners took him up on the offer, and a few of these assistants insisted on being actively involved, becoming a daily nuisance to the senior staff. Ginsburg was also in regular contact with the White House, keeping Califano up to date on the Commission's work and hoping to keep his client, the President, content. All the while, the two men were trying to keep the unwieldy Commission focused on producing an interim report by December. By October, with the once empty Commission offices jam-packed with staff and consultants, Ginsburg lobbied the White House for more space. Ginsburg said that the Commission needed only a few additional offices and a conference room. It was vital, he wrote, that we get out of the bedlam of the city teams and task forces. He asked that the White House evict the other executive task forces with whom they shared their 16th Street building. The White House refused, but it did provide offices in a new executive office building at the corner of 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue. In October, the senior staff, which included Ginsburg, Palmieri, Merle McCurdy, and Milan Miskovsky, along with their assistants, moved into the new offices, while the rest of the staff remained behind. There was already anxiety among the staff, especially the field teams, that their reports would be edited to please the White House. When the top management of the Commission relocated to a separate office away from the rest of the staff, it only added to these worries. Palmieri did not help the situation when he announced that the really important people will be moving to the new quarters. Kerner's assistant, Kieran McGrath, complained that the move widened the gap further between the so-called thinkers and the so-called doers. Unease also grew among the commissioners themselves, who had little contact with the field teams and were curious about what they were finding in their investigations. Some of the commissioners were suspicious that they were intentionally being kept isolated from the other aspects of the commission's work. Some feared that they were part of a White House public relations gimmick. The commissioners worried that Ginsburg and Palmieri were doing the president's bidding, and that the two men would write most of the report and then ask them to rubber stamp their conclusions. At the same time, all the commissioners had full-time jobs and knew they would not have time to write the report themselves. As early as September 29th, McGrath informed Kerner of grumblings from some of the other commissioners who feared that they were being more entertained in their work while the staff was doing the actual work of the commission. The commissioners felt that with a packed schedule of hearings and tours, they had little time to talk with each other, share ideas, and provide direction to the staff. A few weeks later, McGrath told Kerner that many of the commissioners had the impression that Ginsburg and Palmieri would write most of the report and that it will be presented to the commissioners at the 11th hour, giving time for them to add a few token paragraphs, but not enough to make substantial alterations. The real fear among some of the commissioners was that the White House was shaping the report behind the scenes. Many felt the staff's approach to the commissioners was to keep them busy and out of the way of writing the report. In response to the criticism, Palmieri met with the commissioners' assistants and assured them that what the commission produced definitely is not to be a White House report. Ginsburg met privately with Congressman Corman, who seemed to be the person doing most of the complaining, and told him that the commissioners, not the staff, would set the direction for the report. According to McGrath, Corman sat through the hand-holding session and concluded that he'll look to the chairman for direction and not especially to Dave Ginsburg. In late October, Palmieri invited one of the Detroit field teams to make an informal presentation to the commission. It was a risky move. Their experiences in the field had radicalized many of the investigators. They were instructed beforehand to stick to the facts and avoid editorializing, reminded that they had been charged with collecting data, and told that explaining what the data meant was supposed to be the job of the staff social scientists. But the commissioners pushed them to give their own views on the causes of the riots, and the investigators had no reservations about sharing them. Drawing on their experiences, they described the horrible conditions in the cities and suggested that the riots were justified. When pushed to explain how riots that destroyed whole sections of cities and led to dozens of deaths could be justified, the field team members stated that the conditions in the cities were so horrible and the white power structure so unresponsive that taking to the streets was the only rational way for residents to get attention and force officials to address their grievances. The passionate defense of the riots and the rioters did not sit well with many of the commissioners. According to Robert Shello, one of the staff social scientists, the commissioners seemed puzzled and angry by the presentation, and now questioned whether they could trust the staff to provide an objective analysis of the riots. The commissioners' first exposure to the field teams revealed one of the weaknesses in the commission's methodology for addressing the questions posed by the president. Ginsburg and Palmieri had realized that the roots of unrest were complex and involved a thicket of issues: racism, discrimination, poverty, and other long simmering grievances. They had hoped that the field teams would untangle that thicket through their in-depth investigation of the riot areas, and that the social scientists would then distill that research to present a coherent explanation that would both address the needs of urban residents and satisfy the political expectations of the commissioners. None of that happened. By the end of October, despite the detailed field reports and the feedback from outside social scientists, the commission seemed as far away as ever from articulating a coherent explanation for the cause of the riots. And now, time conspired against them. Ginsburg and Palmieri had assumed initially that the work would unfold in stages, as defined by LBJ's questions. The first phase would involve investigations. The field teams would fan out to various cities, and the commissioners would hold hearings and conduct their own tours, all to gather evidence. Next, the staff would analyze and attempt to answer why the riots occurred, while the commissioners started reviewing drafts of the interim report. Finally, the commissioners would debate and eventually vote on proposed recommendations. It proved impossible, however, to move in such a logical progression. The commissioners wanted to hear the staff's explanation for why the riots occurred before the social scientists had analyzed the information generated by the field teams. They also started debating solutions before they had agreed on the riot's cause. The commission staff was focused on socio-economic problems that could be solved by tangible and politically tenable solutions. The field teams, on the other hand, were exploring the deeper motivations that lay behind the riots and questioning the limits of liberalism to deal with the problem. It was all very difficult, Palmieri admitted. The field team presentation unsettled the commissioners, but it shocked Ginsburg and Palmieri. Egged on by the commissioners, the investigators went far beyond their expertise and used the occasion to vent their own political views. Those views were often not significantly different from what many of the senior staff, including Palmieri and Ginsburg, were also beginning to believe: that the conditions in the ghettos were so bad and the white power structure in American cities so unresponsive that there was a rational dimension to the riots. But the staff knew many of the commissioners were not ready for that message, and if it was to be delivered, it had to be done in a more diplomatic manner. Ginsburg, ever the skillful lawyer, decided that he would take the lead in finding a message that would unite the commissioners while doing justice to the painful reality that the field teams unearthed in the cities they visited. Chapter 6. White Racism. By late October 1967, the commissioners had toured riot areas and listened to hours of passionate testimony and were gaining a far more intimate understanding of the deep despair in poor, racially segregated urban communities. Yet the commissioners had still not yet arrived at a common answer to the central question: what caused the riots? The field teams had flooded the Washington office with boxes of information about conditions in urban areas, overwhelming the small team of social scientists assigned to review it and formulate their own answer to that question. Some of the nation's leading authorities on race and urban sociology had cast doubt on some common myths without adding much clarity. It was left to David Ginsburg to try to shape a consensus. Like almost everyone else involved with the commission's work, Ginsburg had been shocked by the miserable conditions that he observed during his tours and the powerful testimony that he heard from many of the witnesses who appeared before the committee, which had unsettled some of his own assumptions about the problems confronting America's cities and their residents. As October drew to a close, he had begun speaking privately with the commissioners, feeling them out, probing for points of consensus. The one common theme that emerged in conversations with each of the commissioners was the fact that white society bore the responsibility for the conditions of America's slums. From private conversations as well as written communications, Ginsburg knew that most of the commissioners appeared willing to grant that the discriminatory attitudes and actions of white Americans were the most important underlying cause of the riots. It was not clear where Tex Thornton or Catherine Peden stood, but he could likely garner the support of 9 commissioners for his proposition. Chief Jenkins told Ginsburg that the inability of our white society to understand the Negro and failure of the Negro to achieve a place in the community through peaceful means has led too many Negroes to accept the brute force and violence advocated by the Black Power leaders. William McCulloch, who often sparred with John Lindsay, accepted that discrimination made it impossible for most African Americans to get a quality education, and that it was responsible for high unemployment and the dismal conditions in the ghetto. James Corman insisted that the report should sharply portray the corrosive effects of slavery and segregation upon democratic institutions. James H. Jones, an African-American steelworkers union official from Philadelphia who served as I.W. Abel's representative, noted that the testimony had repeatedly referred to an appalling ignorance among white Americans about the plight of poor African Americans. Years later, Roy Wilkins noted in an oral history that most of the commissioners came to realize that they could not compile a history of pervasive discrimination in employment, housing, and education, and then fail to say that white racism was the underlying cause. In a speech delivered the next year, a few weeks after the commission issued its report, Kerner said it took months of soul-searching before the commission fully acknowledged white racism. Some members initially felt that phrase was too shocking and wished to substitute discrimination or intolerance. Harris said that most of the commissioners felt it was important to use the phrase to boost the self-esteem of young blacks, who often accepted the narrative of the dominant society that they were poor because they were lazy. Now, he said, they could say to themselves, maybe it's not just me. Maybe I'm not by myself at fault. Maybe there's something else going on. Other commissioners, while realizing that it would make people uncomfortable, believed talking directly about white racism was the only intellectually honest way to describe the problem. We could not back away from the phrase, Kerner asserted. He admitted that the commissioners never defined the term racism, but he personally believed that it referred to a constellation of ideas suggesting that if you are white, you are superior, and if you are black, you are inferior. He called it astonishing, the number of Americans who clung to discredited racist beliefs. Ginsburg believed that in white racism, he had found an explanation for the causes of the riots that could gain approval of the commission and serve as an organizing theme of the report, something that he desperately needed if he was going to meet the December deadline for the interim report. White racism was broad enough to gain the support of Democrats and Republicans on the commission, yet elusive enough to avoid pointing the finger at specific institutions. Its emphasis on attitudes suggested that minds, not politics or institutions, needed to change. For Ginsburg, who had come to the commission with little understanding of the complex nature of race relations in America, highlighting white attitudes also made perfect sense. While noting that the nation had made significant progress in the 100 years since the end of the Civil War, the field team reports and his conversations with experts persuaded Ginsburg that race still mattered and that it mattered much more than most people were willing to admit. He knew there was no simple explanation for the riots, but he genuinely believed that racism created the social and economic conditions that made the riots possible, and he was determined to make sure the commission's final report used the strongest language possible to make that point. Ginsburg had charged the social scientists with formulating a response to the question, why did the riots happen? Now he answered the question for them. Emphasizing white racism was not an approach informed by social science methodology or rigorous analysis. Instead, it was based on the impressionistic but convincing evidence gathered through testimony and city tours combined with in-depth conversations with experts filtered through the political maze of commission politics and crafted by a skilled lawyer searching for consensus. And from there on, he considered himself to have found a theme for the report as a whole and a mandate from the commission to find data to back it up. Ginsburg's assistant David Chambers wrote about his boss in 1970. Chambers concluded that scientific accuracy was hardly at the forefront of his intentions. Ginsburg planned to test the white racism theme at a meeting of the commission in early November. McCulloch started the discussion by affirming that white attitudes about race were the most important factor in creating the conditions that led to the riots. All the other commissioners, except Thornton, who remained uncharacteristically quiet, readily agreed. After securing the commissioners' support for the white racism theme, Ginsburg quickly drafted what would become the most important chapter in the final report, Chapter 4, that laid out the basic causes of the riots. The report would go through many drafts in the weeks and months that followed, but Ginsburg's chapter remained largely untouched. In that chapter, Ginsburg blamed the riots on a massive tangle of issues and circumstances that impacted race relations in America. Although complex, the most fundamental is the racial attitude and behavior of white Americans toward black Americans. Race prejudice had shaped the nation's past, and it threatened its future. White racism, Ginsburg wrote in an early draft, is essentially responsible for the explosive mixture which has been accumulating in our cities since the end of World War II. Racial prejudice had produced what he called bitter fruits in the form of discrimination, segregation, a white exodus from the cities to the suburbs, and the creation of black ghettos that lacked basic facilities and opportunities. These historical patterns had intersected with the frustrated hopes of blacks, whose expectations had been raised by the success of the early civil rights movement. Many blacks, he pointed out, believed they were being exploited politically and economically by a white power structure that was indifferent to their needs. Ginsburg stated flatly that police behavior played a significant role in causing the riots. Almost invariably, the incident that ignites disorder arises from police action, he wrote. For many blacks, he observed, police have come to symbolize white power, white racism, and white repression, and the fact is that most police do reflect and express these white attitudes. Ginsburg knew he would have to include some of Thornton's pet themes to gain his approval, so alongside this account centered on white racism, he listed legitimation of violence and incitement and encouragement of violence as subsidiary causes of the riots. At the next meeting, the commissioners approved Ginsburg's draft chapter with only minor changes. But although Ginsburg had forged a superficial consensus around the idea of white racism, he soon discovered that the commissioners had very different interpretations of what it meant and in what direction it should lead the commission's investigation going forward. Despite agreeing on a basic answer to Johnson's second question, the commissioners were still divided along familiar lines. For the more liberal members of the commission, the focus on white racism set in motion a logical sequence. If racism created social and economic conditions that in turn precipitated the riots, then it was logical that the commission should recommend programs to address those conditions and remedy African Americans' economic disadvantages. The commission's report, in their view, should educate the public about the problem of racism and propose government programs to mitigate the bitter fruits of that racism. Although neither the field teams nor the academic consultants hired by the commission had found any direct link between poverty and rioting, the liberal members of the commissioners appeared ready to make the connection nonetheless. Fred Harris and John Lindsay continued to be the most forceful and powerful advocates of this point of view. They believed that the riots exposed significant structural problems within American institutions, flaws that perpetuated and reinforced racial discrimination. The commission, they argued, needed to shock the public into confronting the legacy of race in America and propose a more aggressive federal program to attack the roots of the unrest: poverty, poor education, limited housing. If the federal government refused to enact meaningful reforms, it would lose further credibility with poor blacks, produce more disillusion, and likely lead to more violent riots in the summer of 1968. They thought it imperative that the final report not only confront sensitive issues of race in all aspects of American life, but also propose specific government programs to address the plight of poor urban blacks. The solutions needed to be appropriate to the size of the problem, which meant that only massive, large-scale government programs would suffice. The reason so many urban residents had not benefited from Great Society programs, in their view, was that the initiatives were not ambitious enough. Despite polls showing a growing white backlash against the Great Society, both Harris and Lindsay persisted in believing that if the public saw the facts, it would rally around their proposed reforms. Lindsay and Harris knew they could count on a slim majority of the commission to support their agenda, with their most reliable supporters being Roy Wilkins and Herbert Jenkins. I believe we should give support to those who advocate a massive rebuilding program in our cities financed by the federal government, Jenkins argued. This would include rehabilitation of the disadvantaged inhabitants, as well as physical reconstruction of the ghettos, a plan like the Marshall Plan that the United States government financed to rebuild the European cities after World War II. Brooke and Abel also leaned toward the Lindsay Harris camp, but they rarely attended meetings. Abel, however, made his feelings known through his representative, James Jones. "Let us challenge the federal government to launch massive radical programs to meet the crisis," Jones wrote Ginsburg in December. He did not believe that the commission should worry about whether Congress would approve their proposals. If the commissioners believed that the creation of millions of jobs was necessary, then it should say so. Just as important, most staff members aligned with Lindsay and Harris, believing that the commission should be willing to propose bold solutions in addition to casting blame on white racism. In November, Stephen Kurzman, the deputy director for operations, sent out a draft titled Final Report Options. Developed by a staff task force and distributed to the commissioners for their consideration, it stated that the goal of the final report was to convince the American public that the underlying cause of recent urban disorders is embedded in our social system, racial segregation, discrimination, and poverty, that the use of force and repression alone is not a feasible solution, and that correction of the underlying cause through basic change in the social system is a necessary and feasible solution. The two congressional members of the commission, Corman and McCulloch, acknowledged that white racism was at the root of the disturbances, but they failed to see a direct connection between poverty and the riots. Corman, who was the only commissioner to attend the all-day session with the outside academic consultants, had listened as they presented a more nuanced view of what caused the riots, and had noted their clear statement that they found no connection between poverty and the violence. As a result, Corman possessed far more modest expectations for what the commission could accomplish in a few months. If social scientists, who had been studying race relations for years, could not divine the full causes of the riots or speculate about possible solutions, how were he and his fellow commissioners to develop answers in 6 months? Corman, joined by McCulloch, wanted the report to educate the public about the role of racism in American life, but not to propose specific expense and controversial policies. The two men argued that the commission lacked the expertise to propose solutions to complicated issues and expressed skepticism about the ability of the federal government to solve festering social problems. As members of Congress, Corman and McCulloch saw little possibility of their colleagues passing an ambitious set of new social programs in the short run. No foreseeable action or combination of action, either public or private, can significantly alter the objective facts of life in Negro ghettos before next summer, Corman wrote Ginsburg on October 17th. Corman argued that the commissioners should focus the nation on racial problems but then defer to experts and to other White House task forces on particular issues such as jobs, housing, and education. And if the commission was going to propose ideas to improve conditions in the ghetto, he insisted that the commissioners themselves and not the staff take the lead. Especially after the field team presentation, Corman became critical of the staff, complaining they were too liberal or radical and not responsive to his concerns. As usual, Thornton sat on the right fringe of the emerging consensus around white racism. The trips to ghettos were eye-opening for Thornton because they revealed the awful conditions that existed in many cities and forced him to acknowledge the role that white racism played in creating that environment. But he was not ready to question his own basic assumptions about race or to accept that white society bore the sole responsibility for black urban poverty. He wanted to make sure that the commission did not allow its focus on white racism to justify the riots or to glorify the rioters. He continued to argue that the commission's first and only responsibility was to make suggestions for improving law enforcement as a way of preventing future riots. He insisted that the commission call for tough new sedition and obstruction of justice laws to be used against agitators such as H. Rap Brown and Stokely Carmichael. "We can't have these people going around preaching riot," he told his colleagues. Thornton rejected the argument that social and economic conditions were at the heart of the violence, and that therefore spending money was the way to prevent future outbreaks. He erupted at a November meeting when Ginsburg read a staff paper that blamed the riots on bitterness and despair in urban ghettos. If the commission claimed that poverty was the cause of riots, then 30 million poor people would have an excuse to riot, he thundered. Thornton could usually count on Peden to back him up, although she rarely spoke at meetings and wrote few memorandums that spelled out her thinking. Peden usually explained conditions in poor urban neighborhoods as the product of pathology. She accepted that white racism existed, but she failed to see how it explained the toxic environment that existed in many urban areas. Embracing the argument that poverty was the result of a poor work ethic, she blamed the poor conditions in the slums on the people who lived there. Blacks, she said, did not take enough pride in their homes and in their communities. It was, she suggested, up to civil leaders, churches, and other local institutions to take responsibility for their communities. People who see an accident and won't stop to help are just as guilty as people throwing gas bombs. Despite the different interpretations about the meaning of white racism and how much it should shape later deliberations about programs the commission should recommend for preventing future riots, the commissioner's decision to make it a central theme of the report marked an important step forward. But there were many other issues that still needed to be resolved. In November, the commissioners began meeting more often to review draft chapters that would be included as part of the December interim report. The commissioners did not cast votes, but instead used the meetings to debate and discuss the proposals before sending the drafts back to the staff for rewriting. Ginsburg began meetings by reading a section of the draft word for word while the commissioners followed along with their own copies. After each section, Ginsburg would pause and invite questions and discussions. Palmieri later said that Ginsburg adopted the strategy to keep the commissioners focused on the specific language in the drafts. But, he confessed, it also served a secondary purpose of limiting debate. Reading the drafts aloud ate up a lot of time, which limited the opportunity for discussion. More important, Ginsburg diffused potential conflict by boring them to death. First up was Robert Cano, who drafted the chapter addressing LBJ's question about what happened during the riots. Cano based his draft on the detailed chronologies of the riots that the field teams had assembled. He covered the walls of his office with small cards containing nuggets of information from the reports. When it came time to write, he sat behind his typewriter and used binoculars to read the notes. His section of the report, a straightforward narrative, produced the least controversy and the fewest objections. Most commissioners liked his fast-moving narrative that stuck closely to the facts and avoided editorializing. That was exactly what Ginsburg had wanted and needed to reassure the commissioners that the staff was capable of submitting work they could approve. Roy Wilkins raised the most serious objection to Cano's draft. Wilkins was sensitive to any wording that might exaggerate the influence of the young Black Power advocates at the expense of middle-class African Americans and organizations like his own, the NAACP. He complained that Cano made militants appear as saviors of the black race, and that he perpetuated the false narrative that middle-class blacks had abandoned the ghettos. He reminded Cano that it was middle-class blacks who had sponsored the first lawsuits to end segregation and extend voting rights. Militants, he asserted, had made no investment in the ghettos. Negro militants won't put a dime in Negro banks or in Negro insurance companies. Believing that it was important to place contemporary race problems in a historical context, Ginsburg had asked John Hope Franklin to compose a chapter on the history of race relations in America. Franklin, chairman of the history department at the University of Chicago, was one of the nation's most accomplished historians. His experience growing up as a black man in the segregated South had inspired him to study race relations and to make sure that colleges and universities incorporated African American history into the narrative of America's past. In 1947, he published From Slavery to Freedom, which became the standard textbook about African American history. His long chapter in the report was an abbreviated version of that popular text. But Franklin's insights did not accord with Tex Thornton's history of the United States. In a blistering 8-page letter sent after Ginsburg circulated the draft, Thornton attacked the history chapter for lacking moderation and judicial temper. He wanted to see the impact of slavery downplayed, white people positioned in a better light, and greater emphasis placed on the progress that had been made in race relations, especially under LBJ. Instead of blaming white European settlers for slavery, Thornton wanted the chapter to state that slavery was a well-planted African institution before the opening of America. He thought the history section needed to be more sympathetic to slaveholders. One reason the South had defended slavery for so long, he argued, was that, in all fairness, the slaveholders were frightened by the disorders and uprisings of colored people in Santo Domingo, Haiti, that led to the massacre of some whites. He called highly deplorable Franklin's statement that the Emancipation Proclamation only freed Negroes where the federal government had no power and left them slaves where it had power. This observation was, he said, an old Southern and Copperhead sneer that was completely inaccurate. Thornton was especially aggravated by Franklin's depiction of more recent events. He believed that the chapter's emphasis on the Ku Klux Klan in the 1920s ought to be balanced by discussions of those who fought against them. He thought that the account overemphasized that various scattered factories had denied jobs to colored people during World War II and de-emphasized that the president issued an executive order forbidding improper racial discrimination in the defense industry. Thornton neglected to articulate what constituted proper discrimination. He felt that Franklin could have described the groundbreaking Brown v. Board of Education decision, 1954, in more generous and appreciative terms. Instead, Franklin emphasized and described in detail the harsh response from white Southerners who opposed the decision. Grudging and hostile pages, partisan in character, are out of place in what should be a scholarly, objective, and well-balanced presentation of the subject, Thornton wrote. Overall, he concluded, the paper deals too much with negative tendencies and too little with constructive steps in race relations. Most of the commissioners dismissed Thornton's sweeping critique and rejected his effort to downplay slavery, but they did agree on some minor changes. McCulloch asked to strike a claim that Abraham Lincoln held racist beliefs. McCulloch did not assert that Franklin's criticism of Lincoln was untrue. Rather, he believed the commission should not besmirch the reputation of the great emancipator who was revered by so many Americans, black and white. Wilkins resisted the move, but the commission yielded to McCulloch. For Ginsburg, the biggest problem with Franklin's report was not its content, but its length. His 80-page draft required significant editing, and Ginsburg used the paring down process to tone down some of the language that Thornton found so objectionable while retaining many of the hard-hitting descriptions of white repression. The Commission's discussion of the history of race relations led to a debate about the present conditions. For some of the commissioners, it was impossible to discuss past practices without proposing solutions to address existing injustices. If the black experience had been so terrible, they reasoned, then it was imperative to put forward solutions that matched the problem. Agreeing that now was the time to face the legacy of racism, Wilkins proposed that the commission come out in support of a federal open housing bill in the report. Not surprisingly, Thornton and Peden took the opposite point of view. Peden repeated her prior comment that blacks, who refused to take proper care of their property, were responsible for the poor housing conditions in the ghettos. Thornton focused on the politics of passing an open housing law. Open housing helps force Negroes onto whites and releases bad and hostile attitudes, he declared. Why, he asked, butt our heads against the wall of white attitudes? He believed that housing was not central to understanding the causes of riots. Such claims, he declared, were a repetition of old, tired arguments. Wilkins sat ready to pounce on both Peden and Thornton. As to Negroes wrecking property and causing slums, he said to Peden, the fault is really caused by poor code enforcement on overcrowding tenants in housing. He also reminded his colleagues that despite Thornton's dismissive comment, it happens that the same old tired things still cause riots. He said that if African Americans who made a middle-class income were not allowed to move into middle-class neighborhoods, then they were being treated as second-class citizens. What's the use of struggling to make $20,000 a year if you can't spend it on a decent way of life? He asked. Wilkins felt the need to draw a line in the sand, this time threatening to resign from the commission if its report did not include a recommendation supporting a national open housing law. Thornton backed down, but reminded his colleagues of the strong opposition to such a measure. Let's not overemphasize it in our report, he said. Wilkins agreed, but warned they should also not gloss over it. The next draft up for discussion was Arnold Segalin's chapter on police and community relations. Reflecting the reports coming in from the field teams and his own deep understanding of the topic, Segalin claimed that police brutality was rampant, officers were poorly trained to deal with racial unrest, and their actions often made disturbances worse. He stressed that the police departments relied too heavily on firepower to control riots when the proper use of non-lethal force represented the best hope for de-escalating racial tension in the cities. Segalin called for the creation of community review boards to oversee police practices and investigate complaints of brutality. His draft set up a clash with some of the commissioners, who viewed it as an extended assault on the police. Very disappointed in this section, Corman said. It condemns all police. Thornton backed him up, pointing out that even ghetto people want police protection, law, and order. He said that the paper gave the impression that if there'd been no police involved this past summer, there'd have been no riots. Violence was a two-way street, Thornton declared, and the commission should not forget that rioters provoke and injure policemen. Surprisingly, Harris sided with Thornton on this point, saying the draft chapter failed to account for the difficult job facing most officers. Police have human fears too, and they got cause to be fearful in the ghetto, he declared. The two African American members of the group strongly disagreed with the criticism of the draft. Roy Wilkins made a passionate plea to highlight the role of the police in mistreating minorities, precipitating the riots, and then often overreacting once the unrest started. Wilkins reminded his colleagues that every single riot was started with a police incident, and he went on to cite examples of African Americans being subjected to abusive treatment. Something stinks, he declared, when an officer with numerous complaints against him for using excessive force shoots a 15-year-old boy. He pointed out that local police had once handcuffed Martin Luther King Jr. for carrying a driver's license that had been expired for only 4 days. He predicted that African Americans would read this section of the report first, and the commission would lose credibility if it did not take the concerns about police brutality seriously. To underscore the depth of his feelings on the issue, Wilkins once again threatened to break with the commission, declaring that he would write a minority opinion if the commissioners tried to downplay his concerns. Brooke, who was absent at the meeting when this chapter was first discussed, supported Wilkins a few weeks later when they returned to the subject. He declared that there was overwhelming evidence that most incidents are caused by police action. He acknowledged Thornton's observation that ghetto people want law and order, but he pointed out that it was a big mistake to make police sacrosanct. The report, he insisted, should not treat the police with kid gloves. Most of the commissioners naturally deferred to Chief Jenkins on law enforcement issues, and he tried to stake out a middle ground. He disagreed with Wilkins's contention that police brutality was rampant and instead blamed the problem of police relations with black residents on inefficiency and corruption. He agreed, however, that racism permeated many departments. He told the story of getting a phone call late at night from a Ku Klux Klan member after the chief had hired African Americans to serve on the Atlanta force. He asked Jenkins if he would want his wife arrested by a black officer. No, Jenkins replied, but added he would also not want her to be arrested by a white officer. Similar divisions emerged over Gillon's recommendation that the commission support the creation of civilian review boards. While Gillon admitted that most police commissioners opposed the boards, ghetto people want a place to take their complaints, he wrote. Corman suggested that the commission should avoid addressing the issue. We'll never see a widespread use of civilian review boards. We can't solve it here. Lindsay, who had been absent for some of the commission's prior discussions about police brutality, spoke up, charging Corman with copping out. Lindsay understood the political challenges of setting up a civilian review board. In 1966, he had used an executive order to establish one in New York, only to have it soundly defeated in a referendum later that year. Despite that bruising loss, Lindsay remained committed to the idea. Where, he asked, does a 19-year-old Negro go to complain that he got beat up by police? Lindsay insisted that the commission provide some machinery for handling complaints, pointing out that there was widespread ghetto feeling that we get nowhere with complaints about police. At the end of the heated discussion, the commissioners sent the chapter back to the staff for rethinking and rewriting. Although the topic was not raised in the early drafts discussed that day, the commissioners also devoted some time to a spirited debate over whether the riots were the result of a conspiracy. Lindsay insisted that the commission's report make emphatically clear that there was no connection between speeches of people like H. Rap Brown and the violence that occurred afterward. Thornton refused to let the issue go. While there may not be an immediate connection between the inflammatory rhetoric and the riots, he said, the speeches leave fuel to smolder for a later date. He found an unlikely supporter in Wilkins who wanted to qualify Lindsay's observation. We must say that we found some organized local and state activity, but it doesn't amount to criminal conspiracy. Thornton added that when some militants brag about being in touch with North Vietnamese to train us, that implies a group conspiracy right there. Once again, the issue was left unresolved. At some point, the commissioners would need to stop arguing and start voting. For now, however, they chose to kick the topic down the road. Oddly enough, after their first long, contentious meeting to discuss draft chapters of the report, Kerner summed up the discussion by saying, "We all agree very much and disagree only in minutia." In fact, there was little real consensus beyond the superficial acknowledgement that white racism lay at the root of the riots. The commissioners could not even agree on the proper tone of the report. Thornton did not want a report that would offend white Americans or prove embarrassing to the White House. Once again, Wilkins challenged him. "If we don't use some abrasive language in our report," he responded, "we won't rock the country." Despite all their differences, however, the commissioners still agreed they did not want to produce another report that would be quickly forgotten, destined to collect dust on library shelves. That meant producing a unanimous report. How could the commissioners claim any moral authority on such a hot-button topic if they did not speak with one voice? The airing of their differences as they discussed early draft chapters discouraged some of the liberal members of the commission, who realized that it was unlikely they were going to be able to produce a final report that would be both unanimous and appropriately bold. There seemed little chance that either Thornton or Peden would vote to recommend reform of police training and practices. Corman and McCulloch also appeared unwilling to support recommendations of major new federal expenditure to improve housing, education, and employment in urban areas. Lindsay, constantly pushing from the left, warned that they needed to address jobs, housing, and education, or a final report won't even be worth doing. Wilkins told his colleagues that he was hearing rumors that the commission would not accomplish very much. "I am beginning to believe it myself," he said. No one was more skeptical than Fred Harris. Having taken the temperature of the commission over the first few months, the senator was convinced they would be unable to build consensus around the kind of hard-hitting report that he and Lindsay wanted to see. So he decided that he would write his own. He secretly contacted the New York publishing house Harper & Row and agreed to write a book about his work on the commission and his suggestions for what needed to be done to solve America's racial crisis. The book, Alarms and Hopes, would be published a few months after the release of the official commission report. Chapter 7. Can you really say this in a government report? By early November 1967, the commission agreed that their report to the president would identify white racism and the social and economic disadvantage that it produced as the root cause of the riots. The commission staff had met with a large group of outside social science consultants, but they had yet to hear from their small in-house team, which was now preoccupied with processing the massive amount of material that was pouring in from the field teams. But by this point, having reached their own answer to the question as to why the riots occurred, the senior staff needed the social scientists only to confirm their diagnosis and potentially lay the groundwork for a series of policy solutions that flowed logically from their conclusion. On November 22nd, the Commission's own social scientists finally weighed in, producing a hard-hitting report titled The Harvest of American Racism. Both Victor Palmieri and David Ginsburg quickly and angrily dismissed the report as too provocative and out of sync with the Commission's needs. Their rejection of the social scientists' conclusions produced a deep split that threatened the future of the Commission itself. Harvest was supposed to answer LBJ's critical second question about why the riots occurred, and without it there was now a gaping hole in the center of the Commission's overall report. It was not clear if the Commission would have the time to recover and write a new chapter in time to meet their December deadline for reporting their interim findings. The social scientists hired to answer why the riots occurred worked under the direction of a young social psychologist, Robert Shello, the Commission's Deputy Director of Research. Unlike many of his professional colleagues, Shello enjoyed working in non-academic settings, believing it was important to apply abstract theories to real-life situations. He had spent much of his professional career doing just that. After earning his Ph.D. at the University of Michigan in 1956, he joined the Public Health Service, where he worked with delinquents and youth offenders at the Bureau of Prisons. In 1958, he moved to the National Institute of Mental Health, where he set up a juvenile bureau. That experience exposed him to many of the people and institutions that touched the lives of troubled youths, police, judges, and social workers. In late August 1967, Victor Palmieri invited the 38-year-old Shello to a steak dinner at the Mayflower Hotel in Washington, D.C. They were joined by many of the key players on the commission, including John Lindsay, Otto Kerner, and David Ginsburg. "It was a lovely setting with all the cigar smoke and all these big shots," Shello recalled in a 2015 interview. At the end of the evening, Palmieri pulled Shello aside. "We'd like you to take the job heading up the social science part of this commission," Palmieri said. "Would you be willing to do that?" Shello pointed out that he lacked formal training in race relations and that other people were more qualified for the job. "I don't care," Palmieri responded, "as long as you got that Ph.D. In retrospect, Shello realized that comment should have been a red flag, revealing that the commission was looking for a warm body with the right degree. But caught up in the moment, he agreed. It was not surprising that Palmieri would invite a social psychologist to lead the team of social scientists. Beginning with World War II and continuing through the 1960s, psychological experts played a key role in assisting the federal government. During World War II, the military turned to psychologists to help them train troops and maintain morale. During the Cold War, the government employed them to study the causes of communist guerrilla movements. Now in the 1960s, the Kerner Commission looked for psychological explanations for the riots. Ginsburg informed the staff that he had directed Gillon and his team to explain the disorders in social psychological terms. Gillon embraced the mission, but he thought the staff was naive in thinking they could reach any definitive answers in the few months that the commission would exist. The commission was formed, he realized, during a time when people were frightened and confused, and given the time constraints, there would be little leisure for careful systematic study. Social scientists needed time to gather reliable data, sort through it, and then identify common patterns. That was an impossible task in this case, especially given the complexity of the questions that LBJ had asked them to answer. Social science methodology, he told Ginsburg, does not allow us to complete a credible investigation. We just don't have the tools to do what the president has asked of us. Gillon also fretted about the lack of social scientists among the senior staff, which meant no one would be able to educate the commissioners about how such experts went about their work. Gillon was competent and thoughtful, but, by his own admission, a relatively unknown social psychologist. He learned later that the commission had first offered the position to several well-known scholars, but they declined because they either had teaching commitments or feared that the commission would be little more than a public relations stunt for the Johnson administration, whitewashing the real problems of the inner cities. Gillon nevertheless managed to attract two established scholars to join his team. David Sears, a respected social psychologist at UCLA, was not directly involved in the commission's daily activities, but he had completed extensive research on black and white attitudes following the Watts riot. Gillon borrowed extensively from his work and incorporated it into the report. Gary T. Marks, a young sociologist at Harvard who had just published the highly regarded book, Protest and Prejudice, which studied black attitudes toward civil rights issues, agreed to join the commission as a consultant, even though he was skeptical of its mission. The goals of the political animal that is the presidential commission and the goals of the scholarly and professional who serves on the commission are antithetical, he stated in 2016. The social scientists were window dressing. There was no way you could adequately explain the riots in a few months. Two promising graduate students participated in the daily work of the commission. David Boesel, a bright and soft-spoken political science graduate student at Cornell University, was writing his dissertation on ghetto riots. I was trying to do a comprehensive theoretical analysis of the riots as a political phenomenon, he recalled in 2016. Boesel described himself as a polite radical. During the 1960s, he marched in anti-war demonstrations, traveled to Tennessee to register black voters, and attended a conference organized by Students for a Democratic Society. He was joined by Lou Goldberg, a mercurial graduate student in sociology at Johns Hopkins, whom many of his colleagues later described as brilliant, but also unstable. He was an angry young man who was filled with fire, Marx maintained. Significantly, the commission had assembled an all-white team of social scientists to study the problems of largely black ghettos. The team worked quietly behind the scenes until the Detroit field team made its disastrous presentation to the commissioners in October, where they volunteered their own theory for the cause of the riots. Afterward, Palmieri rushed over to Gillon's office and asked if he could undo some of the damage. As Gillon recalls the scene, Palmieri said, "You can't believe it. One of the city teams met with the commissioners and they went off." Palmieri said the presentation left the commissioners baffled. "My God, is this what they're coming up with?" they seemed to be saying. From the commissioner's point of view, the staff was identifying with the miscreants, with the aggressors, with the criminals. He told Shello that he feared losing their confidence. "What can we do about it?" he asked. "Can you put something together?" Shello's group had been circulating drafts of his team's analysis of two riots, Plainfield, New Jersey, and Cambridge, Maryland. Palmieri decided the studies were in good enough shape to present to the commissioners. In a matter-of-fact manner, the social scientists pointed out that in addition to inequities of income, living conditions, and education, the grievances in the black community grew out of an attitude of superiority within the white community. Most of the social scientists' presentation, however, consisted of an hour-by-hour account of events leading up to the riots and a description of the riots themselves. They kept the number of interpretive statements to a minimum and refused, even after prodding by the commissioners, to offer conclusions that went beyond the evidence they had gathered to date. The presentation succeeded in restoring the confidence of the commissioners. Afterward, both Ginsburg and Palmieri thanked the social scientists for their effort. Shello and his staff had put out a small fire, but they were about to ignite a far larger one that would threaten the life of the commission. After their appearance before the commission in late October, Shello's team went back to work analyzing the reports coming in from the field. Ginsburg and Palmieri were desperate for them to produce a comprehensive report. "Have you got it ready?" Palmieri asked repeatedly. "How much is done? Is there anything we can look at?" For weeks, they worked long days and nights, often sleeping on cots at the commission offices, to finish a draft of the report. To maximize efficiency, they each took responsibility for specific sections based on their expertise. Marx wrote most of the material that dealt with the interaction between the police and protesters and contributed to the